Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 351 The Envoys PT2. Fabian Lestrome Indieval was surprised, no, conflicted. Why would he choose me? His eyes narrowed as he stared at Jared with suspicion. Was this yet another trap? Was this a ploy to take him away from the royal capital? To make sure he didn't achieve anything worthwhile? There's no way I'll accept. Fabian clenched his teeth. However, Fabian, accept his proposal. A mental message sharply entered the prince's head. Instantly, Fabian recognized the voice and turned in the direction of the speaker. It was Damien Lawcroft. Why? Why would he want me to do that? Don't be so short-sighted. This mission couldn't be more perfect for you. The transmission came again. Fabian struggled to understand, but he was stuck. By being the royal who unified the races in an alliance, wouldn't your reputation skyrocket? Based on your performance, your position will solidify and you'll gain immense support, not only in the Eastern Kingdom, but also among the other nations. Fabian's eyes widened at the logic he never saw. Because of his apprehension of Jared, he had been blinded from seeing the merits of his suggestion. Now is the chance to gain more supporters and experience. It's a foolproof plan, so the alliance strategy will most likely succeed. You're at no risk. Fabian had to agree with Damien's words, but he still couldn't shake off the bad feeling that crept up on him. But Jared surely has an ulterior motive for recommending me, right? There's no way he just said it because we attended Inslark. As he thought this, Fabian saw Damien smile from where he stood. Of course. But, don't worry, if you choose me as your trusted personnel, then you'll be completely fine. Everything will work out perfectly. Fabian's heart was set at ease the moment he heard these words in his head. Truly, he had been so foolish. If it hadn't been for Damien's guidance just now, he would have missed his golden opportunity to once again outdo his siblings. Which was why, when he was asked by his father, "So, does my son, Fabian, agree to this?" Fabian didn't hesitate to respond. "Yes, Your Majesty. I wholeheartedly accept." Even though Jared's pleased expression annoyed him to no end, Fabian controlled his reaction and simply smiled. "Just you wait, Jared. I'll reap all the benefits from this expedition. I have to know what he's up to." Damien Lawcroft thought to himself as he stared at Jared. That was the whole reason why he would tell Fabian to take him along as they left the Empire. Even though his mission involved staying in the king's court, and at the capital, Jared had already injured most of his plans. To make sure he could re-strategize and make countermeasures for whatever Jared was plotting, he needed to have access to the mission itself. "I have agents in the capital, so they can inform me on whatever happens here while I'm away," Damien thought to himself. Besides, if it was a case of emergency, he could simply use that to return. In any case, the most prudent course of action was to tail Jared and see what he was up to. "I should also contact them, just in case," Damien thought, glaring at his former ward with a subtle dissatisfied expression. "Things won't go your way this time." I fought internally to contain a snicker. Of course, he would agree. Very well. Since Fabian has no objection, all that remains is for him to choose his trusted personnel, and "I choose Damien Lawcroft," the prince stated with full conviction. As expected. "Does Damien Lawcroft agree to this?" His Majesty asked. "Of course, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to ensure the prince's safety and best performance," the man in question stated boldly. I smiled at him at the whole exchange and nodded with satisfaction. "All that is left is to select a head representative from the research team, correct?" King Albion said, looking in the direction of the scholarly people in our midst. The research team had sent some people to represent them, but their head wasn't present. "We will need some time to discuss it with our superior before a decision can be made." The man who appeared to lead everyone, most likely the deputy, responded with a bow. I understood the need for hierarchy, but we didn't have all the time in the world. Fortunately, the king read my mind and spoke up. Make it quick. The team will leave at the first sign of dawn. Make sure your representative is ready by then. They bowed once he gave his words. Since that's all, then. Excuse me, Your Majesty, but can I make an addition? Another interruption surged forth. Normally, everyone would snap at the person, but it was Sarah Crimson who spoke. The king and nobles had no choice but to zip it and listen to her. I wish to bring one of my trusted personnel with me. I believe it would be a good education journey for her. Would that be allowed? She had a fair point. Having a few personnel follow us would indeed be to the advantage of the Eastern Kingdom. The people would properly understand how small they were in a vast ocean of stronger beings. Cultures. Technologies. Resources. The world was very vast, and exposing our citizens to what it had to offer wasn't a bad idea. However, that could wait until after the alliance had been formed. Once we had secured our joint participation, deals concerning excursions and international trips could be implemented. For now, a small elite force was all that we needed. But, since it was Sarah speaking, I couldn't very much object. Besides, I was a bit curious about who she wanted to recommend. Oh, of course. Who would you be recommending? King Albion, as expected, shamelessly agreed. I couldn't blame him, though. I noticed that Sarah was grinning at me, hiding a mischievous look in her eyes. I unconsciously gulped upon the realization. My recommendation is Maria Helmsworth, apprentice of the Imperial Forces. Chapter 352. Maria Helmsworth. I glanced in the direction of the girl in question. She stood behind Sarah, among the few representatives of the Imperial Forces. Her expression had been hard to read, as usual, and she seemed to have been staring blankly into space. However, once Sarah recommended her, even the usual cold and stoic girl gave a surprised look. Her pretty eyes bulged and her flawless lips parted, looking at her superior who recommended her with utter shock. I watched as Sarah glanced at the innocently surprised girl and winked at her. Then, they both stared at me. Hold on, what's going on here? I had a bad feeling swelling from the pit of my stomach, but quickly subdued it. Sarah, what are you up to? It wasn't like I didn't have a fair idea, but why was she doing it? For what reason? It didn't seem like Maria put her up to it either. No, in the first place, the Helmsworth girl wasn't that kind of person. Ha, there's no point in overthinking things. If I lost my composure here, everything would just go down the drain. Even though Maria's addition was unprecedented, I simply had to compromise. To make it a perfect equation, I'll need to add one more person, then. Looking around the hall, my eyes spotted one person that would fit the job perfectly. Your Majesty, may I also make another recommendation? If you add both mine and Miss Sarah's suggestions, we'll have 7 members. That isn't a bad number, I said with a slight bow. The king appeared surprised that I too was changing my initial stance, but he didn't seem to intend on refusing me either. All right, Jared Leonard. Let us hear you out. Yes, Your Majesty. I would like to recommend Yvonne Smith, apprentice of the Eastern Kingdom's West Borders Fort. A loud noise emanated from behind me. The boy I had just called out made a surprised yelp, and then quickly covered his lips once he realized the error of his ways. Oh? Is there any specific reason for that? The king asked me. I witnessed his battle with a demon beast. The young man's growth and talent are simply too good to be wasted as an apprentice on the western border. I wish for him to see a wider world and improve himself. In the future, we would have many like Yvonne and Maria, those who explored the world to see just how large and diverse it truly was. I see. Very well, fortunately, the king readily agreed. Maria Helmsworth and Yvonne Smith. You will be participating as envoys of the Eastern Kingdom. Do you have any objections? And none at all, Your Majesty. Ivan spoke first, shouting more than necessary. The way he stiffly bowed caused me to laugh a bit. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maria gave a light bow and spoke in a calm, collected tone. Looking at her now, it seemed like the surprised expression she had before was only an illusion. As always, the girl gave a perfectly flawless performance. Looks like the only thing we have to wait for is the decision of the research department. King Albion stated, and then looked at me for confirmation. I nodded in response. The alliance is what I'm after. Everything else can be handled domestically, without my interference. Since my father, and other capable persons, were in the kingdom, I expected some progress and a good battle strategy from them. So, while I would spearhead the alliance, each kingdom would have control over its affairs at least to an extent. Ultimately, everything would sort itself out. Very well. Then, this meeting is hereby concluded. As expected, the king requested my audience after the meeting. The reason was due to what I wrote in my letter, about my intentions to speak with him on a sensitive matter. As we conversed, I made 3 pertinent issues known to him. One was the existence of spies within the Eastern Kingdom. There were likely to be quite a few among the noble households, and even within the royal court. Of course, I had my suspicions and candidates, but it wasn't exactly prudent to move conspicuously at this point. The best I could do was tell Albion lest Rome to be more careful when handling information. His court magician, one of the grand mages of the Eastern Kingdom, seemed like a reliable and smart person. So, I told the king to personally discuss the issue of spies with the man. Hopefully, he would find a more intelligent way to handle the problem. The second matter was the outcome of the Demon War. I predicted that their next strike would overlap with the time I was in the Elf Kingdom. As a result, the kingdom was on its own. I wasn't completely worried, though. Since I got enough information from Khan concerning the current position of the Demon Realm's hierarchy, I could predict their next move. If I was correct, then Zenkiel, the new Vert, would be in charge of the demon army. I once fought against an army led by his superior at the time, so none of their tactics were new to me. At the moment, I was working on some things on my end, but it would still take some time for everything to fall into place. Before that happened, though, I had no intentions of causing the Eastern Kingdom to fall behind. I'll be lending you some tools for this battle. I'll also tell you a few things to watch out for. That way, it'll minimize casualties. The king could only listen to my words at this point. Even if he had questions, it wasn't my intention to answer any of them. We were pressed for time, after all. The third and final subject of discussion was of course my reward for the services I had rendered. I didn't plan on settling for anything just yet, but it was best to let the king know that I wasn't going so far for nothing. He understood my stance, and also told me that he would reward me based on my accomplishments. I nearly laughed. If I was to calculate it, the entire Eastern Kingdom wouldn't be enough to pay for everything I intended on doing. Still, I planned on giving them a good discount. Once I'm done, I wonder what he'll offer me in exchange. That would indeed be a fun sight to see. Chapter 353. After leaving the presence of His Majesty, I found myself in the palace courtyard. The breeze of early morning tingled my nostrils, and I felt the cool embrace of the vanishing darkness. In a few hours, it would be dawn. Then, the real challenge would begin. As I enjoyed the fresh night breeze, I felt the subtle presence of someone approaching me. I figured you'd come to see me. I smiled, looking behind me. Still wearing his cloak and multitude of magic items, was one of the most important figures of the Eastern Kingdom. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you expected even this. He smiled. Well, you are a grand mage, after all. Since you're the closest to His Majesty, I expect that you'd have some concerns about me, and my plan. I smiled. Well, I'm glad you understand. The man, Ulrich Lendertwal, spoke in a polite manner. I knew very little about him, but I was certain about one thing. He's not my enemy. And so, I greeted him with a warm smile. He finally pulled down his hood, revealing the face he had hidden underneath. My eyes widened in mild surprise. I don't usually do this when I meet people, but I'll consider you an exception. A young man stood before me, speaking with a bright smile. He looked 20, no, even younger. According to what I had heard about him, he was older than the current king of the Eastern Kingdom. How was it possible that he looked younger? The answer was quite obvious, though. You used magic to keep your youth, I said to him in a mildly curious tone. His cloak was enchanted with magic that prevented recognition. That was why many people didn't know what he looked like. I could have peered beyond the blocking magic, but I decided not to. That would have brought unwarranted trouble. Still, who would have thought he would show his face to me? The man's white hair was the only thing that told me of his age. The rest of his pale, perfect skin didn't show me any sign of such. He had a mole under his right eye, and was adorned with some facial jewels, like a couple of earrings and even an eyebrow ring. They were all enchanted with magic. Ulrich Lendertwal looked more like an overdressed big brother, rather than a powerful grand mage. Jared Leonard, I have to discuss some things with you, if you don't mind. Of course, I wasn't going to refuse. I had some business with him too. Looking at the time, it would be more than enough for both of us to conclude what we wanted. After a little over an hour, Ulrich finally left. Before going, though, he whispered something and gave me a meaningful look. Looks like I'm not the only one who has business with you. His mischievous smile made me grin a bit as well. I had also noticed the presence of someone else. I thought they would leave after seeing that I was conversing with a grand mage, but that person remained till Ulrich was about to leave. Why? I probably knew the answer to that. Ulrich Lendertwal bade me farewell and vanished from sight. The moment he disappeared, I looked in the direction of the corner where my other visitor was standing. You can come out now. I know you've been waiting there. The person flinched as I spoke, moving slowly to reveal herself. As expected, it's you. Once she made her full appearance, I was once again at a loss for words. Maria Helmsworth. Her pretty eyes and captivating body hadn't diminished since the last time we spoke. No, it seemed she had gotten even more attractive. If there was a difference between then and now, it would be the change in height. Her body's structure had also morphed to a more mature look. The once innocent and childlike look in her eyes had transformed as well. Now, she donned a more ferocious look. You've grown, Maria, I smiled, approaching her where she stood. From what I could sense, her mana core was already at the gold core grade. How amazing was that? In simply 3 years, she had reached this far. Anna was still in the silver core grade, but I understood why. Unlike Maria, who was mostly focused on her growth as a mage, Anna was mainly a scholar. She spent a great deal of time in research and experiments, rather than actively practicing with her mana. Anna had invented quite a few things as well. Plus, with the new project I left in her care, as well as the books I entrusted to her, Anna was too busy to develop properly as a full-time mage. In a way, reaching silver core grade was already plenty impressive for her. Still, that didn't diminish Maria's current growth. Gold? Just how hard did you work to achieve this? My thoughts trailed as I finally reached her. The moment I was just inches from her, I stopped. Moving any closer would probably be uncomfortable for both of us. You were waiting for quite some time, Maria. What's the matter? Her face, stoic and calm, didn't flinch at my question. I wanted to talk about the envoy issue. Her speech faltered a bit. It was as though she wanted to say something else, but changed her mind mid-sentence. You'll be coming with us, right? It's in a few hours. Shouldn't you be resting as much as possible? My question seemed to have been the wrong one since Maria's eyes darkened once I finished speaking. I'm fine. Her tone was firm. Oh okay. I mean, she was a gold core grade mage. I was well aware that her capabilities were well honed, but common sense still demanded that one should rest before something so tasking. Well, I wasn't one to complain, considering the fact that I was guilty of the same offense. So, what would you like to talk about? I asked, staring into her icy blue eyes. Compared to the brightness in Anna's iris, Maria's looked a bit darker, more mature. Still, I sensed hesitation in her gaze. And so, I waited for her delicate lips to open, and for her smooth voice to be heard. Do you actually want me to come with you? Chapter 354. Do you actually want me to come with you? Maria's words hit me like a sledgehammer. Well, I expected something similar, but why was she asking such a direct question? Her personality probably made it difficult to be more roundabout with her words. And so, she waited for my answer with a calm look. Whether she comes or not probably depends on my response. Why are you asking? It's not like anything will change depending on my answer. I spoke, coyly avoiding any direct response to her question. Even if I didn't want her to go with us, Sarah's words were absolute. If it would inconvenience you, or the mission, in any way, then I'll make a petition to drop out. So, please, be honest with me. Once again, her earnestness caused my heart to squeeze. Am I disturbing you? The fact that she unflinchingly stared at me with her eyes was something that unnerved me a little. This girl, doesn't she get embarrassed or flustered? Even Anna wasn't this direct in our conversations. Even if she was, we were already pretty close, so I wouldn't consider it strange. But, Maria was almost a stranger to me. It was difficult talking to her when she was this forward about everything. Still, since she asked for the truth with such a steadfast personality, it was my duty to give it to return the favor. Then, I'll be honest with you, I said, making sure I maintained eye contact. Two can play this game. I didn't want anyone else except the 5 I initially mentioned. It wasn't that I don't want you per se, but I deemed anyone more than the initial 5 suggestions to be pointless additions. Once I said this, the look in her eyes darkened even more. It was only subtle, but I could tell that her mood had changed. I see. Then, it's best not trouble you and. I wasn't finished, I said, interrupting her obviously downcast voice. Her face was currently turned away from me, most likely to avoid any embarrassing display, but now was the time to strike. That was my initial position. After Sarah mentioned you, I probably still felt the same way. I see, her voice seemed even weaker. But, with you before me now, that position has changed somewhat. Once I said this, she sharply looked in my direction. Both surprise and slight satisfaction were now displayed in her eyes. No matter how one tried to hide their emotions, their eyes couldn't completely fool another person. Eyes were a window to the soul, after all. You've grown, Maria. I didn't realize it before since I was busy, but now. I smiled, placing my hand on her shoulder. Since I was taller, it was an effortless action. Standing opposite each other in the dark courtyard, I felt the tense atmosphere lift. I want you to come with us. After all, I'm interested in you now. How much you've grown. How powerful you've become. What your training regiment is like. How being in the Imperial forces has helped you. So many questions ran through my mind. Rather than simply asking, it would be nice to have her by my side to see for myself. I see, her voice faltered even more and, once again, she looked away from me. Haha. So you indeed get flustered, don't you? I mused. Is that all you wanted to ask? Why yet, she murmured, and then, her eyes darted to my hand which was still on her shoulder. Oh, sorry about that. I stuttered, quickly withdrawing my hand. For a moment, I saw her eyes waver once I stepped away. Was it relief, or disappointment? Either way, it was all over in a flash. I should go now. Like you said. I should rest. Maria said, stepping back from me. But you said you were fine, my mind trailed as I stared at her. To be honest, it would be nice if we could converse a bit more. I was curious about how she had been. Plus, I also wanted to ask about Stefan, and other Inslark adventures while we were at it. But, before I could even raise any topic, the girl was already a far distance from me. Well, I suppose we'll meet soon, I murmured, looking at her as she left. There wasn't much to do at the moment, but it was never too late to get busy with more training, right? In a spark of lightning and a surge of energy, I vanished from the courtyard. Thump thump thump. Maria Helmsworth's heart raced with every step she took. Her pale face was now flushed with bright pink as she walked away. It would seem as though her eyes were teary, but it was simply because of the overwhelming emotion that assailed her. Why am I so? She screamed internally. Being a prim and proper lady was something Maria had always displayed. Never had she let any person see an unsightly aspect of her. Despite being young, her family, one of the ducal households, made sure she was perfect in any way. That was partially the reason behind her usually calm and cold demeanor. However, everything nearly came crashing down on one fateful day. The day of the Inslark entrance exams. It was the first time she had met Jared Leonard. Initially, it was just a passing recognition. He's handsome. He has a good physique. He's also articulate and carries himself with composure. Observing her surroundings and those around her was one of the things she did to keep herself busy. Still, she hadn't felt like anything about him stood out. Then, when his argument with Stefan reached a crescendo, the boy made the most shocking move. He approached her, drew close to her face and asked her the most absurd question. Am I disturbing you? That was the first question that started everything. The boy was brazen enough to approach her so directly. While he might not have known of her status, wasn't it already clear to many people that she was someone special? Besides, there was no way he hadn't seen her magic performance. Even when she didn't add those into consideration, her attractive appearance was enough to make men fall for her. So, why? How could he have been so straightforward with her? It wasn't until later that Maria realized just what kind of person Jared Leonard was. It turned out that the special one among the two of them wasn't her, but him. Chapter 355. And so, as time progressed, the question Jared had asked her slowly turned the other way around. Maria began to feel it, her inadequacy. Am I disturbing him? That question kept bothering her. So many things had happened, and now, she had, for the first time, asked him to his face. In all honesty, she expected her heart to be shattered. Even though she had trained very hard, Jared surprised her in the royal court. It was clear that he had reached another height that she couldn't comprehend. Would someone like him really not find her bothersome? However, upon hearing his unexpected answer, Maria was shocked, to say the least. I'm interested in you. Maria's cheeks reddened even more. How does he not get embarrassed? He really said that with a straight face. She couldn't deny that those words made her happy, though. Even if she hadn't quite measured up to his abilities, she knew that her abilities had vastly improved from the time when they were together at Inslark. It had been 3 whole years. A lot had changed now. For one, the girl who was always with him was nowhere to be found. That's right. Anna was currently absent. This was Maria's perfect opportunity. I'll show you, Jared, a whisper escaped her lips. Of all the men she had ever met, this was the only guy who got her so hung up on him. Until she proved herself and answered that question with her abilities, Maria surmised that she wouldn't be able to rest. I'll prove that I can be useful to him too. Then, after that, will he finally? A distant thought appeared in her head as she touched the shoulder on which Jared had placed his hand. The moment the image appeared, Maria shook off the perverted idea that popped up alongside it. It's too soon. Too soon. She wasn't even an adult yet, how could Jared intend on marriage at this point? In a year's time, maybe. That meant she had only a year to prove that she wasn't being a bother. All right. I can do this. Jared already said he was interested, right? That was the first step. Hopefully, their time together would give Maria lots of opportunities to prove to him, and herself, that she was capable enough. I can do this. With that repetitive thought echoing in her mind, Maria Helmsworth returned to her quarters. Rest was important, after all. Looks like everyone is here. Am I late? Sorry. Ha ha ha. I had to take care of so many things. Forgive me, ha 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 ha. The current person speaking was none other than the representative of the research department. Well, calling him a representative was an understatement. Hi. My name is Bradford Levyfield. I'm the current head of the research department. Please take good care of me. That's right. The current middle-aged, shabbily bearded man was none other than the overall head of research in the Eastern Kingdom. His bright personality and overly energetic exuberance made me cringe for some reason. At the moment, almost every member of the envoy was gathered. We were currently at the lounge area of the capital's main gate. It was an interior area made to house important individuals before they entered the city. Every large settlement needed to have one of these places. In case the important person's visit was sudden, or it was a suspicious person, there had to be a secure place used to keep them temporarily. We had been waiting here for our last two members when our newcomer, Bradford Levyfield, showed up. The man who introduced himself to all of us seemed friendly and harmless, yet why was I feeling so uncomfortable? I glanced around to see the expressions of everyone else. I could tell that they all, with the exception of Maria, thanks to her lull face, felt the same way I did. Apparently, this man, Bradford Levyfield, was late because he had to delegate tasks to his subordinates so that he could come with us. Was he hoping for a vacation, or? Man, I can't wait. When I heard that we would be exploring strange lands, seeing more things beyond the kingdom, I realized that I had to go. The king readily agreed, so I'm so happy right now. The more I heard of King Albion, the more I was beginning to see him as a pushover. He probably didn't want to deal with this guy for very long, so the king just approved. Since his presence of absence wouldn't exactly affect the plan, I had to accept things as they were. Glad to have you on board, Bradford Levyfield. My name is Jared Leonard, pleased to make your acquaintance. I suppressed MG dissatisfaction and stretched out my hand. Whoosh! In a flash, he lunged out both of his and shook mine violently. So, you're the great Jared Leonard, eh? You look much younger than I expected. So you'll be our team leader, right? I look forward to working with you. The man kept yammering on. Well, he's wrong about one thing. Ahem. An obvious excuse for a cough rang out. Oh? What is it, Fabian? The oddball, Bradford, called the prince by his regular name. That was an obvious sign of familiarity, or disrespect. I didn't think Fabian would be well acquainted with this guy. Shouldn't you address me formally? Fabian responded harshly. As I thought, they weren't at all acquainted. Oh, please. Formality isn't my thing. Besides, I even call Albion by his name, so don't take offense, K. Pfft. I uncontrollably burst out with a mild snicker. I couldn't help it. Well, that's a good way to live, sir. Can I also address you informally too? I laughed, shaking Bradford's hand too. Definitely. Call me Bradford. Even though his beard looked too full, and his overexcited personality was a pain, I couldn't despise people like this. Whatever. In any case, you're wrong about the leader of this envoy, Bradford. Our dear Killjoy, Prince Fabian emphasized. He was right, though. Oh? Who's the leader, then? Who else, you dunce? Damien Lawcroft burst out, apparently unable to control himself any longer. His Highness, the Prince is here. Of course, he will be leading the expedition. Chapter 356. His Highness, the Prince is here. Of course, he will be leading the expedition. Damien Lawcroft declared with enthusiasm. Bradford looked at me for confirmation, most likely finding it hard to believe that someone as pathetic as Fabian would be taking the lead. However, I gave him a slight sigh and shrugged. After this, though, I winked at the sharp man. Ho ho. I see. He caught my signal and laughed. My mistake, then. Let's get along then, Fabian. You too, Damien. Both the prince and his assistant looked extremely pissed off, but any more display of their dissatisfaction would simply sully their honor and non-existent authority. So, they grudgingly accepted the enthusiasm of our newest member. Bradford went on to greet Yvonne, who looked to be in awe of the man. His brother, Morrow, was also a researcher and magic engineer, so he must have mentioned Bradford to him quite a few times. After greeting the sheepish Yvonne, Bradford went on to speak to Maria. Her reaction, as expected, was completely bland and calm, the complete contrast to Bradford Levy Field. It was like pouring cold, icy water on heated flames. The sight was quite funny to see. Oh? Looks like everyone is here already. The voice of our final participant rang out. Hearing her made me smile unconsciously, and I glanced in her direction. Sarah. I heard you were coming. This is so sweet. Bradford yelled and dashed in her direction. This guy, even to Sarah? I asked internally, somehow looking forward to how things would turn out. Bradford. So you decided to come? That's so great. Ha ha ha. To my surprise, or rather, should I have been surprised, Sarah and Bradford hugged and exchanged what I could only describe as friendship handshakes and fist bumps. Of course. Why didn't I see this coming? In terms of personality, they were almost the same, weren't they? Nice day we have today, isn't it? You are welcome, Miss Sarah. I smiled, moving closer to the Grand Mage. Everyone else bowed in her presence except Fabian, of course. Please, call me Sarah, Jared. I believe we've reached that point, as per our agreement. What's with these people and their preference for informal speech? It wasn't like I had a complaint, though. This was perfect for me. All right, Sarah. I smiled back, staring into her confident vermilion eyes. Well, well, well. Since we're all here, why don't we head off? I couldn't agree more. And so, we all left the room. There was no grand parade. It wasn't necessary. Besides, since we left at the first sign of dawn, the entire city wasn't quite awake yet. The envoy mission was abrupt, but also urgent. That was why, even when we arrived at the entrance, or rather, exit of the capital, there was no crowd bidding us farewell. Other than the Titan security that bowed before us, no one could be seen. So, they already took care of this place, I smiled, looking at the spot where my golem had caused a ruckus just some hours ago. The capital sure moved fast. So, how exactly do we get to the Elf Kingdom? Has anyone here been there before? Sarah said, looking around her. For the first time, someone actually asked the question. Who would have thought that the sensible one would be her? All eyes instantly narrowed on me. I indeed told the king to leave the means of transportation to me. To be honest, even if we used the kingdom's finest transit tool, we would never reach the Elf Kingdom in time. We had less than 3 days to make our debut, but merely a journey to the border would take longer than that. I was fast enough to get there in time. Sarah was most likely the same. But, can the others keep up? I knew the answer to that. Which was why, a simple solution was best. We'll teleport there. My tone was nonchalant and calm, but everyone looked at me with shock. What? Some people were surprised that I actually thought such a thing was possible. Some were disappointed that that was my plan all along. And Maria simply looked stoic. It confused me on what her actual take on the matter was. Fortunately, it's possible. He can do it. Ivan came to my rescue. He looked at me with a bright smile and nodded. After experiencing my power firsthand, he had actually grown. I could tell that he was more broad-minded than before. Besides, I did give them some demon beast corpses using space magic. He must have surmised that I was capable of teleportation as well. That's right. It'll simply be faster if we went by teleportation. We'll arrive there in an instant. I smiled at everyone with confidence. At least, almost all of them were in the king's palace when I gave my speech. They must have known that my confidence wasn't without reason. Sigh. Very well. We'll go with Jared's plan. Fabian said, trying to exert his authority as our leader at the last minute. I found the whole thing amusing, considering the fact that no one except Damien Lawcroft actually considered him to be our leader. Still, I let him believe in his delusions. That way, he would be happy and not completely stand in my way. From what I see, he's oddly easy to manipulate. No wonder he has that guy as his personal assistant. Pfft. Since everyone was prepared. Fabian Lestrome, Damien Lawcroft, Yvonne Smith, Maria Helmsworth, Bradford Levyfield. I activated a spell card I had in my pocket. It contained an instant teleportation spell. This was similar to the card I used against Legris Damien, so it would disappear after a single use. Still, I preferred using it instead of an arcana. A bright blue light enveloped our crew, and everyone was surrounded by a massive magic circle. The spell activated in less than a second, and we all felt our bodies warp. One final word, everyone, I smiled. They all looked at me, wondering what I would utter when we were almost at our destination. We're going into enemy territory, so, get ready for combat. I could see Fabian freeze up. What are you? He made to speak, but the teleportation was done before he could finish his statement. And so, we finally vanished from the capital in a burst of blue and white radiance. Chapter 357. Freya was conflicted. As she watched her hometown burn in fiery purple flames, she couldn't do anything but watch. Even as she was clad in her silver armor, and her white hair fluttered with the wind. She bit her lip in anger and frustration. Evil demons, was all she could mutter. The cliff she stood on was far enough that the beasts could not hear her, and her voice wasn't loud enough to agitate anyone. This was simply the spite she carried within herself. The Elf Kingdom's eastern border had fallen prey to an onslaught of demons. An approximate amount of 300 had struck them, rendering their flimsy defenses obsolete. Unlike the humans and dwarves, elves were not very keen on technology and magic engineering. They believed in the free gift of nature. And so, while they excelled well at potions and alchemy, they were never able to fully master the aggressive natures of magic. But, even with that, their race had a higher affinity for the arts compared to any other, coming second only to the fairies. Elemental magic was their forte, and many elves had attained a level of utilizing original magic, and mana field. Yet, none could fight back against the horde of demons for one specific reason. Racial weakness. Miasma was extremely harmful to the genes of the elves. Being exposed to pure mana had its advantages. Longevity and youthful exuberance was a free gift of nature, given to the elves thanks to their direct interaction with positive energy. Their high affinity for magic was also a result of this. But, alongside those advantages came a critical consequence. The elves were very weak against miasma. Their bodies nearly gave out if they so much as got a whiff of it, and exposure to the energy for 10 minutes would kill an elf. No, if the miasma was strong enough, 5 minutes would be plenty to live. That was why their efforts to defeat the demon beasts had been utterly crushed. In the end, the beings of nature could only resort to the second option containing the threat. They had erected barricades with earth magic, and strengthened the structures with mana. It took the combined efforts of all the elf soldiers to achieve this result. Yet, they were barely able to keep up the defense. As miasma ate through their mana defense, they had to keep supplying energy to maintain the barrier. Still, how much longer would they be able to last? At their current rate, not much longer. When will reinforcements come? Freya murmured, once again staring at the horde of demon beasts. They seemed to be up to something, but she didn't take their movements too much into consideration. No matter what they did, the barrier would hold. The problem was what would happen once the elves ran out of mana. As for her question on backup, Freya knew it was useless to ask. It would take about 3 days, at least, for the elf capita to dispatch the appropriate level of reinforcements to handle the threat facing them. In fact, perhaps she was being too optimistic. Still, hope was the only thing she could give herself in such a situation. Even though she had been the one managing security on the eastern border, Freya had failed her mission woefully. As a result, countless of her people suffered casualties. Powerlessness and frustration. Those two emotions could only be sated by the feeling of hope that help would soon arrive. However, in a burst of malevolent energy, all the demon beasts roared and poured their blasts in one direction. The ground shook, causing Freya's eyes to bulge as she took proper note of what had happened. And no. Her voice matched the shock in her green eyes. The enemy forces had broken down the barricade everyone had worked so hard to erect. How could this? Her grinding teeth were displayed as she hatefully glared at the demon beasts from the cliff where she stood. General Freya! Someone called out to her from behind. The white-haired elf sharply turned in the direction of the one who called for her. It was one of her subordinates, wearing a distinguished armor that glimmered with bronze. It was her deputy Maya. General Freya, the demon beasts have. I am well aware, I saw it. Did anything happen to the ones maintaining the barrier? Not at all. It came as a surprise to us all. Freya was trying to understand how they were able to break free. Nothing was wrong with the entrapment, so what could have gone wrong? That. Her green eyes bulged the instant she realized it. That was what they had been up to all along. The density of miasma in the atmosphere had vastly increased, strengthening the demon beasts. Not only had their destructive blasts gotten much stronger, but they had all focused their attacks in a single direction. That was the last straw. The spread-out barrier couldn't have handled such a bombardment and ended up falling. What do we do now? Maya asked her leader. At this point, they had run out of options. Can another barrier be erected? It was a foolish question to ask, but Freya's optimism was not to be underestimated. And no. Everyone is tired just from maintaining the fallen barrier. Erecting a new one is not possible. That was the obvious answer. Freya, as an insightful elf as well as their leader, should have been aware of this already. I see, she spoke bitterly. Reality is often disappointing, and so the elves had to face the cold truth. We have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. And sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Maya knew what her leader meant by holding out. She realized that death and excruciating one awaited them all. Yet, she did not argue. This was the only choice at this point. Understood. In a flash, Maya shrouded herself with mana and flew at full speed, most likely assembling the troops to form an orderly brigade. Until they were organized enough to barricade the demon beasts, though, Freya knew it was her duty to buy them more time. Ha! Wicked demons, she spoke, now having an angry look in her eyes. Death was right beneath her. Should she leave the cliff, only one end was certain for her. Still, Freya plunged into the abyss. For the Elf King Duaum. Chapter 358. Hey 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 hey! Freya yelled as she descended from the tall cliff, plunging straight for the demon beasts beneath. Thick clouds of purple smoke filled the area, and even someone as powerful as her would fall within 5 minutes. Was this also her optimism, or? Regardless, she refused to give in to the creeping fear that plagued her. Being alive for over 100 years was nothing especially spectacular to an elf, but, her life had been somewhat full, hadn't it? If it was for the sake of her comrades, Freya knew she would gladly give her life in a heartbeat. Still, was her sacrifice going to be in vain? 5 minutes. That was all she could buy for everyone. It sounded like a cruel joke, but, that was the unfortunate reality she had been saddled with. Your opponent is me. Her voice got the attention of the monsters who were already planning on leaving their barricaded prison. The barrage of flames that she sent their way was a nice welcome present, causing several of them to burn thanks to the intensity of her strike. Now stopping their giant bodies thanks to the annoying interference of a single elf, the beasts glared in Freya's direction. Guru. A mix of monsters and demonic influence were the beings who stood before Freya. The demon beasts were ruthless and complete savages. Unlike elves who had more refined methods of using magic, they simply used brute force to decimate their enemies. Coke. Freya could already feel the effects of the miasma hitting her body. She had used mana to protect herself, but the thick miasma had already damaged her protective layer. I need to make it stronger, so I can last longer. Freya stiffened her expression and returned the glare of her enemies. Come! She said, summoning her spirit blade. A sword forged with her mana and the environment's energy using materials from the world tree as a catalyst. Only a few had the privilege of holding such a weapon. The blade's power ran through Freya's body, and she felt a huge spike in her abilities. Gura. The 300 monsters lunged at her. If I don't deal decisive hits, they'll keep healing. Fatal strikes were the only things she had to achieve. Whoosh! She leaped into action, allowing the little mana around her to carry her body as she glided through the air. Elves utilized the aid of surrounding mana in any endeavor they did. With only miasma pervading the area, Freya could only rely on her own mana pool, making her unable to fight with all she had. Still, complaints were useless in battle. What she had to do hadn't changed. With beautifully fluid motions, she cut down her first demon beast with her blade, quickly lunging toward the next one. Wasting no movement and ensuring her goal was the immediate deaths of her enemies, Freya killed the second one, and then moved to the third. However, a dark pulse of immense power pushed her away. Her body was assailed by shock and the immediate invasion of miasma. And no! Her protective layer had vanished, allowing the negative energy to seep into her body. It was rapid and completely unexpected. Freya's green eyes bulged upon realizing that the effects of her corruption were far greater than what she had expected. Of course, it would be. Compared to the first time the demon beasts invaded, the miasma density had risen to an unprecedented amount. Gark! She coughed out darkened blood and felt her body turn against her. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to last 3 minutes. Even in that period, Freya was completely powerless, unable to mold any mana to defend herself. Before she got a proper grasp of her bearing, her eyes spotted the hulking demon beasts. They surrounded her, outnumbering her line figure 300 to 1. She could see the utterly wicked gaze they gave her, as well as their malevolent grins. She was powerless, unable to resist. And then... Pow! Arg! A kick directly to her stomach sent the elf flying into the air. Her armor, which had already been corroded by the miasma, shattered apart, leaving her bare skin completely open to the harsh embrace of darkness. The time left toward her death shortened drastically. Still, if that was all, then perhaps Freya would have been able to die a somewhat uneventful death. However, the demon beasts were not so merciful. Pow! Yet another hit this time, a punch was sent to her bare face, causing the white-haired elf to cough out more blood and groan in agony. Boom! She crashed upon the dark, corrupt ground. A place that once bustled with life and exuberance was now withering away, thanks to miasma. Pug! More darkened blood, spilled out. At this point, Freya had completely lost all her hope and optimism. She, a mere shell of her former self, was now completely wasted. Not only had she received external injuries, but the internal situation of her body was far worse. The poison has spread everywhere. In a few seconds, she would be dead. Even then, the demon beasts would not let her be. Her death would be anything but peaceful. Still, they could have at least left her to rot away. But, no. The hulking figures surrounded her once more, ready to resume their barrage of hardcore punches and kicks until the elven body was nothing more than a broken toy, a useless lump of meat. These sadistic beings were that depraved. I'm so sorry everyone, Freya's thoughts trailed as she realized her fate. Pain. Unbearable agony seared through her. Yet, all Freya could think of were her comrades, and her family. Her mother. Her father. Her 2 brothers. And, she couldn't forget, her annoying cousin. Freya's end was near. No, it had already arrived. So, just as she was taught, she accepted it wholeheartedly. Even if she didn't want to, the elf realized that letting go was the only path to relief. Regrets assailed her, but she had done all she could do. Maya, everyone. I leave the rest to you. However, even in the depths of her despair, something crept up from within her. Her unfading optimism. Reinforcements, please. It could have been a death wish, but Freya prayed with all her might. Help us. That was her final duty, as the first princess of the Elf Kingdom. Chapter 359. Stale silence before death would have been preferable. However, all that rang in Freya's ears as she lost consciousness were the arrogant squeals of the demon beasts. They raised their fists and readied their kicks, ready to assail her already beat-up body until it was nothing but useless lumps of meat. It wasn't exactly a dignified exit, but, at this point, nothing more could be done. Their blows descended. Freya's blurry vision went dark. And then... An explosive blast of destruction was heard, felt through her entire body. Suddenly, Freya felt relieved. Her body was light, and the pain that assailed her subsided. Was she finally dead? Was this how death felt like? Had she finally escaped the horrors that awaited her? As she felt the warmth around her, as well as the peaceful silence enveloping her, Freya smiled to herself. This isn't so bad. The hell is this pervert talking about? A voice rang through her pointed ears. It was not her voice. SHH. Don't say something like that. Another voice spoke up. Shouldn't we cover her up too? Ah, that's right. Here, you do it. The rest of us should look away. Freya couldn't understand what was happening. Who were the ones speaking? The answer to her question would be answered once she opened her eyes, and so she did. Rather than the darkness she had been surrounded with before death, when she opened her eyes, Freya felt the brightness of the sun tingle her eyes. She was forced to squint them, slowly getting accustomed to the newfound illumination that now seemed strange. Looks like she's awake. She didn't hear me, did she? She probably did. Just shut up, Yvonne. Freya's eyes widened upon realizing, she hadn't been dreaming. Actual people were talking around her. What is? She sprang up, seating upright as she looked around her. Her eyes bulged upon seeing 6 people around her. Their appearance was similar to hers, except, they didn't have long ears. They weren't very attractive as well, except for 2. And they were both women. The scenery looked similar to the one she left when she was still alive. However, unlike the miasma-infested area, Freya found her surrounding to be quite refreshing, filled with mana. Just taking in a few breaths made her feel so much better. It wasn't according to her expectations, neither was it accurate with what the elders had told her, but, could this perhaps be? Am I in heaven? The people surrounding her were probably angels of some sort, right? The fuck? One rather unruly one with red hair muttered. Whap! A smack was sent to his back that very instant. Shut up, Yvonne. She's just confused. Ow! You didn't have to hit me, though. What did you just say? And nothing, ma'am. Freya watched the weird exchange between a silver-haired girl and the impudent red-haired man. It was looking and sounding less and less like the paradise she had often heard of in lore. Hey, girl! I wouldn't move so much if I were you. One of the 6 people spoke up, pointing in her direction. It was at that moment that Freya took a good look at herself. Her naked body was currently covered with a large sheet of fabric. However, thanks to her squirming a lot, the cloth was falling off. Kya! Freya squealed in embarrassment, sharply raising the sheet to cover herself. Her ears and cheeks were beet red, and her eyes wavered in embarrassment. As an elf, she had been taught to protect her chastity above all else. To think even after death, such teachings would remain ingrained in her thoughts and actions. Why is she acting so surprised? It's not like we haven't seen it be. Another smack descended on the red-haired youth. Freya's face was flushed with even more embarrassment. Of the 6 people present, 4 were men. And the fact that they saw her naked meant the elf wanted to die of embarrassment. Oh, wait! I'm already dead, she cried even more. To her surprise, though, the people surrounding her gave her looks as though she was crazy. Just so you know, elf girl, you're not dead. The red-haired woman among those that surrounded her spoke. Yet. You're very much alive. This is your hometown. We simply saved you from dying and took care of the demon beasts. So, you're welcome. Freya couldn't believe her ears. She wasn't dead? And the demon beasts were obliterated? But, how was that possible? Does that mean, you're back up? Freya murmured. Well, that's one way of putting it, the red-haired woman spoke with a shrug. The elf was even more confused. Rationally speaking, backup shouldn't have arrived anytime soon. Even if they did, would they have been able to wrap up the incident so swiftly? Besides, the people around her didn't look like elves. In fact, based on their appearance and behavior, she could only fit them into one description. Humans. But, even then, why would such a race be here? Many thoughts swirled in her mind, but, Freya knew that it wasn't time to be so confused and flustered, especially now that she knew she wasn't dead. You please, who are? We're envoys from the Eastern Kingdom, Princess. A voice came from behind her. Freya's eyes bulged as she sharply turned to the person who approached her. Greetings, Elf Princess. A blonde-haired boy bowed slightly and gave her a slight smile. On his hands were her silver armor and spirit sword. They were nearly held and handled with care, showing that he understood their relevance. Adding to the fact that he greeted her with etiquette, Freya instantly understood that he was a different breed from the others she had been conversing with. Envoys of the Eastern Kingdom, you say? She murmured. As she thought, they were humans. I am certain that you have many questions, but now is not the appropriate time. He spoke calmly, not forgetting to address her with absolute courtesy. Freya could hear voices behind her saying stuff like she was a princess. I didn't know, and also damn, you ruined everything, Yvonne, but she completely ignored them. The boy standing before her was more important. Why yeah, you're right. The elf princess said with a slightly embarrassed smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, envoys from the east. Even if she was still inappropriately attired, Freya felt the need to return his courtesy. My name is Freya Vindil, first princess of the elf kingdom. The blonde nodded and smiled, once again bowing to her. His performance was exquisite. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Jared Leonard. May the spirits bless our meeting. Chapter 360. When we first arrived, all that surrounded us was darkness. The atmosphere was thick with miasma, and I felt the density of malevolence wafting through the air. It didn't take me a moment to instantly connect to the environment using spellcraft. I heard a voice croak out weakly. It belonged to an elf, one who was close to death. Multiple monstrous figures encompassed her, looking depraved as they grinned with satisfaction. Their builds were slightly different from the ones that invaded the Eastern Kingdom, but they shared the same features. That is, their monstrous appearance and the miasma they exuded. We had arrived at a bad time. The demon beasts were already loose and a conflict had started. This could be a good opportunity, I found myself thinking with a grin. The more desperate our potential allies were, the better it was for us. However, in one straight thrust, one of the envoys I was with, Sarah herself, decimated the demon beasts that had gathered around the elf. Just like that, with a single hit they were all destroyed. I found the sight completely ridiculous, considering the fact that she hadn't even been using mana just a moment earlier. No fusion magic or mage transformation. Just raw ability, I thought to myself, staring at the grinning woman. It seemed that I had to update my earlier evaluation of her. Ha 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 ha. She laughed, not even minding the dense miasma around us. Of course, for the others, I had used spellcraft to make sure we were unaffected. Still, with or without my assistance, I doubted she would be in any real discomfort. I decimated the enemy. What now? Sarah smiled, looking at me. Why are you asking me? Don't we have a leader? I nearly rolled my eyes as the thought popped up. Our capable captain, Fabian, was still shaken from Sarah's overwhelming display of power. The miasma around didn't help matters either. I surmised that he was probably reliving the trauma he faced during the demonic disturbance. Well, for one, try to avoid collateral damage, I said with a soft, meaningful smile. Her earlier strike had not only decimated the demon beasts, but would have also claimed the entire body of the elf that was stuck at the center. If I hadn't used spellcraft to protect her from my distance, not even a speck from her would remain. Let's avoid as many sacrifices as we can, okay? I smiled. Okay, noted. The woman nodded. Well, that's surprising. I didn't think she'd listen so easily. I suppose, since she was a superior officer, she understood what priority signified in a mission. Now, then, we should resolve matters here as soon as possible, I said, turning to the remaining members of our team. They must have been prepared for combat, especially after what I told them before teleporting here. It was a shame that Sarah one-shot all the adversaries. I'll get rid of the surrounding miasma and also salvage whatever stuff I can find. You people should check on the unconscious elf. People like Fabian and Damien looked dissatisfied with my concise orders. Would you like to input something? I asked with a raised eyebrow. We'll do as you have said. But, please don't forget who the actual leader of this operation is. Let's avoid any form of insubordination. Damien spoke on behalf of his precious prince. There were quite a bunch of things I could have said to the man right there and then, but I decided to be patient. Sure. With my snappy response, I got to work. The clouds of miasma that were hanging around were too raw and unrefined even for me. That was why it took me some minutes to completely dissolve and absorb all the negative energy around. First, I gathered everything in one spot. Then, after separating the unnecessary elements, I finalized the process and collected the miasma. After I was done, I turned around and found that the elf was already awake. She had also healed of all her injuries thanks to the healing spell I cast on her with Spellcraft. At my current level of mastery, it wasn't difficult to use advanced spells at a far distance. She was covered in cloth to cover her nakedness, and her expression looked flustered. However, that wasn't what caught my attention. White hair. Don't tell me. At that moment, a distant memory played in my head and I quickly understood that the person I had just saved was royalty. It was beyond my expectations, but I immediately considered such a coincidence to be a stroke of luck. Why don't I make her a bit more indebted to me? My grin widened. While utilizing spellcraft, I became one with my surroundings. Using sensory magic to expand my perception, I could detect even the slightest details around me. Thanks to this, it was easy for me to find fragments of one of the most important of such an elf's personal effects, namely, her spirit weapon. I also managed to detect pieces of her magic armor as well and repaired both of them. Controlling them freely, I brought them to me and properly carried them before approaching the group. Hopefully, they haven't offended the royal elf yet, I thought to myself, though still wondering why such a high-standing member of society would be involved in such a battle. A faint idea popped up in my head, causing me to muse a little. The royal family probably wanted to keep her safe from harm's way, and so sent her to the most peaceful area of their kingdom, the eastern border. They never would have predicted that the first strike would come from there. It was ironic, but the opposite of their intentions had come to pass. Good thing we arrived, I smiled, critically observing the girl. The image of someone overlapped with hers. I didn't even realize when I started to smile as a result of such a bittersweet memory. Arg, what am I thinking at this point? Quickly snapping myself from dwelling on the past, I heaved a sigh and tightened my resolve. Well, let's make a good first impression, shall we? Chapter 361. Visitors, I once again thank you for your mighty efforts in subduing our enemies. Freya was seated opposite me. No, all of us. A desk separated her from us, and an empty chair was placed directly facing her. Our group stood behind the chair. That's for our representative, no doubt. I observed silently. Behind her were 6 elves who served as her guards. One, in particular, looked slightly different, having a more distinguished armor. She's most likely the deputy, I thought. They were most likely organized in order to match our numbers. That made the members on both sides 7 each, a total of 14. I could sense their hesitation and skepticism despite how well they tried to hide it. After saving Freya from the demon beasts and purifying the area, her guards arrived at the site. They were initially wary of us, but Freya told them to back down and even treat us with absolute courtesy. As strangers in Elven land, it wouldn't be strange if we were suspected or handled roughly. However, considering the fact that we had just saved them from definite destruction, the elves had enough common sense to be polite to us. It wasn't just out of goodwill, but also caution, maybe a hint of fear. If they can defeat those monstrosities, and disperse that thick cluster of miasma, how powerful are they? The elves must have been thinking that way. I also apologize for the unsightly state you found me back then. Freya continued. Her tone and expression were completely different from back then. At this moment, she indeed looked like genuine royalty. I smiled slightly and seized the initiative. It couldn't be helped, Princess. We also apologize for our abrupt visit. A bow accompanied my words. I saw Freya smile a bit upon seeing my gesture. Nothing gave elves a better impression of another than their etiquette. Even if I was a human, my regard toward her and her people had earned me quite a high level of favorability. That much I was sure of. Thank you for your understanding. Apologies for my rudeness, but since this is a matter involving our 2 nations, I ask that your representative have a seat. As I expected. My smile widened, and I didn't move a single muscle. That would be me, then. Fabian stepped forward from our composed row, and he flashed his royal smile at our elf audience. Forgive my mistake. I thought your representative would be. Freya turned in my direction. NGH. Fabian stifled an angry groan. I nearly broke into a laugh, but I controlled myself. This was an important meeting between two sides of royalty. Let's stay out of it. Apologies for the confusion. I am a member of our kingdom's envoy. Our representative is none other than the man before you, Fabian Lestrome Indieval. He is a member of royalty, prince and third son of His Majesty, King Albion Lestrome Indieval himself. Still sticking to my polite speech, I did Damien Lawcroft's job and introduced our leader. I see, Freya whispered, stealing a glance at Fabian. Indeed. As representatives of our respective kingdoms, let us have a good discourse. The idiot prince flashed yet another smile. The other members of our team, as well as the elves, were completely silent. We all had to give reverence to royalty. Then, please have your seat. With Freya's permission, Fabian sat down and drew Damien closer to himself, same as how Freya had her deputy close by. The rest of us were a considerable distance off. Now, then, shall we begin this meeting? We certainly discussed if it could be called that about a lot of things. First was our motive for coming to the Elf Kingdom unannounced, and the fact that they had not sensed our arrival since we came using teleportation magic. Fabian did his best to answer properly, and his etiquette was considerably good. When it came to Eastern Kingdom standards, he was impeccable. His confidence and diplomacy were commendable. I had to admit, I was no match for his skills with words. Unfortunately, he made one fundamental error. He's speaking to Freya as a fellow delegate, as an equal. Elf standards weren't so simple. For humans, who had a great deal of pride and ego, when two representatives met, both sides would try as much as possible not to appear weak. This is to ensure that the other side didn't look down on their kingdom or have a condescending opinion. Using this logic, Fabian spoke with quite a good amount of confidence and pride. After all, he was a prince speaking to a princess. That's not how it should go. Elves already had their immutable opinions on humans. While they weren't completely discriminatory, their racist qualities ran deep. Just as how humans couldn't help seeing cattle or monkeys as what they were, elves had their strict opinion of humans. Of course, it wasn't as extreme as comparing us to animals, but we were still pretty inferior to them in terms of culture and society. Fabian didn't know this, so he ran his mouth without restraint. He doesn't notice how rigid her ears have become, and how they twitch at some moments. It wasn't just Freya, the other elves also showed such signs. That showed just how annoyed they were at Fabian. If I didn't step in soon, perhaps things would turn out even worse. Which was why. Princess, I truly apologize for the brazen speech of our representative, as well as his lack of consideration in the tone he used. As we are only human, I hope you forgive us for this mistake. As expected, the mood quickly switched. I accept your apology, Jared Leonard. Are you truly certain that you are not the actual representative? Her actions were rude to Fabian, a royal in his own right, at best. But, who was I to judge? I also quite enjoyed his flushed face as he stared at me with a "what the hell are you doing" look in his eyes. No, not at all, princess. I wouldn't be so rude as to lie to someone of your person. Understood. Then, I will keep your words in mind as we further our conversation. Chapter 362. Afterward, we proceeded with the discussion and talked about the proposed alliance. As expected, Freya was in no position to give a response, so she could only speak around the subject. You will need to have an audience with my mother, Queen of the Elf Kingdom. That means you will need to journey to the elf capital. All of these were within expectation. Usually, unwelcome guests would never be able to go beyond the border city of the elf nation, but our positions were more favorable since they were in our debt. While you have properly emphasized the urgency of the situation, and we also see the danger of the demons as you have also stated," the princess said, staring at me for a moment. I smiled faintly. "It will take some time before you are granted an audience with the queen." This was also expected. NGH. Another stifled groan came from Fabian. I could tell that he was nearing his limits. For someone who was so used to having his way, he probably wasn't very adept at being considerate. We saved them all, yet they're still being this stuck-up and uncooperative. I was sure not only Fabian thought along those lines. Personally, I also felt the elves needed to be more open-minded, but their stance was respected. We humans also had bureaucracies involved in our cultural and political affairs. Why did it have to be different with the elves? I remember how some nobles also looked down on me and my idea when I was at the royal court. This is basically the same thing playing out. The only difference was that, this time, the humans were on the losing end, something Fabian couldn't handle. I wasn't entirely unsympathetic, though. I had also experienced my fair share of the elves' stubborn disposition toward humans. Still, with enough smarts, and a well-established impression, it was possible to make them compromise. But, that required patience. A backup squad will be arriving here within a few days. Once they arrive, and the entire matters pertaining to this incident have been settled, I will personally escort you to the elf capital myself. That was a generous offer, to be honest. It may have seemed like a common course, considering just how much we had done for them. Still, things could have gotten more dragged out if an immature elf was in charge of this discussion. She's one mature elf. How old is she? 100? Maybe older. I was initially a bit worried about the fact that a royal elf was the one in charge of the eastern border. Who would have thought that it would play out even better than I thought? I see. Is there no way to quicken the process? We are indeed pressed for time, and the proper preparations for battle are also factors to consider. Fabian spoke. From his tone, he was trying to find a means to shorten the time given to us. It wasn't a bad move. However, our lands have been devastated, and the surviving citizens need refuge, as well as a chance of hope. Unless you have a better suggestion concerning raising the morale of the very elves you're thing to recruit, I would advise that you accept our reasonable offer. Technically speaking, we weren't supposed to be having an audience with the princess, and neither were strangers permitted to venture deeper into the elf kingdom, to the capital for that matter. Freya was being very understanding of our situation, but she was already getting quite agitated with us. Both sides weren't wrong, but the cultural and oriental gulf between both races would inevitably lead to disagreement. This was a cultural clash. Pardon my interruption, but I have a suggestion, Princess. This time, everyone looked in my direction. Freya's annoyed expression melted upon staring at me. Clearly, she thought I was more reasonable and easier to deal with than our dear prince. In fact, the reason for most of the elf princess consideration toward our group was most likely because of my strong impression on her. Speak. Her tone was concise as she attempted to hide her satisfaction with me. If she showed preference toward me, it could begin to send the wrong message to both sides. What the princess has said is right. In consideration of the elves, it would be best if we wait for the backup. Elves had no communication magic technology. While they could use telepathic magic, an effective range was required for it to function. Therefore, they indeed had no choice but to wait for their brethren to arrive. However, what if we could shorten the waiting period? Freya controlled herself, so no surprised expression was made. What do you mean? If you grant us just me permission, their arrival would be much faster than you have estimated. It sounded preposterous and downright suspicious, but I could tell that Freya was interested. How? Using magic, Princess? As you are aware, we are able to utilize teleportation magic, and we have access to the technology that you do not. Plus, they knew we were capable of defeating the demon beasts and purifying the city of miasma. Clearly, the elves present, Freya especially, were aware that our capabilities far exceeded their own. Why should we trust your words? Her next question did not come as a surprise to me. Readily offering to basically fetch their backup was altruistic, but also incredibly suspicious. What if we simply used the opportunity to intrude on their territory? Still, it would also be in both our best interests if they arrived on time. The advantages of an alliance with the elves far outweigh any merit gained by forcefully gaining access to your territories. Judging from her expression, she agreed with me. Still, doubt lingered in her eyes. I believe we have proved some measure of our goodwill to you by coming to your aid. I ask that you put your trust in us once more. Besides, if you are still not certain of our sincerity, then, by all means, confine all the other members of my group here and let only me handle the transportation. Chapter 363. What? Even Freya had her limits. I had just said it was enough for just me to transport their backup. Even if teleportation magic was possible in a group, it was too difficult for her to believe that a single magic user, especially a young one like myself. Still, my earlier efforts to earn her goodwill weren't in vain. I am also willing to have an escort from your end to accompany me, so they can monitor my activities. Surely, I wouldn't do anything as foolish as going against a representative of yours in your own kingdom. Freya's eyes faltered. She was calmly analyzing my words, no doubt. Shall we wrap this up? For the future prosperity of our races, as well as a more efficient means of handling the current challenge that faces us, I humbly ask that you consider my suggestion. After all, even though the elves were trying their hardest to hide it, they also knew the truth. Time is of the essence. Fine. We'll go along with your suggestion, Jared Leonard. After a great deal of silence, deliberation, and counter-deliberations, Freya finally cracked. But, even with that. However, I shall personally accompany you to monitor your activities, and just how you plan on bringing them all here. She still gave conditions. Fair enough. I understand, Princess. Freya smiled at me, and then turned to our leader Fabian the Prince to continue their conversation. Now, then, where were we? Even though Freya was now looking at Fabian, he too must have known at this point. No, not just him. Everyone in the room had to have been aware that the two who were actually conversing as representatives of their respective race were Freya and me. As soon as the both of us finished our discussion, there was nothing left to be said by the likes of Fabian. And so, even if no one officially said it, the meeting had already come to a close. That bitch! Fabian growled, seething with pure rage. His eyes glowed with malice, and the look on our prince's face spoke volumes of his wounded pride. Who does she think she is? After we saved her from dying. After we helped with everything. She should just shut up and listen. Shit. Now that we were alone, Fabian was finally showing his true colors, revealing his emotions to his fellow humans. He wasn't worried about being heard since Damien had already coated the room with interference magic. That way, no one could hear what was going on in the private waiting quarters they gave us. Since elves didn't have magic technology, there was also no way the room would have been bugged. Because of that, the prince ran his mouth and openly displayed his frustrations. It wasn't just him who was annoyed, though. Every member of our group had some sort of dissatisfaction written on their face. Well, except Maria. I could also see it in Sarah's eyes that she too was a bit upset. For someone who reigned supreme, it must have been difficult to control herself when others looked down on her. I'm surprised she controlled herself so well. And you, Jared, what were you trying to do, This is a diplomatic visit. You made our kingdom look weak by acting all subservient like that. No wonder she was able to push us around despite how much merit we incurred. At this point, everyone looked in my direction. Not all of their eyes contained malice. In fact, other than Damien and Fabian, the rest probably just needed a proper explanation. You were warned against insubordination, yet you interrupted the prince's efforts many times. Not only did you disgrace our group, but also the entire kingdom. We will be seen as incoherent and docile, even though we are better in terms of power. Damien Lawcroft spoke, glaring at me intensely. The two idiots who spoke so grandly didn't even do anything worth mentioning while saving the elves. Everything was due to Sarah's efforts in combination with mine. I could have also handled everything myself, so there wasn't much difference. Yet, they ran their mouths and tried to assume roles of importance. The truth was that these two were merely extras. They were diplomatic symbols of the Eastern Kingdom, plain and simple. I did have my plans going forward, but none of these two were pertinent to the mission, other than to do what they were told. But, I didn't have the time or energy to waste trying to make them understand. It was worth no merit to me. I'll just let them think what they want. As for their complaints about my actions, it was clear they only spoke out of spite. Anyone with eyes could see that the situation only improved any time I chimed in. It went to show the prince's incompetence, and that wasn't my fault. You can't blame me for insubordination, when the leader is pathetic. I tried to give Fabian a chance, but he simply wasn't qualified. To make everything run smoothly, I would just have to take over at some point. Telling them will be a chore. So, I ignored their inquisition and addressed everyone present. Do not forget that I was the one who submitted this plan to His Majesty, and he approved. I will not ruin a plan that painstakingly made an effort to get approval for. My eyes focused on each of them, one after the other. I know what I am doing. I only ask that everyone trusts me. Sarah. Yvonne. Maria. Bradford. As long as these four had their faith in me, that was more than enough. You know what you're doing, eh? Fine. That's fair enough, Sarah finally spoke, staring at me with her ruby-like eyes. I nodded with a faint smile. Then, I hope you haven't forgotten your promise to me concerning this trip. Ah, that one. I'm not having fun, Jared. I'm being as considerate as can be, but I have my limits. For a moment, I got a shiver upon hearing those words. All the more reason to hurry up with things. I laughed slightly. Good. We're all counting on you. Chapter 364. Fortunately, Sarah was on my side. With that in mind, I looked at the other three. They also nodded in response, flashing me their looks of support. All right. Looks like I still have their trust. Fabian Lestrome and Damien Lawcroft, I would advise that you control your dissatisfactions. Believe it or not, the elves are also doing their best to control themselves. Fabian instantly made to attack me with his words once more, but I raised my hand to shush him. I've had enough time to relax and collect my thoughts. I'll be heading off to fetch the elf backup. That way, we can quicken the process of seeing the Queen. Fabian glared at me at that moment, but Damien quickly tapped the shoulder of his prince. Somehow, that was able to shut Fabian up, as he only kept glaring and gritting his teeth at me. Now, then, if you'll excuse me, I opened the door to the room and left everyone behind. For a moment, I got a slight headache, causing me to grab my head a bit. Sigh. It had been a while since I functioned in a group where I had superiors and equals serving for the same cause. The last time that happened was in my past life when I was a member of the Heroes Party. After getting reincarnated, I had established groups especially during the demonic disturbance, but I was the leader. No one could question my orders, and they had no choice but to follow my rationale. Unlike back then, things weren't so simple. I thought I would be able to handle it, but I'm a bit rusty. Either way, I just had to endure for a while longer. Let's go find Freya. After walking down the corridor and turning to the right, I arrived at the lounge where I was told to stay once I was ready to depart. When we concluded our meeting, they decided to show us to a temporary resting area where we could rest before a better place could be provided. However, I told them not to bother preparing anywhere better. After all, we weren't going to be spending very long here. Once that was settled, they took us to the area where everyone currently was. Freya told me to converse with my fellow group members, as well as gather my thoughts, before we headed to fetch the backup that was sent. I would have loved to go immediately, but I understood that her advice was also in consideration for her own end of the discussion. She was probably also exhausted and needed time to prepare. With that in mind, I decided to waste precious time doing nothing but listening to Fabian's words of complaint, as well as Damien's incessant support of his tantrums. Well, maybe there was a little advantage of being there, I secretly smiled. Once I entered the lounge, I found no one there, so I sat and waited for the princess. Since Freya heeded my suggestion, we would be going together. Not long after, she arrived. I apologize for being late. Did you wait long? She flashed me a smile. It wasn't entirely sincere, but the face behind it held no malice. That was enough for me. You should have been able to detect that, right? Is there any point in asking that, princess? I spoke, rising from my seat. My question shocked her, both my brazenness and the truth I had just stated. What do you mean? As expected, her words hardly faltered as she maintained her position. Please, princess. I understand these things well enough. The elf race has a deep connection to their environment. Your connection to every nook and cranny of this place is more than enough to detect even the slightest movement. She must have been aware of how long I was waiting. That was most likely why she was already here so soon. But, that wasn't all. I have to apologize as well. Forgive my comrades for their rude statements concerning you and your people. I bowed slightly. I could sense it more clearly now, her flustered emotion. So, you knew? Freya whispered. Indeed. Since elves had a special connection with their environment through mana, they could easily monitor and listen into conversations. Damien's interference magic was absolutely useless in the face of their deep connection to mana. As long as this was their territory, and mana existed all around them, they could sense everything. Then, why did you not try to warn them? If you had used telepathic magic to warn your allies, we wouldn't have been able to listen into your conversation. Freya knew her stuff indeed. That's right. The elves were listening to every single word spoken among us. All of Fabian's complaints, every single inciting statement of Damien. They heard everything. You are right. I could have, but didn't. Why? Are you not afraid to lose our goodwill? Freya narrowed her gaze. Sure, this was a perfect diplomatic card she could use against us. We couldn't exactly say it was wrong for them to listen into our conversations, considering the fact that we were in their territory. These were factors well within my calculations. Not exactly. While we operated as a group, the ones who actually rescued you are Sarah Crimson and me. Besides, only 2 members expressed dissatisfaction with you and your people. But, one of them was your leader. I admit he made an error in judgment, but I would like to appeal that his aggravated emotion was a severe misunderstanding on his part. I am certain your end also has some dissatisfactions with us as well. Once I said this, Freya gave me a piercing smile. You have quite a way with words, don't you? For the first time since the conversation started, I was finally seeing the elf beyond her diplomatic mask. Her gaze was sharp and fearless, and her smile was brazen. It wasn't a bad look. Not at all. I just want what is best for everyone. Really? And how exactly should we go about that? At this point, Freya began moving closer to me. Welp, there's no going back from this point on. I might as well go for it. Chapter 365. Good should be paid with good. Same as evil. One should also not go back on their word, especially one made at a diplomatic meeting as a representative of your people. Oh. Freya drew even closer as I said this. Even if my people have made some errors, I would like to bring to your remembrance that you have already given your word concerning an audience with the Queen. The elf princess was now barely an inch away from me. I could feel her gaze on me. I could feel her breath. She smells nice, like flowers, my thoughts shamefully added. Why did I have such a weakness for this race? How do you know so much about us, anyway? She spoke, looking directly into my eyes. Her green irises penetrated my brownish-yellow ones. I can't exactly give her the details, can I? My lips nearly broke into a smile. Deciding not to back off from her, I returned her gaze with full-on confidence. If I took a slight step forward, our bodies would clash. Even if I was avoiding that outcome, we were already plenty close to each other. Legends and stories. Elves are quite popular among humans. We have a high opinion of you. It's a shame your kind doesn't share the same sentiment toward us. I was being a bit loose with my speech, but Freya didn't seem to mind at this point. Since our conversation had become informal, bothersome formalities had long been discarded. If she could move closer than she already was, Freya would have done that. Her face was already a slight millimeter from touching mine. Why, she whispered. I gulped instantly, feeling the pressure of having an elf so close to me. Unlike the time with Anna or Maria, who were very young compared to my mental standards, I was dealing with an elf here. The impure thoughts I wasn't allowed to have when I was with the young girls began manifesting. Elves simply had that kind of charm, and this one, in particular, was very bold. Why can't I read you? She asked, narrowing her gaze on me. It felt like she could eat me alive with her eyes of extreme fixation. Freya's green-colored irises were a gem to behold, but not enough to cause me to falter, especially after that question. I wonder, my response was vague. Another advantage of being a member of Freya's blessed race was the ability to understand the surrounding mana. Unlike simply listening in and observing an area thanks to the mana, they could completely break down the mana around a person. Using that, elves could easily understand the intentions of anyone in close proximity to them. Anger, happiness, malice, pride, humility. Simple emotions were understood, and a facade put up by another party could easily be torn down. This was one of the reasons elves didn't think too highly of humans. Having understood our nature and basic tendencies, they simply relegated us to a lesser standard and had very low opinions of our race. Even while Fabian was conversing with Freya, she was observing him thoroughly while using this special ability. That's most likely why she was so pissed at him. Of course, their capabilities in this field weren't unlimited. Elves could only read targets who were not as adept as them in utilizing the surrounding mana. In essence, mostly humans. Even among humans, there was one exception. Me. Not only was I an expert at mana manipulation, but I could freely control mana in my surroundings thanks to spellcraft. My skill in mana manipulation, both internal and external, had far surpassed the natural advantage elves had over humans. As a result, even someone as skilled as Freya couldn't get a good read on my emotions or motive. I could have fooled you by showing you what you want, you know? But I chose not to. My tone was low, and I kept staring passionately into her eyes. By controlling the wavelength of my mana, it wouldn't be too hard to produce a result that would give Freya whatever impression I wanted. I could have also stopped my fellow humans from slighting the elves. I had enough power and information to completely control this situation. But I don't want to manipulate anything. Consider this a part of my sincerity, Princess Freya. My goal is simply to bring about an alliance between humans and elves. After I said this, there was silence on both ends. Only the sounds of our breaths could be heard. Human and elf stood face to face, none budging or flinching. Fine. I'll believe your words. Freya said, finally stepping away from me. Phew. I nearly heaved in relief. The intensity between the princess and me nearly brought back some awkward memories. I will keep observing you, though. She meant every word. I could tell since I could read her mana and discern her intentions. Unlike me, elves haven't actively trained to mask their true intentions. Why would they, especially someone like Freya, need to do something like that? They were more adept at mana than nearly every other race, and humans could not dream of reaching their connection with nature through mana. I was simply an exception. That is more than enough for me, princess. Humph. Enough with the princess business. Call me Freya. I will also call you Jared. Do you object? That's what I was hoping for. Thanks for bringing it up yourself. Still, who would have thought I would be able to get this close to her in such a short span? Then, I will do as you say. Freya. I smiled as I said her name. Ugh. That's a disgusting smile. Humans never change, do they? Have you ever met a human before? What are you suddenly talking about? Of course, I have. Pfft. Lies. Pure lies. I mused. Then, shall we get ready to depart? I smiled, changing to a more pertinent subject. Phew. Sure. But, how exactly do you plan on reaching the envoys? Even we don't know their exact positions, Freya asked, looking at me with curiosity. Well, that's no problem. After all, as soon as Freya permitted me, I had ordered a few of my automatons on standby to scout for the backup force. Chapter 366. My constructs were quite fast since they were built for scouting purposes, so it didn't take them very long to scour every possible route leading to the eastern border, our current location. And so, I've already spotted them. As you indeed estimated, it would have taken them about 3 days to arrive here. No way. My spies had successfully spotted an army of 100,000 elves steadily approaching the western border. That's quite a lot of them. Is it because the princess is here? If there were to be a similarity between the human and elf races, it would be their value for royalty. Freya's importance to the kingdom, as well as then potentially losing a border, must have been what prompted such a large army to have been dispatched. Now, then, shall we go fetch them? Just like that? I don't understand. It seemed she was losing her composure the longer she spent with me. As much as I would love to test down her defenses and make her completely harmless, we were pressed for time. Let's go. I swiftly approached her and closed our distance in a flash. Hold oh! Before she concluded her statement, a bright blue light enveloped both of us, and an intricate magic circle appeared on the ground. In a flash, we vanished from the lounge. Claudius rode upon his magic beast, diligently staring ahead. His focus didn't waver in the slightest as he kept moving atop his loyal steed. His hair was pure white, and his purple eyes seemed to possess some urgency. The elf's entire body quaked in anxiety, and he could not control the rising discomfort in his heart. Sister, please be safe. Prince Claudius' thoughts were occupied with that single thought. His magic beast, known as an earth dragon, belonged to the mightiest of beasts when it came to transport. Its strength and stamina were on another level, and it also belonged to a subspecies of the mighty dragon race. Even though they weren't particularly recognized as a major race in the world thanks to their abysmal population, no one could dispute the fact that they were recognized as the strongest beings in existence. The earth dragons inherited some of their traits, and were also considered the mightiest of steeds. Prince Claudius rode atop his personal dragon drake as he trod upon the elf plains. He wasn't the only one, though. Behind him was an army that caused a great uproar and quake upon the ground as they marched. While none were on earth dragons since those were rare, they all rode war horses and charged behind their prince. Even though they were at full speed, none of the horses could even catch up to the earth dragon's steady pace. In all honesty, Claudius could have easily overtaken them and gotten to his destination sooner, however. I have to be patient. I have to be, Claudius muttered under his roughened breath. He tried to avoid displaying his desperation, anxiety, and most of all, his powerlessness. Despite his skill and tenacious spirit, the prince was no fool. He was well aware of his limits, and the fact that he alone couldn't defeat a horde of demon beasts. That was why he made sure to keep a good pace with the rest of the elf forces. Unless he wanted to die a meaningless death, Claudius had to be patient and deal a deathly strike to the enemies that plagued their borders. Plus, he had promised his mother, the queen, that he wouldn't be reckless. That was the condition he had to fulfill so he could be allowed to join the backup force. Freya! Just hang in there! He gritted his teeth, even more, staring into the far distance. Bzzzzzzttttzzz. Before Prince Claudius could fully comprehend the surge of energy that had just manifested, a spatial rift appeared, and two people came out of it. The bright sparks of light vanished, and the warp dissolved, leaving only the two newcomers standing in the path. Who are those? The elf prince gritted his teeth, wondering who would be so reckless as to appear in the way of a stampeding army. His mind forgot about the fact that they had teleported thanks to his anxiety, and he gazed at them with ferociousness. Get out of the way! He raged. After all, his mission was important. If he didn't hurry, then, his sister. Hold on, the prince squinted his eyes at the two people a small distance from him. Sure enough, one of them was perfectly identical to the one he so desperately sought. She looked just like Freya. He screamed. Drake, his loyal steed, instinctively knew that his cue had arrived. Slowing his pace, the earth dragon came to a halt, making sure it stopped a couple of inches from the elf princess. Freya, is that really you? Prince Claudius jumped from the earth dragon and dashed toward his sister. This was too good to be true. It was actually pretty impossible, Claudius was well aware. However, at this moment, nothing else mattered. The fact that he was looking at his sister at the moment was more than enough for him. Then, brother, you came. The white-haired elf raced toward him and buried herself in his arms. Her warmth was real, the palpitation of her heart couldn't have been an illusion. Her flowery scent hadn't changed. This was indeed his sister. You're safe, Claudius nearly broke into a sob at this point. The girl, his sister Freya, nodded as she hugged him even tighter. The atmosphere of a brother reuniting with his sister was so deeply emotional that both parties made sure to control their overwhelming emotion. Family was important, so important that both members of royalty were shamelessly displaying such intense affection in front of so many witnesses. Claudius didn't care, though. He was just happy to see Freya again. And so, before the elf prince knew it, the tight feeling of anxiety and fear that was plaguing his heart suddenly vanished. Chapter 367. It was a bit who am I kidding? Extremely awkward. I simply stood there, watching as the siblings smothered themselves with love, not caring about those who watched. The prince was wearing silver armor, similar to what his sister had on. The design was intricate, and I could tell that it was meant for royalty. Behind the prince, was the army my automatons spotted. I could see the uncomfortable and impatient looks on their faces. The general, a woman, was especially not very thrilled by this development. Her brown hair and sharply earnest looks reminded me of that deputy I saw back when our group was talking with Freya. Her emotion, same as that of the other elf soldiers, was seething. I could understand why. They're worried about what happened to the Eastern Territory. The fact the princess was here meant that she either abandoned the borders, or that it had been obliterated. I found it hard that someone with Freya's personality would abandon anything in her care, and I was sure the other elves shared my sentiment. But, fear and anxiety could often make a person think the worst of another. In this case, it was more plausible that Freya fled. At least, that would give the army some hope that there was still an eastern border to rescue, as well as someone to direct their negative emotions to. Many of them should have families, friends, or acquaintances there. It's no wonder that they readily mobilized even though they would be fighting demon beasts. Watching both brother and sister snuggle it up must have been quite agitating for the other elves. Then, should I interfere? Fortunately, I didn't need to. The general beat me to the game. She approached the reunited elven royalty and spoke up. Prince Claudius, Princess Freya. I think it's best to ascertain what exactly has happened to the eastern border. She bowed respectfully as she spoke. As expected of the poise of an elf. It never ceased to amaze me. Oh, that's true, the prince, addressed as Claudius, finally detached himself from his sister. Freya too, realizing how thoughtless both their actions had been, took a few steps backward. For some reason, she even looked at me with an embarrassed expression. Like, what was my business with their family reunion? Don't drag me into this. Was the stance I strictly took. What happened, Freya? The demon beasts. The danger, how are you here? What about him? Claudius shot me a glance, as though telling me he hadn't forgotten about my existence. As expected of elves. This discrimination is just a bit. Yes. Don't worry, the eastern border issue has been completely resolved. In fact, that's one of the reasons we came here, Freya said, signaling me to draw closer to her. Captain. I thought to myself, swiftly obeying her. I stood a little behind her, bowing to both the prince and the general behind him. May the spirits bless our meeting. They nodded, hiding their surprise at my etiquette. This man is a human from the Eastern Kingdom. He was sent alongside an envoy to deliver a message of goodwill. They rescued our people from the demon beasts and even purified the entire area. At this point, the general and Claudius couldn't hide their surprise. They both knew better than to doubt Freya, so they could only stare at me with shock and awe. We teleported here to inform you about this, and also to resolve some pertinent matters. As she rushed them with a lot of information, Claudius changed his gaze when staring at me. Even the hardened general's face softened up once she realized that everything was fine. It was supposed some time to explain to them, but thanks to Freya's articulate speech, she summarized the incident. The whole thing didn't even last 10 minutes. Of course, the princess made sure to omit some sensitive matters that could only be heard by royalty, or those of importance. Since the whole army was present, it wasn't exactly the right time to divulge matters concerning the proposed alliance. Claudius and the general understood this, so they didn't ask about the several holes in Freya's story. By the time she was done, everyone was looking at me differently. Their gazes, initially filled with slight skepticism and suspicion, morphed into gratitude. Claudius and the general especially thanked me, even going as far as bowing to express their gratitude. Please, don't do that. As we are still on existing protocol, let us meet somewhere more private to have an informal conversation. I smiled. Both were surprised by my consistent utilization of manners, granting me more prestige. Having no choice but to agree with me, the prince and general decided to trust Freya's words and my judgment. Since Freya has demanded that the backup force reach the eastern border before any further action on your part is made, I will be ensuring you arrive there as soon as possible. Hold on, you still think you can teleport this many people? The moment Freya asked this question, I stared at her with a confident expression playing on my face. After spending so long with me, do you still believe any of my words are empty? That She was at a loss for words. Common sense and even advanced logic made it blatantly clear that it was impossible to achieve such mass teleportation. It wasn't that she didn't believe me, but it was just beyond understanding, which was why I had to show her concept of what was possible and impossible was flawed. Then, show me. She smiled defiantly, gazing at me with a piercing gaze. Prove me wrong. A part of her appeared to be hopeful, excited even, to see what kind of miracle I would pull off. That part was plenty for me to work on. Very well. Let's do this. The other elves probably thought I was crazy, but they couldn't refute Freya's words and my unhindered confidence. So, they just fell silent and watched. Their eyes were fixated on me, ready to witness a miracle. 100,000, I've never transported so many before. A smile formed on my face as I glanced around. Is that what they think? Chapter 368. The Elf Kingdom had an abundance of mana, so spellcraft was even easier to use. Gathering all the mana and focusing it on a single location, that is, another spell card infused with the teleportation formula of the Tower Arcana, I activated the Transcendence spell. The spectators were astonished, to say the least. I smiled, watching them gawk at the brilliant display of white and blue light. A massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone, enveloping the entire area in the spell's area of effect. Before long, the 100,000 elves were in my effective range, and all that was left, brace yourselves, was to activate the spatial warp. The matter concluded rather swiftly. I won my wager with Freya and got to see her speechless expressions. It was very well worth it. The elf soldiers were equally amazed. The general and prince were also quite amazed. I could tell from the glints in their eyes that they wanted to have further conversations with me concerning my spell card and the concept behind the teleportation magic I used. It wasn't the time and place for something like that yet, so I was able to avoid any direct confrontation. As for the soldiers, they were told to rest from their long journey. The impatient ones were handled by the border's military, and were allowed to see the survivors of the demonic onslaught. Hopefully, their friends and families were among those who weren't killed. To my surprise, Maya Freya's deputy was actually the general's daughter. I had spotted their resemblance, but who would have thought they had that kind of relationship? They looked more like sisters. But, this was simply the disadvantage of the elves' long life. They all looked young and healthy. It was hard to tell who was older. Once the touching reunion was done, it was time for a private discourse between me and the important elf figures. Freya and I agreed it was better not to involve any other member of our envoy, so only I represented everyone. It was basically insubordination, but for things to run exactly according to my wishes, I needed to be in control of certain situations. Since I couldn't completely control Fabian's actions, this was the best course of action. We went to the reception, and discussed at length, Princess Freya, Prince Claudius, General Clara, and me. The general, whose name I found to be Clara, gave me her thanks several times over before the meeting began. Claudius did the same as well. It turned out Freya was one of the more intense ones among the elves. The other elves were more receptive to me. Could it have been because of their initial desperation? No. It's probably their personalities. This isn't too bad. And so, with an amicable atmosphere, we began our conversation. Fortunately, things went more smoothly this time around. I wasn't overly formal, it wasn't necessary, and we were able to resolve matters pretty quickly. After I was done with my piece, I was excused from the meeting since the elves had to discuss certain matters with one another. I had a pretty good guess on what the subject would be. What will be their next step going forward? The eastern border had been severely damaged, and the elf citizens who had survived were forced to live in harsh conditions as a result of most of the habitable houses being destroyed. Not only infrastructure, but also supplies, had been devastated. As a result, matters as simple as food began to become an issue. Magic could do many things, so certain spells existed to grant nourishment and alleviate hunger. But, those were only temporary measures. Ultimately, food was a necessary element in the life of every living being. The supplies in stock wouldn't last a few days, according to what I had observed from my scouts. Temptation fell on me to listen into the conversation they were having. Hearing valuable information would allow me to gain more useful cards in bargaining with our potential allies, after all. But, I decided against it. I'll just let things flow naturally. Be patient, Jared, you've got this. The decision was made unanimously. We would be leaving for the elf capital along with Freya and Claudius. General Clara, and about a quarter of her backup squad would remain in the eastern border to protect the innocent elves of the border. They would also ensure the security of their territory. Though, after I offered to help transport the elf citizens to the capital, the initial plan was altered. Since it was currently very dangerous in the eastern border, my suggestion was adopted. I was going to transport 3/4 of the elf soldiers, the eastern border citizens, our envoy, the prince, and also the princess, to the capital. Freya had been initially concerned about me pushing myself too hard, but her worries were all for nothing. With my current mana capacity, as well as the rich aid of the elf kingdom's mana supporting my spellcraft, using magic had never been easier. Leaving some of my automatons to watch over the eastern border, I bid farewell to the area and focused on my mission in the next place we were heading to. Then, using yet another dispensable spell card, I activated the teleportation magic. What? An aggravated voice echoed in a massive tent's interior. The owner was a bulky being who had a scaly appearance and obviously didn't look human. He was easily the size of a giant, and the peculiar look he had belonged to the greens of the demon race. There was most definitely no one in the demon army who didn't know of his identity. Zenkiel of Vert. He was one of the demon lords, and his role was the most central of all of them. As commander-in-chief, Zenkiel was responsible for the entire well-being of the army. Logistics, strategy, assault, defense. He had to manage all of those affairs. Even though he was busy with many things, Zenkiel never faltered. His task was performed with immense swiftness and accuracy. Which was why he was able to receive this new report as soon as he did. Chapter 369. How? This is sooner than expected. Zenkiel growled, staring at the report before him. According to what was written there, the forces of demon beasts sent to the elf kingdom had all been vanquished. Not an ounce of miasma could also be sensed in their territory. What's happening? This shouldn't have been resolved yet. While the report hadn't mentioned the details concerning the incident like how it had occurred or who the perpetrators were, basic facts like the utter annihilation of their demon beasts, as well as the dispersal of miasma, were mentioned. It was incredibly worrisome, to say the least. Zenkiel had also heard of how the Eastern Kingdom was also able to eliminate the demon beast threat sooner than expected. Both their opponents were more troublesome than expected. As a prime general, as well as an extremely intelligent demon, the Lord was beginning to question his initial assertion of their opponents. Underestimating one's targets was a fatal move, but the same could also be said concerning overestimating them. According to the information he received from Blanc and her agents spread across the Eastern Kingdom, it was very obvious that the humans weren't major threats to them. In fact, most of them were utterly mediocre. Appropriate countermeasures had been placed for the few who could stand up to them, so they were no problem either. Still, it was quite upsetting that the elves were also betraying his expectations. The whites hadn't been able to invade the elf territories thanks to their opponents' troublesome discerning abilities. The intensity and purity of mana there also prevented them from keeping a low profile while there. That was why the probe attack had been to determine the elf kingdom's level of power. The initial results had been satisfactory, but the sudden destruction of demon beasts made Zenkiel worried. What should I do? He murmured, gritting his teeth. He needed more information, that was for sure. I should launch another probe attack on both parties, Zenkiel murmured. The only way to get accurate reports was to experience them personally. While he couldn't leave his position, due to several reasons, he had several trustworthy servants who could serve as his eyes and ears. Yes. I should send 4 of my 9 stars. If they each lead an army of 1,000 demon beasts, and launch assaults in multiple places at once, I'll be able to gain more intel. Allocating 2 of his direct subordinates to the Eastern Kingdom, and 2 to the Elf Kingdom was the best step to employ. I'll make sure they attack separate spots so I can get more information. Zenkiel's thoughts were in overdrive. Now, All he had to do was acquire the pawns for the task from Kiran the demon lord in charge of their beasts. While demon beasts were disposable soldiers, conscripting 4,000 of them out of the blue wasn't exactly a simple matter. However, as commander-in-chief of the demon army, he was allowed this much leeway. I'll just draft an order for him, or should I see him in person? As Zinkiel pondered on his options, the image of Kiran appeared in his mind. If he was being frank with himself, the Vert Demon Lord didn't really like Kiran's personality. He had tried to get rid of this bias, but nothing worked. It always seems like he's planning something ominous, Zinkiel murmured. He despised people with conniving personalities the most. They weren't loyal, and their selfish actions often destabilized the much larger group. Perhaps Kiran was different and he was just being paranoid. But, Zinkiel's instincts kept telling him he was right. Which was why he was hesitant to visit his colleague in person. However, after considering it for a bit, the commander-in-chief decided that a direct request would be much faster. After all, they didn't have much time left. Phew! I better resolve this quickly. For the greater good of the demon realm, and also for his king, Abel Lion, Zinkiel steeled himself for his decision. The light around me flashed, and everything became blurry as we all warped. As the scenery changed, a smile formed on my face as I swiftly replayed the expected incidents that would soon occur. After Khan informed me of the current ranks of demon lords, and I knew Zinkiel was now among them, it became a near certain win for me. I knew his superior's methods inside and out, and Zinkiel was bound to follow the same route. Everything that had happened so far was exactly as I predicted, which meant the next move would also fall within expectations. Zinkiel must be getting worked up from the demise of the demon beasts. Knowing him, he'll want to swiftly correct his mistake. To do that, he would need to acquire dispensable tools to test the waters and redetermine the level of threat both the elves and humans posed against the demon army. If I was right, he would launch simultaneous attacks on the eastern and elf kingdoms at a much more dangerous scale than before, no doubt. Since I wasn't in the eastern kingdom currently, I was leaving the matter in capable hands. As for the elves, this was simply a better opportunity to score more points with them. I'll make you overestimate your enemies, Zinkiel. And, when you do. A broad grin formed on my face as I remembered the younger green demon general from my past life. You'll be playing right into my hands. As soon as I concluded my thought, the bright light around me shimmered once more, and the landscape was completely different from before. I now stood before a very massive gate, laying my eyes on tall walls that stretched for a long distance. They encircled a city, and the materials seemed highly fortified, as well as beautiful. Behind me were the elf soldiers. Beside me were elf royalty. So, even though I was a mere human, my sudden appearance before the massive gate didn't instigate violence from the wary elf guards who manned the city's garrisons. I smiled, looking at the polished stones that made up the fortified city walls. Memories came flooding in as I looked above me, witnessing a towering structure that seemed to sink into the clouds. Bittersweet experiences flooded in, and I clutched my aching chest, softly whispering to myself. After so many centuries, I'm finally back. Chapter 370. The clear skies, glistening road, polished walls, massive gate, and the immensely powerful mana in the atmosphere. This could have only been one place. Welcome, humans, to the elf capital. Princess Freya and Prince Claudius took the lead as they addressed us with smiles. Our team, with Fabian at the center, all marveled at the glorious display before us. The elf capital had tall walls of polished stone, and the gate was large as well. One could only guess how amazing the city would look like within. I'll handle the elf denizens and our soldiers, you handle the delegates, Claudius spoke to his sister. She nodded instantly and bid her brother a temporary farewell. Come with me. I'll lead you to your guest quarters. Freya urged our group. One look from her was enough to tell the garrisons to avert their suspicious glares and open the gates of the capital. Royalty was feared and respected among the elves. Not only were they longer lived thanks to their closer proximity to the sacred tree, but their superior genes also made them more adept at mana. And so, even if the guards were wondering what mere humans were doing at the capital, it wasn't in his place to question Freya's authority. The city gates slowly opened, welcoming us to the glorious civilization of the elf people. All right. Shall we get going? Within the city were busy roads and large buildings. It was amazing that they were able to build so many intricate structures without the use of magic technology. It just went to show how very skilled the elves were at the use of magic. Many people would have the mistaken idea that our long-eared neighbors were primitive and perhaps lived in thatched huts so they could be closer to nature. However, their assumptions would be flawed. Elves indeed were close to nature, and they also avoided technologies because of this very fact. However, that simply meant that they found alternatives that were just as good as utilizing technology. Mana was the very essence of the life of elves, and unlike humans, these beings utilized it very freely. Magic was as easy as breathing. Thanks to that fact, and their immensely long youth, they were able to build a strong civilization for themselves. Freya led us down the streets, and we walked behind her. Well, almost all of us did. For some reason, the elf princess made me walk beside her and also began conversing with me about the earlier teleportation spell I performed. I didn't know if she was just playing dumb, but several elves were already shooting us surprised looks. Of course, the princess still had the respected gaze of the people, so that meant I was exempt from the icy stares of the elves since she was talking with me. I kind of felt bad about the others who were behind us. Sorry, guys. This is all for diplomacy. I apologized internally and made sure to engage the princess in whatever we were discussing. Even though I wasn't getting as many icy glares from the elves, I could still feel a very strong one coming behind me. It felt so close, and the fact that I was talking with Freya made it rude for me to avert my attention elsewhere. But, upon using my sensory abilities, I found out it was actually coming from our diplomatic group. As for the person responsible, it was none other than Maria. I almost forgot, damn. Even though I had wanted to ask her lots of questions, it was quite difficult to approach her, so I postponed the matter. Now that things had gotten quite busy, I no longer had any free time to talk. Just hold it in, Maria. This is for the greater good. You understand, right? I knew she was most likely jealous since Freya was snuggling me all to herself, but who would have thought the stoic Maria would have such a side to her? Her jealousy was unwarranted, though. Humans had no appeal to elves. We weren't as smart, mature, or skillful as them. They also kept their youth even after hundreds of years, but we were quick to age. If one added all the factors of being human, elves would rather find members of their race attractive. I mean, sure, I was handsome. But, I was only human, right? Give me a couple of decades, and then old age would catch up. That was how things were. For an elf like Freya, who was over 100 years old, what good would having a 15-year-old boy do to her? She'll still live for about 300 years, or more. Compared to that. Still, even though my analysis of the elves was perfectly logical, there remained some weird ones among their bunch. Just like one I used to know. No one can be as crazy as that one. An elf that would fall in love with a human. A weak-ass inept human for that matter. There could be no elf as crazy as her. I apologize for the rude behavior of my people. Freya broke me out of my thoughts. I stared at the white-haired elf with surprise written on my face. It was rare to see an elf apologize to a lowly human. Your comrades are receiving quite the number of stares, aren't they? Now that she brought it up, it was the perfect time to score more points. It can't be helped. I understand well. Humans suddenly walking through your capital are bound to attract attention. Based on your perception of our kind, this was the inevitable outcome. I had offered to teleport us straight to our destination, but Freya told me it was better if the public knew of our arrival. Since we would be forming an alliance, they had to be aware at some point. The sooner the better. Why did you single me out, though? Shouldn't it have been our leader? I asked with a smile. Freya's green eyes glimmered a bit as she returned my grin with hers. I liked how she wasn't fazed at all. That's because I like you, Jared. You're a different case. Chapter 371. That's because I like you, Jared. You're a different case. Well, I somehow had the feeling that was the case. Of course, like here can be seen as the way someone adores a good dog, or admires a nice toy. It's nothing special at all. I see. Well, that's quite advantageous for me. I am happy to have found favor in the sight of the princess. I made a mock bow and laughed. Somehow the chilly glare behind me intensified, causing me to straighten up my posture in a flash. Ha ha ha. You're amazing, Jared. To think you were able to maintain your composure even after hearing that. It's like you're not at all fazed by anything. Well, I feel you're the same. Your confidence is incredibly off the charts. I replied to her words with a genuine smile. I was actually enjoying this conversation. From what I sensed from Freya, it was the same for her. Just my confidence. A sly smile formed on her lips. Oh, boy. What now? Women always tried to pull this off. You know, I'm considered extremely attractive by the people here. And I'm royalty as well. Yet, you don't seem too fazed by that fact. Even your prince loses his composure at some point when dealing with me, but you. Oh, so that's what she meant. Well, I have had the opportunity to deal with many beautiful women before. Royalty as well. So, it must be my experience that is helping. Oh? You don't seem all too old, though. Just how many women could you have experienced? It felt strange that I, as a minor, was discussing something like this with an elf who was older than me by 100 years. Well, if we strictly calculate our age, I should be older. Still, something about the direction of this conversation didn't feel right. I've experienced enough. I stole a glance behind me to look at Maria. Hopefully, she wasn't too irritated by my conversation with the elf princess. My actions were necessary. I simply wished everyone understood that. Fortunately, Maria's expression was the same as always. That gave me some peace, so I returned my focus to the princess. She looked slightly annoyed. Ah, I forgot. Why did I turn my focus when I was discussing with elf royalty? I had gotten so carried away by our casual conversation that I had forgotten about how positions. Come on, Jared. Focus. The only thing I could do now was apologize. The princess would understand as long as I played my cards right. I'm SOR. So that's how it is. I understand. Oh. She understands already? Perfect. I knew elves were sensible, but not to this extent. It seemed Freya was far more perceptive than I imagined. Hey, Jared, can I ask you a personal question? I was curious at this point. Just after accepting my apology, she wanted to ask a question. It would be extremely rude of me to refuse, wouldn't it? Please do. I flashed my capable grin. All right then. So, Jared, are you perchance in a romantic relationship of any kind? Gug. I never saw that one coming. I controlled my expression, but my heart beat very fast as the gears within my head turned to process the question. Judging from Freya's tone and expression, she was simply curious. It didn't seem like she had any ulterior motives for asking. However, the mana I was sensing around her was quite disturbing. As confused as I was, an answer was due. Since I had told her to go ahead with her personal question, it was my responsibility to respond. No. I am not. I told the truth. Honesty was the best policy, after all. I see. Then, that's fine. May I ask why you asked me that question? I have no intention of replying. Oh. I see. The princess personality turned more assertive all of a sudden, and I began to get bad vibes. Fortunately, our conversation came to an end soon enough. After all, we had arrived at our destination. The royal palace. The royal palace guards welcomed Freya with mild surprise and happiness. They must have all known about the incident on the eastern border, so they were quite surprised to see their princess back so soon. She didn't give them any replies to their confusion since her first course of duty was to give a report to the queen. And so, they could only open the gates for her, as well as us. The guards, unlike the regular elves, didn't seem to stare at us with discriminatory eyes. It intrigued me a little, but I didn't say anything. We simply entered the luxurious palace compound and followed Freya through a side path. As promised, the princess took us to our living quarters. It was a massive apartment that had a very massive interior, as well as multiple rooms. The designs were intricate and elegant. It was easy to see the beautiful craftsmanship of the elves at work. Since it was located in the royal palace, the building was extremely luxurious. This form of hospitality wasn't something befitting of humans according to elf standards. "Thank you for this hospitality, Princess Freya." "What did you say?" The elf lady shot me an icy look instantly. "Sorry, Freya. Haha, thought you wanted me to call you that since you suddenly grew stiff on me." "Oh, that? It's nothing. I was just in thought is all." "Okay." I stared at the incoherent elf. Deciding to leave things as they were was the best option for me, so I let the issue slide. "Well, you should all rest well today. I'll deliver your message to the queen, and I'll be sure to speak in your favor too." Everyone in the room thanked the princess. "The queen will decide when to meet you, so please be prepared, starting tomorrow. For now, though, rest." Once she was done, Freya pulled me by the right hand and went out of the room where everyone was. "I do hope we speak once more." Her left hand covered the hand that she was already holding, sandwiching my right palm between both of hers. Instantly, I felt a tingle. It was a rush of mana, yet it felt warm. The feeling permeated my body, and then my heart. Instantly, I understood. The spirits indeed blessed our encounter. I certainly hope they continue to do so. With that, Freya turned away and left me all alone standing in the corridor. For a moment, I was frozen. Memories of the first time I felt the sensation came rushing in. I raised my right hand and looked at it, recalling the sensation I felt. It was resonance. But, for elves, doing something like that was synonymous with one thing. Freya likes me. Chapter 372. That night, I couldn't sleep. The sensation on my right hand kept me from falling asleep. The image of Freya imprinting her mana on me kept resurfacing. We all had our rooms in the accommodation provided, so no one could see me twist and then on the very large bed I lay on. Ultimately, I wasn't able to fall asleep. Should I just do some training to clear my head? I decided against it. Doing something intense would require me to leave the area temporarily. Since we were on an important mission, I couldn't very well abandon it halfway. Maybe I'll just take a walk. Deciding on that instead, I dressed up for a walk and walked out of my room. I passed by the hallway and descended the stairs. Before long, I arrived at the ground floor and was met with the cool embrace of the wind and the flowery scent of the abundant garden. Unfortunately, these only served to remind me more of Freya. No. I shook my head and decided to walk even further, striding along the garden and enjoying the cool atmosphere of the night. The best part about the walk was solitude. After being around so many people for so long, I finally had time for myself. It was a pleasant feeling. If not for the multiple thoughts and conflicting emotions plaguing me, I would have enjoyed the moment more. What's that? My eyes spotted a fountain just a small distance away. It had been at the center of the garden, but I never noticed it until now. Is it enchanted? Deciding to check it out, I took gentle strides and approached it slowly. As I got closer, the silhouette of someone else became visible. My eyes bulged slightly as I noticed that someone had passed me to the fountain. It would be very awkward for me, as well as the person, if I were to intrude on their moment of solitude. As someone who enjoyed his time alone, I knew how important it was. I wasn't so thoughtless as to invade another person's private moment. Even if the individual in question was Maria Helmsworth? What's she doing here? The silver hair of the beautiful girl reflected the moon's brilliance. I witnessed how magnificent she looked even in a nightgown. For a moment, I found myself completely distracted from my earlier thoughts of Freya. Now, my mind was occupied with nothing but Maria, and how stunning she looked in her melancholy. But, even this feeling only lasted a moment. Sigh, what am I doing? Ultimately, there was no point in staring. Looking at her from a distance made me feel like some sort of creep. Since she hasn't noticed me yet, I should go, my thoughts trailed and I turned my back on her. Jared, a whisper rang in my ears. Shoot! Did she see me already? I swiftly turned around, only to find Maria still distracted by her thoughts. She hadn't sensed my presence, but the girl was thinking about me. This day keeps getting more complicated. Her eyes seemed awfully distant, and even though she was usually stoic, I could sense sadness in her expression. It almost looked like she had been abandoned. Normally, I would have ignored this and gone to bed. But Maria was also someone I considered a friend. It would be incredibly selfish and insensitive of me to ignore her in such a sorry state. Okay, let's cheer her up a little. Maria's thoughts conflicted. At this point, she didn't even know what to believe, say, or do any longer. And all her problems stemmed from the same source. Jared Leonard. Even after he told me he was interested, he never even, not once. Jared never gave her any attention throughout their journey together. Maria had hoped she would win him over as they conversed, but nothing of the sort had happened. She had felt abandoned. However, upon realizing that there was still time, Maria had braced herself. She had intended to remain strong and determined. But everything came crashing down when another rival appeared. The elf princess Freya Vindil. The vixen had sunk her claws into Jared and didn't intend on letting him go. Maria had no idea when and how the two had become so close, but they currently seemed inseparable. For someone like Maria, who was also gunning for something special from the boy, her heart couldn't take it. He didn't even pay me any attention. The most frustrating event was when they were walking through the elf capital. Maria had completely ignored the dissatisfied gazes of the elves around her. To be honest, all her attention was fixed on Jared and the annoying elf who was always at the center of attention. She didn't realize when her gaze turned sharp, and some negative emotions began pouring out. Both of them seemed to have noticed this, but they ignored her. And so, she had no choice but to listen into their conversation. At some point, it got too personal. Is this how close they've become already? Maria's thoughts were on cloud 9. The only good part of their conversation was when Jared turned to look at her when he was asked about his experience with attractive women. For a moment, Marie's negative emotions vanished and she was so close to blushing. It took all her willpower to control herself. Fortunately, she could also feel a glare from the elf. For that moment, Maria was assured of her victory. But she didn't predict that the princess also had a trick up her sleeve. She asked Jared something that even Maria had been curious about. If Jared was seeing anyone. Fortunately, he said no. Unfortunately, the reply was to Princess Freya. Maria could only guess how things would progress from that point on. Was there even a point in considering the matter any further? There was no doubt that Freya had won the battle, or at least, she was in the lead. The young girl had thought Anna was her biggest opponent, but now, she couldn't tell any more. Jared, she whispered in a sigh. Should I just give up? Chapter 373. Should I just give up? Maria thought to herself in a lonely melancholy. Maybe that was for the best. She knew there was only a small chance that he would choose her. So, perhaps it was better if she let go before she got too attached. But, can I really do that? Maria knew within herself how attached she was to the boy in question. Her sole motivation for growing stronger had been because of him. She wanted to be by his side, to be his. Abandoning that emotion at this juncture, was it even possible for her? No, it wasn't. Before realizing it, Maria had become too intertwined with Jared that it was next to impossible to pull away. Yes, she had reached a point of no return. So, what now? Was she simply going to watch in silence and drown in frustration as Jared got pulled away by a new competitor? No way. I knew him first. Before Freya. Before Aloe. Even before Anna. She had been the first to meet him. Jared Leonard was even the one who approached her. That meant she had dibs. I won't lose to any newcomers. Just as she was stealing her resolve, a shadow crept upon her. That's the spirit. Maria instantly froze. The voice that suddenly came from above her, was awfully familiar. Slowly, she raised her head, and her clear blue eyes met his. Jared. As her cute lips parted, and her expression displayed slight shock, the girl's inner consciousness was in turmoil. How long had he been standing there? Did he hear everything? Just how much did he see? Was she appropriately dressed for a meeting with him? What was he doing here? Why was he here? Myriads of thoughts rang through her mind. Maria didn't know which to pick. Her heart simply raced, and she felt overwhelmed to an indescribable extent. Maria, can we talk for some time? I can't sleep. He smiled at her. His smile and gaze were too charming to be real. Maria thought she would just let go of her facade and melt before him. However, she couldn't do that. I'm still mad at him for ignoring me for so long, right? Maria wasn't even sure which card to play at the moment. All her anger had melted upon seeing him. I see, she managed to croak words out of her mouth, looking at the ground. Jared's face didn't allow her to articulate her words for some reason. Then, I hope you don't mind if I sit. Before she could speak, he sat beside her, almost close in proximity. As they both sat on the fountain's terrace, silence enveloped the area. The cool night air now felt suffocating, and Maria wondered what to say to Jared. All through their journey, she had hoped he would approach her. Now that he was right beside her, she was blank. You seem a bit distracted, no, more like, sad. Do you want to talk about it? His question seemed odd. Had he been watching her for some time? Just how long? Maria's cheeks flushed pink a little. It's nothing, she murmured. Is it because of me? Why was Jared being so direct this night? He went from 0 to 100 really fast. How was she supposed to handle such radical change? Maybe, Maria attempted to be cold, but failed woefully. I see, his voice trailed. Even though Maria wasn't looking at Jared's face, she was trying as much as possible to gauge his expression based on words alone. But, that wasn't enough. She so desperately wanted to see his face. But, the fear of what would happen if she did, crept up on her. She could end up completely losing her cool, after all. I'm sorry, Maria. I didn't pay you enough attention. Even though we're friends, I neglected you and was too focused on the mission ahead of us. Her cheeks blushed even brighter. Even though Jared had added the word friend to his statement, Maria felt incredibly happy and omitted that word from her head. As long as you understand, she replied, curious about what he would say next. I actually wanted to talk to you many times, but I thought I'd be disturbing you. You're not exactly easy to approach. Even now, you don't seem to be into this conversation. Jared's voice sounded distant. His tone contained a trace of sadness. It was now Maria's turn to feel guilty. No. That's not it. This is just how I am. She sharply turned to look at Jared. Her eyes contained desperation. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea about her. She stopped midway, once again rendered speechless by Jared's charms. He was smiling at her, a contrast from what his tone suggested. I understand, Maria. That's just how you are. But, you should be more expressive of your emotions, you know? If you want something, or if you feel like talking, you can talk to me. Her heart was racing faster than before. I'm your friend. I'm here for you. Omitting the word friend, Maria kept looking at Jared with intensifying emotions. I can't read your mind, you know? Though sometimes I wish I could. Jared. Maria's heart was going to burst at any moment. And then, as if all his words weren't enough, Jared placed his hands on her shoulders. His warm hands sent sensations coursing through her body. Maria. It's a terribly long night. She fought to keep her trembling body in check. You wouldn't mind us keeping each other company? She gulped, wondering how Jared could be so bold as to suggest such a thing. We're not old enough for that yet, Maria knew she would have to refuse, but had no willpower to open her lips in resistance. So, should we talk for a bit? Oh, Maria's voice appeared, holding a tinge of disappointment and relief. Her racing emotions plummeted. It seemed she had gotten worked up for nothing. Sure. I could also use some company, she smiled, already acclimating to the feeling of seeing Jared's face up close. For a moment, silence prevailed between the two. Maria's body trembled once more as she uncomfortably stared into Jared's eyes. Ah, sorry about that. The boy withdrew the hands that were on her shoulder, and then... Here. Out of thin air, he summoned a dark coat and covered Maria's body. You must be catching a cold. You've been trembling for some time now. As the silence broke, both friends smiled at each other. Slowly, they were getting used to talking. The awkward atmosphere slowly dissipated. Thanks. Maria ripped the cloak and smiled. It had a lovely scent attached, just like Jared. Even though the night had begun uncomfortably for both of them, Jared and Maria soon forgot about their troubles and became drowned in conversation. Before they realized it, they spent all night together talking, and nothing more. Chapter 374. Yaawun. I had woken up close to noon, and that was only because of a knock I heard on my door. Why yet? Who is it? I murmured, scratching my head as I looked forward the door. It's Yvonne. A representative from the Queen has arrived, and we're all gathering in the parlor. The prince told me to come to fetch you. Shoot. My eyes bulged. I had gotten so carried away last night that I lost track of time. Thanks to that, I overslept. If I wasn't careful, this tardiness would reflect very badly on my image. Everything I had worked so hard for could be threatened. Tell them I'll be there soon. Okay, then. Ivan's tone suggested he wanted to say more but decided against it. The boy finally went away, leaving a disheveled me seated on my bed. I better hurry. Brushing. Bathing. Dressing up. These three processes took hours of perfection for some people, but, for a powerful mage like myself, I only needed a minute. Using magic, I cleaned up myself pretty quickly, getting rid of even the smallest trace of dirt. I summoned one of my potions and let it permeate my body. It made me feel refreshed and gave me a captivating scent. The potion was a perfumed product I made when I was less busy. To be honest, I had various models and flavors. If I were to venture into the cosmetics and fragrance business, there was no doubt that I could ruin the livelihood of many honest workers. Fortunately for them, magic was my calling. Brushing was effortless. I simply removed the germs in my teeth and cast freshening magic to completely cleanse my mouth. My tongue received extra care, but ultimately, it was perfectly resolved. I summoned an attire from my special space and wore it instantly, no effort expended. Within a minute, I was completely done with the procedure and left my room in a hurry, ensuring I took one good look at myself before leaving. Even my previously bushy hair had been straightened well thanks to my beautification magic. Such was the power of a previous scholar. Since I had researched various types of magic back then, it wasn't strange that I also knew a thing or two about making someone look good through magic. My theories and suggestions in that department made me quite popular among the ladies. Welp, let's see what the Queen has to say. The elf society ran a matriarchal system. Women were generally more empowered than men, and they held more prestigious positions. There were two reasons for this obvious divide in status and prestige among these two genders. One was talent. Female elves were generally stronger than the males. They possessed a better affinity for mana, and were more long-lived. As such, they had more experience with the arts and possessed more maturity to handle affairs far better than the males. The second factor was childbirth. Women determined the many things regarding their children during pregnancy. Stuff like gender, appearance, and even the length of pregnancy was determined by the mother. Using magic so freely on their own bodies, they were able to make these changes that would usually be deemed impossible. As a result, the importance of female elves rose to an abnormal degree. It was a matter long concluded the female elves were superior to the males. That was why, instead of a king as the ruler, the elves had a queen. Greetings. I am Darius, the Queen's representative in this diplomatic affair. May the spirits bless our meeting. A man wearing a spectacle smiled at us. He had whitish-gray hair, and a twinkle of age was evident in his eyes. Every member of our group was seated directly opposite this elf, separated by a center table. His expression was devoid of malice or skepticism. But, that didn't come as a surprise to me. After all, I knew who this elf was. Greetings. I am Fabian Lestrome Indieval, Prince of the Eastern Kingdom, as well as the head of this diplomatic envoy. After Fabian spoke, we all took turns introducing ourselves. He nodded upon hearing our greetings. His eyes scoured each of us for a moment, and I knew exactly what he was up to. Darius' original magic, absolute insight. He could completely see through his targets using this technique. It was like a more advanced version of the elven ability to read people. However, this elf's capabilities were on another level. Not only is he able to read thoughts, but he can also completely decipher just how powerful his targets are. The greatest merit of this ability was that once he had activated it on his target, he could easily use it anytime he wanted. Absolute insight was useful, not only for living things, but even items and objects. It was the ultimate appraisal magic. I have personally come to deliver the Queen's message to you concerning your proposed alliance. He spoke in a low tone. Freya and Claudius must have filled her in on the matters we discussed, and our letter must have been delivered promptly as well. While I wasn't certain who the current elf queen was, I had a good idea of what her response would be. Royal elves were different from the regular ones. While they had the same stance against humans, they were more inclined to listen since they held positions of authority. Besides, since we had done a great service to the elves' sentiments aside, we would at least be heard out. As a result of all that has happened, the Queen has decided to grant you an audience. Fabian and everyone else smiled in victory. Finally, after coming this far, we had almost achieved our goals. If only they listened till the end. However, only one of you will be allowed an audience with the Queen. She has asked me to select the most befitting of you all as your representative. The expressions of everyone fell, but not to a despairing degree. This wasn't a complete failure, after all. Fabian still had his smile on his face. He was the prince, as well as the leader of our group. The obvious choice would be him. Jared Leonard. You have been granted an audience with our Queen. Excellent. Just as expected. Chapter 375. Jared Leonard. You have been granted an audience with our Queen. Wah! Just as Fabian and Damien expressed shock as to why I was the one being called, I smiled and rose to my feet. I understand. Please, lead the way, Sir Darius. The prince and his attendant glared at me. My response was sharp, as though I had been expecting this outcome, which I was. They seemed to finally realize that everything so far had been within my calculations, so I smiled and stared at the Queen's representative instead. Hold on. I am the leader of our team. Am I not the right person who should be granted an audience with your Queen? Apparently, the young man could no longer control his dissatisfaction. To be honest, I couldn't exactly blame him. Being relegated to the sidelines when he had been looking forward to this moment must have greatly hurt his ego. I wouldn't have done this if he was capable enough, to begin with. Then, there was his assistant, Damien Lawcroft. Since he wasn't on my side, there was a good chance that he was pulling the prince's strings. If Fabian made a critical error when addressing the Queen, then things wouldn't go as smoothly as I intended. To checkmate the enemy and bring forth the most accurate results, this was the best route. You should just be quiet, Fabian. This is all for the good of the Eastern Kingdom. I stared blankly at him. The Queen decides who she meets and who she doesn't. Unless you are questioning the decision of Her Majesty. The atmosphere grew heavy as Darius began speaking. His gaze was now filled with danger as he glared at Fabian. I would prefer that you be quiet. Instantly, the prince gulped and backed down. The danger he must have sensed in Darius' gaze must have convinced him that the elf before him was strong. Elves were as powerful as how long they had lived. For someone like Darius, whom I knew in my first life, his level of strength was something mere humans couldn't dream of reaching with the exception of a few. Please control your aura, venerable elf. Another monster opened her jaws as she stared at the older elf. It was none other than Sarah Crimson. She had been composed for some time, but, just as she had warned me, there was a limit to her patience. Unless you want me to bring out mine as well. Darius instantly complied and smiled at Sarah's ferocious grin. Even with his power, there were quite a few opponents who would give him a hard time. People like Sarah would destroy him for sure. Fortunately, the experienced elf understood this. Very well. Since this matter has been concluded already, I shall be taking my leave with Jared Leonard. Darius rose to his feet and bowed slightly, bidding everyone in the room farewell except for me. Once he left the door behind him, I followed behind, stealing one final glance at my comrades. This is the best route. The alliance must succeed at all costs. I hope you understand. My lips parted as I left my allies behind me. Darius and I walked in silence, moving for a couple of minutes. It brought back memories of when I knew him in the past. Back then, our roles were somewhat reversed, and he was only a child. She was the one who introduced us back then. To be honest, looking at him from behind, made me remember certain memories that I didn't want to surface. Because the only things that would accompany those thoughts were regret and blame. We passed the garden, and then entered the royal palace building itself. The structure was extremely tall, ascending to the clouds like a tower at the very tip of the roof. Of course, I knew why the building was stretched upward. Once we entered the palace building, Darius took me on a long walk through the intricate grounds located within. The palace hallways were extremely vast, and we passed by several corners in the extremely complex steams of corridors. It was like a maze, but that was only for outsiders. Those who were permitted access knew the nooks and cranny of this place like the back of their hand. Besides, with the amount of time elves had to live, knowing complicated mazes and building structures wasn't very difficult. Eventually, we arrived at the door that led to the Queen's throne room. It was a massive door built with gold and decorated with many jewels befitting elven royalty. Your Majesty, I have arrived with the delegate you requested. For a moment, silence followed Darius' voice. And then, "Do come in." I heard her voice. It was majestic, and the sound rang through my ears and echoed in my heart. It reminded me of yet another person, but I couldn't quite remember. Then, the giant doors were opened. The blinding lights from within caused me to close my eyes for a moment, then open them slowly as I acclimated. That was when I was met with a breathtaking sight. The large throne room made the Eastern Kingdom's palace hall look like a joke in comparison. Not only was it larger and exquisitely adorned with several beautiful gems, but the massive room also contained murals that depicted the core root of elven heritage. Magic beasts and elves were beautifully drawn on the walls, and the chandeliers brightly illuminated the luxurious hall. I had no time to fully observe, so my appreciation of my surroundings was slightly diminished. Darius walked forward, and then I followed behind him. I introduced to the Queen's court, delegate from the Eastern Kingdom. I lowered my gaze and walked forward as Darius introduced me. The elf moved out of the way and let me walk ahead of him. I obeyed and didn't stop until I was a considerable length from the foot of the stairs that led to the throne. Jared Leonard. I humbly greet the Queen, as well as the royal members who are before me. My name is Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth, and in the name of the spirits, I seek an audience with your distinguished selves. My manners are perfect this time, aren't they? A stray thought popped into my head. Raise your head, delegate. As I heard her voice once more, my heart tightened and I obeyed. She was indeed the one I remembered. So, you're the Queen now, A faint smile crept upon my face as I lifted my eyes to witness the most powerful elf in the land. The Queen, Aurora Vindil, grants you liberty of expression. May the spirits bless this discourse. Chapter 376. The government system of the elves slightly differed from humans. Unlike our aristocratic means of leadership, power was only concentrated on the elf royalty. All decisions were made at the central level, and the elf queen had nigh absolute power in the land. Concepts such as nobility didn't even exist. The royal court of the elves consisted of only members of the royal family: the queen, the king, the princes, the princess, and mature relatives. It was a monopoly of power. However, did this mean that the citizenry was displeased by this fact? Not at all. They only respected and admired the royal family even more. After all, they carried the weight of the entire nation on their shoulders. Plus, they were also in charge of the greatest heritage of the elves. The murals on the walls depicted it well, and this particular existence was located in the royal palace. The sacred tree. As custodians of the most ancient of trees, the elven royalty were saddled with the trust and responsibility of the whole kingdom. Such was their position. And so, as I lifted my gaze, I saw the one who was at the helm of affairs among the long-eared race. Queen Aurora Vindil. Other than the slight bags under her eyes, and the twinkle of age in her eyes, she looked just the same as I remembered her. No, she has grown quite a bit. Her perfectly flawed skin and beautiful features were indeed befitting of elven royalty. Freya looked a great deal like her, though younger and more attractive. To think she had lived for so long and was now queen. Your sister would be very proud, I smiled a little, in nostalgia. Other than the queen, the king was also present. But, he simply stood at the right hand of the magnificent throne that his wife was seated on. Claudius and one other male elf were beside their father, while I spotted Freya standing beside the queen on the left side. Behind the primary royal family, both left and right, were the other members of the elf royalty. Their white hair made it obvious. Darius, you should also take your place here. Her marvelous voice rang out and called for the bespectacled man behind me. Darius, a member of royalty himself, bowed slightly and made for the stairs leading to the queen's throne. Once he got to the peak, Darius bowed to the queen once again, and took his place among everyone else. I simply waited in silence, holding on for the time I would be addressed. Firstly, I would like to render my thanks to you, and your group in extension, for the aid you have given my people, Aurora spoke calmly. Her poise was to be expected of the leader of her race. She had changed so much from the loud personality I remembered her for. We only acted accordingly. Your thanks are wasted on us. Formalities weren't my thing, but until the Queen herself specifically told me not to resort to it, I would continue with the unnecessary show of reverence. My eyes darted around the hall and I spotted no guards. There was no need for them, after all. Royals were the most powerful members of the elf race. If all of them were gathered in the same room, would there be a need for any additional security? Only a madman would choose to be violent in the presence of such pressure. I see. Very well, Aurora muttered. Since I was allowed to look upon the Queen, I ensured to observantly stare. Then, may I ask a somewhat personal question? That reminded me of what Freya pulled just yesterday. Like mother like daughter, eh? It's not like I'm in a position to refuse, so. Please do, Your Majesty. Does this make you uncomfortable? Seeing an arrangement quite different from what you are used to. A queen leading the people, the lack of a concept such as nobility, and the humility you have had to display upon arriving here. Do any of these bring you discomfort? They do not, I responded honestly. Once I said this, I spotted a glimmer of happiness in Aurora's eyes. She had always been a bit too honest. That's a relief. Then, shall we get to the topic? Please, rise on your feet. Let us have a proper conversation. I did as instructed and gave my thanks. Our Eastern Kingdom wishes to form an alliance with the Elf Kingdom. The threat of the demons is definitely greater than what either party can handle themselves. So, just as in the past, we wish to join forces once more with your people. I see, and whose idea was this? Your king? No, Your Majesty. This was a plan I came up with myself. Honesty was indeed the best policy. That makes sense. There was indeed a mention of an alliance by the Eastern Kingdom 3 years ago, but their approach was completely different from yours. That was why we didn't even consider it in the past. I could only imagine what they had written in their proposals. Also, isn't the story of the united front against demons nothing more than a fairy tale? Why bring that up now? I see. So, that's her angle. The stories are true. I found memoirs of the great sage, Lewis Griffith, where he recorded details of the conflict. That was how I was able to learn a bit about your culture and the truth behind the demon war so many centuries ago. For humans, the conflict was something everyone believed to be a work of fiction. This was simply because of the Fool Arcana. However, it wasn't like the Arcana affected everyone. People like me still had their memories intact. The same went for the elf royalty. This was to ensure countermeasures were in place, just in case the demons went against our pact. I see. Then it all makes sense, Aurora murmured. I saw her flinch when I mentioned Lewis Griffith. That meant she still remembered everything. It's not like she could have forgotten, in the first place. After all, how could someone forget the man who was her sister's intimate lover? Chapter 377. You have convinced me as to the origins of your unconventional wisdom, as well as your knowledge of our proper etiquette, Aurora spoke, staring at me with sparked interest. If you don't mind, would you be willing to show me the memoir you mentioned? Oh? Is the Queen also interested in our great sage, Lewis Griffith? I smiled, feigning innocence. Well, something like that. She responded with a strained smile. Yeah, right. You never really liked me. I remained smiling. Then, I will ensure to bring it the next time I pay you a visit, hopefully as allies already. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. We shall see, won't we? Aurora replied with a strained laugh. Should I tease her a little more? There was mention of you in the memoir, Your Majesty. It seemed Lewis Griffith knew you well when he was still alive. Were you perchance close? I could see veins appearing on her head. Well, you could say that. She seemed to be struggling to keep her lips in position. That explains it then. Because he mentioned how he once saw you in. That's enough. Please, just show me the memoir later. Aurora finally cracked. Her teeth were displayed, and an anxious look was obvious. I instantly bowed, laughing internally. Even though she hated my guts, Aurora did confide in me about a few things. We were what you would call frenemies. Plus, since I was her sister's lover, she was stuck with having me around. That led to some embarrassing moments between us. Then, shall we get back to the topic? About the alliance, while it is true that we indeed owe you a great debt, we could simply return the favor by coming to your aid as well. That would settle the score, wouldn't it? That was true. An alliance is already overstretching the matter. Do not get me wrong, I appreciate your efforts, but a one-time save could be repaid with another. That is fair, don't you agree? Indeed, Your Majesty. She hadn't seen enough reason to ally the elves with the humans. No, perhaps Aurora already knew that it was the best course of action, but the weight of her position forced her to seek out a better deal. Was she hoping for something more from my end? If that was the case, then. However, Queen Aurora, I still request an alliance with the elves. And the basis for this isn't the help we rendered for your people back then. I wasn't going to disappoint her expectations. Really? Yes. Please consider that as a mere coincidence. The real deal is something I will personally be offering. And, allow me to say, it is an offer you cannot refuse. My tone was not rude, but confident. While I spotted a few royals squint their eyes or squeeze their faces in disapproval, Aurora seemed intrigued instead. Then, please let me hear what you have to offer. Now we're talking. I grinned internally, looking at Freya for a moment. She was smiling broadly at me, also intrigued by what I was going to say. What could be so magnanimous that their achievements in the eastern border would only be considered a bonus? I'm sure they were all thinking this. If you choose to form an alliance with us, Elf Queen, I will personally revive every single elf who died in the attack of the demon beasts. Not only that, but I will also completely restore the eastern border to its previous state. Silence. Utter silence filled the hall. It will be as though the demon beast attack never occurred. The Queen's composure was long forgotten. Her expression contained immense surprise, and the others beside and behind her couldn't believe my words. That is my offer, Queen Aurora Vindil. Now, I ask you, do you accept? It was downright impossible. No, even bringing such a subject to the realm of logic was nothing short of sheer madness. Several thousand elves died in the attack of the demon beasts. An entire city was destroyed, turned into a wasteland thanks to the demon beasts' onslaught and the miasma they exuded. It would take months to repair the damage and return the city to its former glory. And, even though they would eventually be able to restore the border, the same couldn't be said about the lives that had been taken. Yet, I will personally revive every single elf who died in the attack of the demon beasts. Not only that, but I will also completely restore the eastern border to its previous state. A mere human was making such an empty promise. It was laughable, completely ridiculous. But, why couldn't Aurora let the thought vanish from her heart? It will be as though the demon beast attack never occurred. It was akin to fantasy. Such a promise had to be fake, a silly fairy tale. Queen Aurora would have dismissed it as utter nonsense. However, the look on the young man's face told her that he was absolutely serious about his words. Suddenly, Aurora remembered the words of her daughter. She recalled how Freya told her of the unbelievable feats of this Jared Leonard, how he mass teleported a large number of people, and even easily dispersed the thick clouds of miasma in the eastern border. His abilities were beyond her expectations, and even the heroes of the past would not have been able to replicate his feats so easily. Aurora had to admit that Jared was indeed not ordinary. But what he was talking about was an entirely different matter altogether. Still, even though the Queen's logic told her not to believe the words of the young human before her, somehow, Aurora wanted to trust them. How will you do it? She asked, narrowing her gaze on him. Ever since he had arrived in the royal palace, Aurora wasn't able to read him. Her daughter, Freya, had said the same thing. Even Darius had told her his original magic was ineffective on the boy. There was no way she could discern if his words were true or not. However, Aurora wanted to have faith. The hope that her dead subjects could be saved, that they could be given another chance at life. If this human could offer such help, then, an alliance was something she would easily accept. Your Majesty, that is a trade secret, you know. Jared Leonard smiled in response to her question. Even though his tone didn't control any reverence, she didn't mind at all. Her heart was beating fast in anticipation of his answer. But, since it's you, I don't mind revealing my means. It's simple. The boy's confidence soared, causing Aurora's heart to leap a bit. Something about his mannerisms and impudent attitude reminded her of someone. Someone who was long gone. I'll use my original magic. Chapter 378. Death wasn't exactly feared by elves. In fact, when their time came, they embraced it. Since there was no form of danger in their lands, and they lived long fulfilling lives, they accepted it when their time was over. After death, they would become one with the sacred tree and become spirits. Their souls would be transported to a realm called Heaven, a paradise more prosperous than the current elf kingdom. Everyone looked forward to their deaths after spending their lives to the fullest, having no regrets. However, this only applied to death by old age. If an elf's life was cut short, they would obviously have tons of regrets. Elves who had barely lived beyond 100 years, or whose time hadn't fully ripened, were clearly not going to be ready to accept death. Legend had it that such people would never be accepted into heaven since they weren't at rest. And so, every elf made it their duty to live a full life while they were still alive. They made sure they had no regrets. Not only for the present but also in consideration of the afterlife. This legend, though inherently false, made sure that everyone was productive in the elf society. That gave meaning to their extremely long lives. And so, with each member living a life of responsibility, the elf kingdom prospered greatly. Elves have perfect bodies, so they don't fall sick or die prematurely. Everyone lives their life to the fullest. That's why this is such a great tragedy for them. Thousands lost their lives in the demon beast attack. Not only would they never find rest according to the legends, their hopes and dreams were done for. At least, that would have been the case. However, I had an alternative. That is my offer, Queen Aurora Vindil. Now, I ask you, do you accept? I played my trump card up front, igniting the hope in Aurora's heart. From her expression, after my words hit, it was already certain that she would accept my offer. It was only a matter of time. Original magic? You mean, at such an age, you have already delved into that realm? And your individual art is enough to restore everyone? The Queen asked, still having a bit of doubt in her voice. It was to be expected. Humans were short-lived, and we didn't have as much affinity for mana as the elves. Her way of thinking was accurate, but I had spent over 100 years training and doing stuff. If I didn't have any original magic at this point, then it would be pretty disturbing. Please, have faith in me. I have no merit in lying to you. The royals behind her began to look at each other with conflicted expressions as well. The decision ultimately lay with the Queen. Everyone else was simply there as a show of strength. If Aurora made the choice, then it would be so. May I have some time to think about it? I knew she would say that. However, there was also a limit to my understanding and patience. No. My polite tone was hanging on a thread now, but sometimes this was also necessary for diplomacy. Since the cards were all in my court, I only needed to apply pressure to make Aurora bend to my will. As you already know, this isn't the time for indecisiveness. We are in a hurry to decide on an alliance so we can prepare appropriate measures. I will ask that you make your decision here and now. My gaze was serious, and it pierced through the defenses of the Queen in an instant. Despite her high and mighty demeanor, she was still the Aurora I knew at her core. She was prone to make rash and quick decisions without hesitation. As long as she knew this was the right thing to do, I was sure that the elf would jump at it. Fine. I will accept, but only on the condition that you fulfill your end of the bargain. That is only natural, Your Majesty. I appreciate your consideration. I smiled and bowed slightly. It was about time to wrap up this long diplomatic effort. I have the contract with me right here. You may also choose to make another separate one for the elves. A parchment materialized on my palm. All right. Let us move to a more appropriate place for that. And so, I was escorted to the lounge. Of course, permission was given to allow every other member of our team of delegates into the lounge. The members of royalty stood behind the Queen's sofa, and my team members stood behind mine. A desk was between both parties who would be recognized as equal from the moment we concluded the alliance contract. It took a short while, but the elves prepared their contract as well. Judging from the mana I was sensing from the document, it was a magic item. It must have some effects in the scenario where we end up breaking the agreement set within it. I planned on thoroughly reading through the whole thing before signing it, though. Even though I could feel two hostile gazes directed at me from my own group, it didn't stop me from taking all the necessary actions. Fabian and Damien, you people do not understand. If they had been in my shoes, it would be doubtful if they could achieve the same results I did. Even if an alliance was made, it wouldn't have been finalized until the next demon attack. That would waste too much time. I only have about 12 more days. In a short while, Zenkiel was going to launch his offensive. Warding him off would be one of the aids we would render to our allies. I'll also need their help in the matter with the fairies, I smiled. Ultimately, this was going to be a grand alliance. I, Aurora Vindiel, Queen of the Elf Kingdom, hereby declare this treaty between our two nations to be genuine and binding on both parties. I, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth, representative of the Eastern Kingdom, attest to this declaration and uphold it. Afterward, both of us jointly sealed our agreements. May the spirits watch over this alliance. Chapter 379. Woa! I can't believe we are now in an alliance with the elves. I definitely thought it would take longer. The previously silent Bradford began running his mouth once more. I know, right? Yvonne, who had slowly gotten closer to the man, responded. The two of them usually kept each other company, so I didn't have to deal with any of them. I just hope there's time for sightseeing. It'll be such a waste if we didn't explore this place now that we're here. As they were slacking off and conversing, Maria was reading something in a corner. Our eyes met for a moment, and we smiled at each other. That night session we shared together made us a bit closer than before. At the very least, I could confidently call us friends now. Sarah was not present in our guest room at the moment, since she said she had some business to attend to. Since she had been behaving herself, I knew she could be trusted not to make a major blunder. But, at the same time, I was worried exactly because of that very fact. I hope she doesn't erupt. A bad feeling crept up on me and I shivered. Regardless, everyone seemed to be in some form of high spirits after the alliance treaty was signed without a hitch. We had our respective documents as proof, and I held on to the parchment belonging to our end. Afterward, we were told to retreat to our guest room to rest. Aurora is probably discussing with the other royals right now. The Elf Kingdom will drastically change from this point on, but it'll be for the better. Some of the people could be skeptical about an alliance with humans. However, after taking our contributions into consideration, including my end of the deal, their opinions would no doubt shift for the better. Healing their land and resurrecting their people would score major points for the humans. That was the main reason why I didn't simply rely on mere rhetorics to win the hearts of the royals. I could probably pull it off without the whole resurrection deal. A smile crept upon my face. Once I deciphered their personalities, it was easy to manipulate my targets. But, there was also the matter of public opinion. I needed the citizenry to be satisfied with our allied status. What better way was there than to save an entire lost city? I remembered how grateful Alovita was to me when I rescued her from death. Even to this moment, she still held me in high esteem. If I could do the same for the elves, then they would no doubt have good impressions of the humans they currently looked down on. Well, there's also the fact that I'm not a scumbag. If I could save people, I would. It was only a matter of how to implement my ideal in a way that benefited my goals. At least, with the way everything turned out, everyone was benefiting. That's all that matters, I smiled once more. Hey, Jared! A voice called out to me. I looked in its direction and found two people walking in my direction. Their scowls were so obvious, and they didn't look very pleased with me. But, of course. After all, they were the individuals who weren't too pleased with the current turn of events. Get up. We need to talk. I stared blankly at Fabian after he made that command. Damien Lawcroft was also confidently standing beside him, in support. These guys. It was clear that they wanted to confront me on the matters that had gone according to my will, and not theirs. The bitterness on their faces gave away their emotions, so I didn't even need to sense their mono-wavelength to tell. They'll probably request for the Alliance Treaty document from me, I sighed, still seated on the couch. Perhaps it was time I put them in their place. What is there to discuss? I crossed my leg and intertwined my fingers. While properly resting my back on the couch, I crossed my legs and gave a condescending smile. Hey, don't test my patience, Jared. Listen to your superior. Fabian and Damien respectively barked, but their voices didn't even faze me. If there are matters to be discussed, then let us talk here. I see no problems with that. I smiled, looking around the room. Yvonne, Bradford, and Maria were already looking in our direction. The prince and his assistant were currently in a tough spot. But, because they had come so far, their pride wouldn't allow them to back off any longer. The two had probably realized the shift of power, and if they didn't address the issue soon, I would inadvertently become the leader of our group. Jared Leonard. Your actions are synonymous with insubordination. If you keep up this attitude, I'll be forced to dispense. You keep talking about this whole hierarchy, but I'm slowly getting tired of this farce. I didn't want to do this at all. I had avoided it for as long as possible in consideration of the Eastern Kingdom's royal family, but I suppose it's time to let it out. Here you go. I summoned a parchment from my dimensional space and threw it at Fabian. He must have thought it was the treaty since he looked satisfied. I watched as he opened the scroll to confirm his contents, partially curious about his expression. And, as expected, he did not disappoint. What is this? A smile formed on my face as I remained silent. Damien watched the prince helplessly quiver, and quickly grabbed the parchment to read its contents as well. His expression afterward was more composed, but I could tell that he too was visibly shaken. This is, he murmured. That's right. It's a decree written by His Majesty, King Albion Lest Rome Indieval himself. It even has the kingdom seal and everything. As you can see from what was written there, I have full authority over this expedition. The fact that Fabian became our leader was because I allowed it. Chapter 380. Within the document that the king approved, he basically gave me every right to determine what happened in our little group. If I deemed it fit, I could even remove Fabian and Damien from my team. Father really wrote this. Fabian was still struggling to accept his empty position. He never had any real authority, to begin with. Do you understand now? I wasn't going to say anything before now, since I wanted to be considerate of your position. If you had behaved, you would have continued to be our leader. I had no use for figureheads who wouldn't listen to what they were told. Your existence in this group was for mere decoration, Fabian. I allowed you to come because I initially thought you'd be simpler to bring along, but I suppose I was wrong. You're annoying, and that makes it difficult to focus. This was simply me bullying a young man, but he deserved to hear those words. In my eyes, Fabian was nothing but a child. That was shy. I had been considerate for so long, but even kids had to grow up at some point. How dare you talk to the prince that way? Damien Lawcroft growled at me. It was a wonder how such a man was able to lord over me back when I still studied at Anne's Lark. Just as Naren told me, he indeed was a man worthy of pity. Be quiet. How dare you address me, the representative of the king, in such a manner? That's treason, you know. Are you going to be taking responsibility for that? That was enough to zip Damien's mouth shut. Fabian, who had expected his assistant to defend him and turn the tables, was now staring at the powerless Damien with disbelief. It's a tragic sight, really. Fabian, you shouldn't be relying on that man. Even though Damien had kept quiet once treason was mentioned, it wasn't as though he wasn't already guilty of that offense. Conspiring with that organization, Damien, I smiled at him. The true reason I allowed Fabian to come with me was that Damien would also accompany him. He was my true target from the get-go. It's better I have this traitor in sight than leaving him to run rampant in the royal capital. Besides, I would be able to glean quite some information from him. Considering his level of power and intelligence, though, I surmised he would be among the lowest rank. Most likely even lower than Legris. And that guy didn't know much. Still, even the smallest bit of intel had its uses. I just had to ensure they were accurate. There was a chance that the enemy would try to mislead me with wrong information, so I had to be careful. This is quite an intricate game. But, I had no plans of losing. If you understand, get out of my sight. Go rest in your rooms and wait for further instructions. I said to the two, still cross-legged. For a moment, there was an uncomfortable silence hanging in the air. I could sense foreboding, and an unsettling sensation lurked amid us. The emotions of Fabian, in particular, were in an uncontrollable torrent. Before long, it erupted. This has to be false. It's fake. I refuse to believe it. Really? This is the best you could do? I nearly rolled my eyes as Fabian burst out in complaint. You're lying. Father would never. Okay, that's enough. Instantly, I spread my mana pressure around me, enveloping both Fabian and Damien in it. Their bodies shuddered, and their eyes nearly widened as a result of the impact. I didn't go all out, and only utilized a portion of my mana core, yet they were both in a state of shock and fear. Their legs gave up strength, and the two of them crumbled to the ground. I simply watched them kneel from my seated position. I believe I made myself clear. My words came out softly as I stared coldly at the two pathetic excuses for mages. Eek! With my glowing eyes, I fixed my gaze on them, causing sweat to pour out of their pores and their bodies to shake even more. Go to your rooms. Now. They couldn't move because of the pure state of terror they were in, but I could tell that they understood my message. Once I retracted the mana pressure, Fabian and his lovely assistant skittered away, dashing straight for their respective rooms. That should settle things, for now, I murmured, looking at the three witnesses in the room. Haha. Don't mind me. Their gazes showed that they weren't going to ever cross my words ever again out of both respect and fear. Ah, this is what I was trying to avoid. Now, the mood is ruined thanks to those idiots. The upside was that no one would be challenging my authority anytime soon. Other than Sarah, I could most likely handle everyone else present. Speaking of Sarah, where is she? As I made this thought, a knock sounded on our door. It was faint, and I could sense the one who was responsible for it. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Freya was the one who was knocking. She came for two reasons. One was due to an incident that Sarah caused. As I feared, she was indeed up to something. Fortunately, it didn't aggravate the elves in the slightest. The crazy woman had simply challenged the strongest elf, the Elf Queen, to combat. As a result, we were supposed to watch the friendly spar between two members of allied kingdoms. I shuddered at the thought. The second reason was a personal invitation for me. Apparently, the Elf Queen wanted to have a private discussion with me after her spar with Sarah. Is it because of the memoir, or? Either way, it didn't matter. After all, I also wanted to have a private conversation with the Queen. There was something I desperately needed to know. Yvonne, please fetch Fabian and Damien. We'll be attending this friendly spar. I grinned. While I had mixed feelings about watching two monsters fight, my heart was racing with excitement. That was because I knew for sure we were all in for a treat. This should be fun. Asterisk. 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 A/N. I need more reviews and interaction for this story. It's to encourage me and also get your suggestions. So, please, I would like to appeal to the readers to give their reviews, and also comment more. Thanks for reading. Chapter 381. We arrived at the Grand Colosseum and observed that a few people were already present. The members of elf royalty were seated at the opposite end of the circular hall. It was a massive structure located within the palace. The size was something that should have never been possible with the way the royal building looked from the outside, which suggested that magic was at work. We sort of faced each other, separated by the wide gulf that was the stage itself. Standing on the stage were the two contestants Aurora and Sarah. I wasn't the slightest bit worried about the effects of their battle. After all, the defensive array the elves had was impressive enough to block off the effects of certain magic on the transcendental level. This was protection given by the sacred tree itself, so I was guaranteed its potency. Besides, they're only having a friendly duel, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right? I would be a fool to believe that. Both of these two women were scary. Sarah was a wild savage that had been craving a fight ever since we started this expedition, no, even before then. As for Aurora, hidden behind her gentle smile and calm demeanor, was a monster in her own right. She was more talented than her sister in magic even though she was younger. To be honest, this elf was a prodigy in every way. It was no wonder she had been able to live so long and was even an active queen to her people. Though I was a bit curious about this fight, it was clear that Aurora had the advantage. This was elf territory, and mana was densest in the royal palace, thanks to the sacred tree. As a result, she had access to the mana locked in the environment. Humans didn't know how to tap into that, so in terms of mana, certainly, Aurora was superior to Sarah. But, why did I have an unsettling feeling as I stared at the scene? Sarah's confident grin didn't stem from ignorance. It was as though she believed the match was going to end up in her win. Well, there's only one way to find out. Rules for the match were established them. Among them was an obvious restriction. Since this is only a friendly match, we won't be utilizing original magic, Aurora spoke with a gentle smile. She had a scepter in her hand. The object looked like intertwined branches of an aged tree. Atop it floated an orb that shimmered with multiple colors. Anyone could tell at first glance that it was an immensely powerful magic device. Ah, please don't mind this little thing. I won't be using the power within. It's just more comfortable fighting with it. I see. That's regrettable. I truly wish to fight you at full strength. Sarah said, a little less thrilled. As do I. But diplomacy calls for moderation. Perhaps at a later date, we can enjoy ourselves to the fullest. I would very much like that. Both women smiled at each other. Even though they were strangers who had only met a few moments ago, they felt a comradeship that couldn't be explained with mere words. These two were known as the strongest in their respective kingdoms. No one dared stand against them, and so they had been desirous of a greater challenge. Now that they stood before each other, they were glad to have met. This time, for sure, both females thought they would have the privilege of going all out at least, to an extent. Their grins were evident, and the referee Darius made sure to keep his distance before even dreaming of starting the match. Once he was within the array of protection, he raised his voice so everyone in the hall could hear him. Let the match begin. And thus began a match of utter chaos. Starting the friendly sparring session, was an explosion that could have devastated a small city. The destructive blasts of wrath as both parties clashed caused those who watched to gulp in both fear and admiration. People like Ivan had their skins jumping in fear. Power like this was beyond anything he could ever muster. Watching two monsters duke it out like this reminded the boy of someone in his own grade who had also attained a realm of unimaginable power. It made Ivan feel inadequate, but he kept watching. Even though he was a weakling who was among the truly strong, Ivan steeled his resolve and decided to do all he could to keep growing. Spectating battles like this would help broaden his horizon, or so he had thought. However, after watching the two women exchange a few blows, Ivan realized it was futile to watch the match. Their abilities were beyond what he could measure. Their fight was too fast for his eyes to follow. Their powerful magic was far above his comprehension. This wasn't even in the realm of what he could learn from. It was a complete catastrophe. See, can I really learn anything from this? It was an amazing battle. I was calculating everything as they fought. With every thrust and evasion, every defense and offense, I analyzed the actions of both parties. Watching strong individuals fight was a fine learning experience, and I was glad to be able to witness these two duke it out. In terms of battle prowess, Sarah had the upper hand. Aurora mostly took to the defensive and evaded Sarah's assaults. Then, she would counterattack with a powerful spell. The end result was this back and forth occurred for some time, and the two were at a stalemate. Considering how the mana of an individual was finite, I expected Sarah to run out of steam in a battle of attrition. However, if I were to compare her mana pool to Naren's, it would take an extremely long time before she got tired. In the long run, though, Aurora would win this fight since she had an almost infinite stock of mana on her side. This was another advantage of being an elf. With the abundance of mana in their environment, their bodies naturally attracted the force of mana, allowing them to strengthen their spells and restore expended energy. In a way, it was similar to spellcraft. That's no surprise, though. After all, it was because of this discovery of the elves that I could invent my greatest trump card. Asterisk. 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 A/N. I need more reviews and interaction for this story. It's to encourage me and also get your suggestions. So, please, I would like to appeal to the readers to give their reviews, and also comment more. Thanks for reading. Chapter 382. Elves naturally attracted mana, allowing them to retain their youthfulness and restore any expended energy with little effort. In a fight, they could also employ the aid of environmental mana to assist them, thereby increasing the power of their spells, and also recharging any lost mana. That was so similar to the ability I developed Spellcraft. However, there was one fundamental difference between my principle and theirs. The elves couldn't control environmental mana. That's right. Even though they could attract, sense, and decipher the mana in the environment well, they didn't actually manipulate the mana itself. It was just something that occurred naturally, according to their physiology and natural evolution. They could control the mana once it entered their system, but no elf could freely manipulate the mana around them. Perhaps they could, if they tried, but was there really a need? Mana always came to their aid, and it was abundant. Besides, they all believed that this energy was a free essence blessed upon them by the spirits. None of them had the right to control or cover such power. As a result, they never achieved spellcraft. Regardless, the current position of the elves and mana was still incredible. Which was why Aurora was able to launch so many peak-level spells without restraint. She only possessed a single mana core, a special grade, but the mana she could summon was beyond ordinary. Yet another explosion surged forth, causing me to wince at the extent of the destruction wrought by the two women. Will this fight ever end? Holding back is hard, especially when you're the opponent, Sarah muttered, staring at Aurora with complaint. She had been restricting herself to the highest level of peak spells, but not one of them had reached her target. Sarah Crimson specialized in destructive arts. That was the only type of magic she had bothered learning, how to pummel her opponents without question. However, at this juncture, she was beginning to wish she had learned other craftier types of magic. Her opponent was tricky, and raw strength was going to take her down, at least not at her current level. If she could simply use transcendental magic, it would have been preferable. But, she was restrained because of their diplomatic condition. Damn it! I feel the same way, Sarah Crimson. To be honest, I'm a bit frustrated that I haven't been able to take you down yet. Aurora replied. The Elf Queen, though she tried to hide it, was a sore loser. She hated losing to anyone ever. It was one of the reasons she had many problems with Lewis Griffith in the past. He always seemed to be one step ahead, and so she hated him. Well, it wasn't exactly hatred, but... Why am I thinking of that annoying bastard now? He was a weakling that wasn't worth her attention, yet, he somehow managed to be at the center of it. Still, this woman is quite something. Aurora reasoned as she stared at Sarah. She had thought humans were inferior to elves, at least when it came to the volume of mana they could employ. But, this woman had broken that golden rule. Even the most powerful of mages would show hints of exhaustion after a few peak-level magic spell, yet. She's not even tired after all that. Aurora could feel herself getting more and more excited. No one had made her want to fight this earnestly ever since her sister. She was always holding back, but, if she took me seriously, she could have been stronger. The fact that Aurora had never fought a proper with the only one who could have been a challenge still stung. But, once the queen remembered what would happen if she had lost, a weird calm came over her. Her sister was simply being thoughtful of her. Then, should we switch things up for a bit? Sarah Crimson suggested, her eyes indicating an excitement that could only be accompanied by violence. Fine, then. How about this, one transcendental spell from both of us? The one who wins will be declared the victor. The moment Sarah heard this, her grin widened and she screamed in agreement. But, no original magic. That rule still stands. TCH, fine. Even without the use of original magic, there was still a means of utilizing transcendental magic. In simple terms, such spells that were beyond the limits of normal people magic that could bend the normal principles of the world. That was what transcendental magic was. Arcanus stood above every other transcendental magic that existed, but that also meant there were a few others. I'll be using this, if you don't mind. Aurora stretched out her staff and smiled at Sarah. Fine. Do what you want. Transcendental magic was beyond the limits of living beings, so that usually meant to use one, you would need the aid of tools. With the exception of a few users of original magic, if anyone even dreamed of attaining the transcendent realm, they needed tools. Despite how powerful Aurora was, only her original magic was at that level. If she wanted to utilize any other spell, she would require the aid of the Staff of Ages. It was the spirit weapon passed among the rulers of her people, taken from the very roots of the sacred tree. When Aurora became Elf Queen, she merged her personal spirit weapon with the staff, just as her predecessors had done before her. As such, what she held was the ultimate item of the elves. Transcendental magic was possible with it. What about you? You're not going to utilize any item. All eyes were on Sarah now, wondering what she would do. It was common sense that people couldn't possess transcendental magic beyond their original one. Since that was the case, why wasn't Sarah budging? The answer was simple. Why? I don't need any tool. Sarah Crimson had transcended the realm of common sense. I'll just up my magic to the transcendental level. It was that simple. Chapter 383. Sarah Crimson's solution had always been simple. Destruction. By raising her magic beyond the realm within reason, Sarah had access to the most destructive magic that could lay waste to anything. That was what transcendental magic meant to her. Very well, then. Shall we begin? Aurora spoke, hiding her surprise and anxiety. Yet. Let's do this. This fight began as a friendly spar between two friendly nations, but now, it had escalated beyond that. Though no one directly said it, everyone knew that this was a turning point of the trite belief among both the human and elf race. A match to determine which among them was superior. Oi, oi, oi. The mana I was sensing was dangerous. If I wasn't certain of the protection granted by the sacred tree's magic, I would have definitely called this whole thing off. As Aurora readied her brightly colored staff, Sarah steadied her posture. Both women were smiling like the nut jobs they were, and I could only powerlessly watch as they would decimate the area. I had initially thought of how this match would go, but now I really had no idea what would happen next. Glancing at both the elves and humans, I could tell that everyone seemed to be wondering the same thing. Who would win? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. Scarlet aura burst forth from Sarah, covering her nearby vicinity with an oppressive heat that melted the very fabric of air around her. The heat of mana around was strong enough to vaporize anything that came even the slightest bit close. The density was beyond ordinary, and this surge of energy kept swelling at an uncontrollable rate. Rising and peaking to a phenomenal degree, it ascended far above the stage. Everyone watched the brilliant display of her beautifully deadly mana. However, this was only the beginning. The entire energy began condensing. It rapidly shrunk, swirling around Sarah's hand. Such dense mana was already unbelievable. To compress it even further was downright impossible, yet that was exactly what was happening. Reality seemed to be shattering, and the atmosphere couldn't handle its power. If anyone was to step foot into the stage, they knew their deaths were imminent. The only reason the two women were fine was because of the enhancements they had on them. Their mana was enough to protect them from the power exuded by Sarah's concentrated energy. It finally settled on her fist. Like flames covering her hand, the energy had taken a different color. It was no longer scarlet. Instead, it took on a more malevolent color. Vermilion. Here I go! Sarah shouted, readying her body as she focused on the enemy. Aurora hadn't been slacking off while Sarah was preparing her attack. She too was focusing her energy to resonate with the mana dwelling within the staff. Usually, the surrounding mana would have come to her aid, but Sarah's overwhelming energy had completely destroyed every trace of mana around. If not for the dense protection Aurora had on her, the defensive spell would have also been eaten away. This is even fiercer than miasma. Demonic energy was a corroding element that corrupted mana slowly. But Sarah's own simply burned them away. The effect was instantaneous, therefore it was more dangerous than miasma. Aurora tightened her grip on the spirit weapon she wielded. It gave her the confidence needed to face the calamity head-on. Any wrong move would be fatal, she was aware. Mana was no longer coming to her aid. That meant one thing. Here and now. I have to stop that myself. No, not just stop it. Aurora had to overcome the energy. The amount of power it would take to achieve such a feat was incalculable, so she simply poured all she had into the staff. Instantly, the crystallization of energy manifested, and an arrow appeared. It looked more like a drill than an actual arrow, but this projectile was spinning mana at an abnormal rate. The more it spun, the more power it emitted. The blue glow was in direct contrast with Sarah's vermilion fist. The atmosphere swelled with the respective mana of the two women. A fist versus an arrow. Two transcendental calamities were about to unfold. Vermilion burst. Harbinger of rupture. As soon as Sarah leaped from her position, Aurora released her hold on the arrow. The sound was deafening, and the shooge sent reverberating echoes across the hall. Everyone trembled in their seats, attesting to the two powers that neared each other. Faster than the regular eye could process, these two forces clashed. And then, just as they clashed, everything turned white. I saw it all. It was tasking, but I made sure to focus my absolute attention on the battle. I watched everything. As Sarah leaped from her position and launched her fist. As the devastating drill clashed with the vermilion blow. Everything turned extremely bright, but I did not lose focus. I made sure to see beyond the blinding light and watch the outcome of the match. Who would win? Their attacks both contained transcendental powers. In essence, they couldn't be measured. Sarah's blow was supposed to decimate anything and everything. Aurora's arrow was meant to pierce all and devastate everything in its path. The result of these impossible forces colliding was what I wanted to see. And so, I did. It's a shame. Sarah whispered, staring at her opponent. The entire arena, which had been fortified with transcendental magic, was already destroyed. Indeed, Aurora replied, looking at the former. The two were completely unharmed. Their surroundings had suffered such terrible casualties, yet none of them were injured. Looks like it's a tie. And so, just as the battle had reached an overwhelming crescendo, the climax finally settled. Everyone's anxious expressions dissipated, and their questions were ultimately left unanswered. We should stop here for now. Aurora smiled, taking a good look around her. I suppose. It is a friendly spar, after all. Even though it was a bit too late to call their fight that, it seemed the two women insisted that was all it had been. I didn't want to imagine what an actual fight would be like for them. I'm strong, but those two. They were on a realm higher than mine. As much as I enjoyed the match, everything I witnessed left a deep impression on me. To be honest, I was humbled. There are such monsters in this world. Grateful they were both my allies, I smiled bitterly. I still have a long way to go. Chapter 384. This woman is crazy, Aurora thought to herself as she stared at the human before her. While the match had ended in a tie, the elf queen begged to differ internally. The attack she had used, Harbinger of Rupture, was the most powerful offensive spell in her arsenal. The drilling arrow that spun could pierce through anything, and it accumulated more power with every rotation. The only restraining factor to this spell was time. If given enough time to rotate, it could build enough charge that had the capacity to destroy an entire continent, no, probably the world. That was why it was Aurora's trump card. While she knew it wouldn't have been able to achieve its perfect state since Sarah Crimson wouldn't let it charge for very long, the elf still expected to come out victorious. However, to think her attack got cancelled out. Sarah had not even utilized the aid of any weapon or magic item. It was simply her individual power. Yet, we tied. Aurora Vindil hated losing, but this feeling within her was something that felt far worse than defeat. It was the realization that she was inferior even though she didn't lose. That woman, Sarah Crimson, she's definitely stronger than I am. Of course, for the sake of her people as well as to keep her ego intact, Aurora didn't reveal her true thoughts. Since everyone had agreed it was a tie, she would let it remain that way. After all, none of them had been going all out from the start. It was nothing more than a friendly spar. The match ended, and both women slightly bowed to each other to show their respects. The look on Sarah's face was ecstasy, and Aurora was matching the same look. I know she's sulking internally, though. This wasn't what I had in mind, but I was glad that Sarah was able to blow off some steam by facing Aurora. This should calm her down for a bit, I whispered to myself. The two women exited the devastated arena, vanishing from sight. The entrances/exits linking to the stage were not connected to the seats of the audience, so we lost sight of them. Ah, hold on, didn't Freya say the queen wanted to see me? Just as I was having the thought, the elf in question appeared before me. Come with me. I nodded and followed her lead sheepishly. We took a different route from everyone else, and before I knew it, we were on a strange path. That was an intense match, wasn't it? Freya smiled as she led the way. At some point, she slowed down her pace, so we were walking side by side. Indeed. I truly couldn't tell who would win. I responded, glancing at the smiling elf. For some reason, she seemed awfully pleased. I had thought her pride as an elf would be hurt a little for seeing her mother draw with a human. She is Aurora's daughter, after all, I nearly smirked. Well, I have to admit, it was surprising. I've never actually seen my mother use her staff before. To think she resorted to that. The Staff of Ages was something passed among the queens of the Elf Kingdom. I heard a bit about it from my lover in my previous life, but even she couldn't tell me the details. Well, Sarah is very strong. I can only imagine what would happen if she decided to use her familiar or original magic. Familiar? Oh, you mean bond souls? I nodded. For elves, they operated differently from humans. Rather than utilizing familiars the way we did, they made contracts with certain magic beasts and bond souls. These contracts allowed their linked partners to come to their aid at any time. It was also a symbiotic relationship, so the elves and their partners both benefited. However, a major difference between our method and theirs was that they utilized living magic creatures as their partners. It was the obvious choice since bond souls were weaker versions of their living selves. So, rather than utilizing bond magic, they formed contracts with actual living magic beasts. That gave them a massive advantage. I guess that's why using familiars was also restricted. I smiled and Freya nodded. If both women had gone all out, it was a wonder what would actually happen. However, with what I had seen so far, my opinion was leaning toward Sarah Crimson. To be honest, I wasn't expecting her to have so much raw power. A transcendental spell with enough force to match a harbinger of rupture albeit incomplete was something no human should have been able to produce. It made me realize just how true Naren's words were. Ha! Well, the results were certainly interesting. I gained quite a lot. You? Yeah. Me too. Freya smiled, slowing down as we approached a large door that stood right in front of us. The queen is right behind this door. She says she wishes to meet you here. Freya said with a slightly more appropriate tone. Even though we had been conversing as friends just earlier, her tone now was quite formal. Thank you, Freya. I smiled. Even though it would have been more appropriate to add her princess title, such actions were unnecessary at this juncture. I'll be heading in now. I quickly chimed in after seeing her slightly stunned expression. Why yet? One last thing, though. I turned back just as I was about to open the door and spotted her giving a serious gaze. Don't try anything stupid. Her tone and expression were back to her causal mode, but something about her warning seemed weirdly personal and dangerous. Oh okay. Perfect. Then, I'll see you later. With that, Freya walked off and I entered the Elf Queen's supposed office. But I am coming in, Your Majesty. It wasn't until I entered inside. Oh? You're here already? Then, do come in. That I truly understood the meaning behind Freya's words. A warm, pleasant feeling permeated my body as I opened the door. It was accompanied by a lovely floral aroma, tickling my nose as I entered the room, and I found myself in a place I didn't expect. This is Chapter 385. A large curtain covered a large portion of the room, allowing only silhouettes of what was behind it to be visible. But, even seeing the shadow structures was enough for me to recognize what was going on. I was currently in the Queen's bathing area, at least one of them. A hot spring. And, behind the thin curtain that separated me from the pool of water beyond was the Elf Queen herself. "Welcome, Jared Leonard. Please, give me a moment." It. Why were elves like this? This was something very inappropriate. Didn't they realize this? I'm a delegate, you know? Shouldn't you have some common sense, Freya? I knew that there was no way to see through the curtain, no matter how thin the layer was. It must have been fortified by the highest kind of magic, or at least very close. Even if I tried to see through it, I would have to use incredibly strong magic. There was no way the Queen wouldn't be able to sense my intentions. Who knew what would happen then? Should I risk it? It wouldn't be my first time seeing Aurora naked, but she had advanced in age. She was much larger now than in the past in more ways than one. As I contemplated what to do, a certain elf's words came ringing in my ears. "Don't do anything stupid." Ah, so this is what she meant. I sighed, wondering why Freya would think I was that sort of person. A respectable delegate like me wouldn't actually stoop so low. At the very least, I never gave off that impression. If anything, it's their fault. Why would they set up a meeting here? I rolled my eyes and began scanning the room. It was furnished with polished stones, and the atmosphere gave off a warm feeling that relaxed my muscles. Seats were present, despite it being a hot spring, but I decided to remain standing. Monogems served as light sources, and they filled the room in their glow. Splash! I heard the water stir, and watched from the curtain that a certain silhouette was emerging from the large pool beyond. "Haa!" The sound of the Queen came forth. "Let's not do anything implicating." Even though I was seeing nothing, my deductive analysis allowed me to make much meaning from the mere sight of a shadow. As a result, if I kept looking, I would be doing something shameful. Turning my back from the curtain, I waited for the Queen to ready herself entirely. My heart beat fast and the heat seemed to be rising. I heard splashing footsteps, and then the curtain parted. A stronger floral scent overpowered my nose, and the heat that accompanied it nearly made me feel dizzy. Ugh! As I still recovered from the recoil, someone approached me. It was none other than... "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Jared Leonard." The Queen herself. Drip drip drip. I heard splatters of water on the ground. Her Majesty was still wet, at least that was what I surmised. It pained me to have shameful thoughts, but there was something about elves that seemed provocative. "Ha, Jared, calm down." Since it would be rude to show my back for too long, I turned to face her. Aurora was covered in a lyre white robe, completely covering any seductive part of her body. Still, as I surmised, her face and body had water oozing from them. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, so it was absorbing the water quite well. It was no problem, my Queen. I forcefully opened my mouth to utter words. "Is that so?" Aurora was smiling at me with a faint smile. I recognized that look. What is she up to? Well, I need to change first. Please follow me to my room. NGH. I nearly clutched my chest. This elf was pushing it. Deep breaths, Jared. If that is what you wish, Your Majesty. Haha, all right then. She laughed heartily, and then, after wearing her slippers, we both took another door by the side and began moving to her room. It was a silent walk. I made sure to maintain my distance and keep my gaze low. "So, what did you think about my earlier match with Sarah Crimson?" I knew you'd ask this, Aurora." Which was why I had already prepared well. In my mind, I readied one of my powerful moves. It was a technique many knew, but not a lot could execute well. The sacred art of ass-kissing. I believe Your Majesty would have won if the match dragged out even further. Utilizing more transcendental level magic would have been to your advantage, since there's no way Sarah would be able to launch two of those attacks at the same time. While she was still recoiling, Aurora could simply utilize the Staff of Ages to launch more attacks. Ho ho, is that so? The Elf Queen laughed slightly. You're still so childish. To think hearing someone praise you would make you happy like that. I almost rolled my eyes at the woman, but controlled myself. But, wouldn't you say it's unfair to use a magic item against someone without one? That doesn't make the match even. Ah, she's trying to find a hole in my praise. It was too bad for her that I was already well prepared for this outcome. According to what I heard, Sarah Crimson doesn't utilize any magic tool. Perhaps her body is already enough for her. I don't know too much about the elven heritage, but spirit weapons could also be considered a part of an elf. In that sense, the Queen wasn't unfair in using your staff. Hoo, is that so? You also learned that from Lewis Griffith's memoirs. Aurora smiled. Indeed, Your Majesty. Very well. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Afterward, we walked to her room. I insisted on waiting outside until she fully changed, and fortunately, Aurora agreed. Then, after a while, she appeared with a splendid gown befitting her status. Once again, we walked down the hallway and found ourselves in a lounge. It was still within the private residence of the Queen, and according to her, it was only for the most special of guests. Judging by how luxurious it was, I knew it had to be true. In my past life, I never got to see something like this, after all. Do you know why I called to see you? Aurora asked with a smile. With the snap of her fingers, teacups, cookies, and a teapot appeared. We sat opposite each other and helped ourselves to a cup each. Not at all, Your Majesty. However, I too have something I want to ask you. It had been bugging me ever since entered the Elf Kingdom, but I was always removing my mind from the thought. However, after seeing Aurora, there was no way I could resist the question any longer. What happened to your sister, Amelia? A/N. This begins the flashback into Lewis Griffith's past. I certainly hope you enjoy the story. Many will see a different side of the MC, and I certainly hope you learn to appreciate him more. Don't worry, it doesn't take too long. Let us begin. Chapter 386. Amelia was an oddball. For an elf, a superior race, she often liked my company for some reason. I was nothing but a dense man who was buried in research and the study for magic back then, so I didn't notice her true intentions on time. Still, I never thought she was a nuisance. After all, she was the one who opened my eyes to so many things I know now. We first met when the heroes' party traveled through several continents to seek the aid and alliance of the other races. Back then, it was only me, Gawain Leonard, and Ford Zeschi who were members of the party. Sent as delegates from the Eastern Kingdom, we had to address the uncontrollable scourge of the demons. An alliance was the only option. The Elf Kingdom was our first option, and so we ventured there. Thanks to our stubbornness, especially Gawain's determination, my wits, and Ford's power, we were able to finally gain an audience with the Queen. During the meeting with the royals, my head was face down the whole time. As an inept who couldn't sense or use mana in the slightest, I had already gotten used to my life. I also had the opportunity of being among many mages and powerful individuals. My achievements had even earned me a place in the hero party. However, it was the first time in my life that I was encountering such overwhelming pressure. The royals were all gathered in the throne room, and their presence was enough to diminish my existence. I truly felt small throughout the meeting. Perhaps that was why I was able to address them with the appropriate respect that allowed them to hear us out. Of course, the decision wasn't made in an instant, so we had to stay as guests for some time. Lingering while awaiting the decision of the elves, my friends passed time doing many things. Gawain trained, as usual. His outdoor exercises gathered quite the attention since elves didn't practice martial arts at all. Ford says she spent his time isolated, meditating, and advancing his mana core. He was about to break through to gold stage at the time. For a man who hadn't even approached 30 yet, his talents in magic were considered extraordinary back then. As for me, the sage, Lewis Griffith, I did the only thing I could in such a strange land filled with new concepts of magic. Please show me your magic. Jay, just a little. I'll do anything. Please, come on. Help your fellow living being here. I shamelessly begged every elf I could to guide me on the path of their magic. A different culture meant unknown approaches to magic, and new things to learn. I wouldn't have been able to warn my title of sage if I simply held onto my pride and wasn't willing to utilize such an opportunity. From dusk till dawn, I observed the elves. I also directly begged many to show me, teach me, or even attack me, with their magic. I was that desperate. Unfortunately, thanks to their view on humans, many weren't exactly cooperative with me. Those who at least gave some consideration since I was the Queen's guest simply ignored my pleas. As a result, I was stuck as a spectator, only allowed to watch the elves live their daily lives. I learned a few things, but I knew I was missing out on a lot more. This sucks, I could only wallow in my misery. However, everything changed one fateful day, when I met her. You're a weird one. Yeah. That was the first thing she ever said to me. Well, I get that a lot, I had murmured, not even realizing who I was speaking with. It took me a moment, 2.76 seconds to be exact, to realize that I was in the land of elves. And since only elves were around, it meant the one who was speaking was also an elf. And, this elf in question approached me first. That meant this could have actually been my chance. In a flash, I swiftly turned in the direction of the being, bowed in her presence, and pleaded with all my might. Please show me your magic. It was the very height of shamelessness, I knew. But, to get what I wanted, I would do whatever it took. That was the kind of guy I was. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. She laughed at me, instead of returning why please with scorn. That alone showed me she was different. Maybe I should increase my appeal a bit. And so, I prepared my puppy dog eyes and raised my face to beg even more. The first thing that caught my eye was her violet eyes. Then, her charming smile drew me in. Her clear face and flawless skin blew my mind away. She was the epitome of perfection. Her beauty was otherworldly. Such a perfectly lovely elf couldn't approach me first. My mind refused to believe it. Just as my brain was getting fried just from looking at her, I noticed something: her hair. White. That means. So far, I had only seen the hair color on a particular kind of elves. Royalty. Ha ha ha. You look so weird right now. The otherworldly beauty laughed as she stared at me. My body stiffened and I instantly turned into a dried fish. I had acted so shamelessly to a royal. Many worried thoughts rang through my mind. Am I screwed? She could vaporize me in an instant. No, what of the plan, the alliance? Will my actions cause everything to go up in smoke? I'm gawking too much. This is such a mess. Spare me, pretty royal elf lady. Please. As I still kept staring like an idiot, the white-haired elf drew closer to me until her face was barely an inch apart from mine. Her smile seemed all the more dangerous at this point. Merely the sweet flora scent coming from her was enough to overpower my will to resist. Sure. I'll show you magic, that is. Her reply was unexpected. No kind of mental analysis or planning ahead could have led to this sort of development. It was so bizarre, yet I didn't find it unpleasant in any way. I knew I was supposed to apologize for my actions that very instant. She was a royal elf. If she so much as lodged a complaint, our mission would be thwarted. I couldn't afford to be rude or imposing on such an important person. However, I didn't know what sort of madness caused me to respond the way I did. rather than apologizing and running as far as my legs could carry me. Really, you will? I furthered our conversation. Sure. Why not? In retrospect, I had to give my past self kudos for that dumb reply. By the way, my name is Amelia. Amelia Vindial. May the spirits bless our meeting. My name is Louis Griffith. Yet. I heard your introduction a while back. Oh. I see. Haha. After all, that was what set the ball rolling, on a new and exciting adventure that I couldn't have dreamed of. Asterisk. 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 A/N. This begins the mini-arc, Sages Past PT1. I certainly hope you enjoy it. Chapter 387. And so, that's why we're able to live so long. You get it. After a few hours with this strange elf, I was already learning so many things. As I had predicted, even better than that, I was being exposed to new horizons. The elf princess, Amelia Vindial, was answering so many questions of mine, smiling throughout as though enjoying herself. Whoa! That actually makes sense. That means, I stared at her with a suspicious gaze. After spending a few hours with her, I had finally gotten used to staring at her utterly mesmerizing face. What is it? She asked in utter cuteness. However, that cuteness could fool me no longer. That means, you're actually older than me. I stated. The elf sounded surprised, but I wasn't going to let her get away with acting so cute. I knew her secret now. Even though she physically appeared to be younger than me, Amelia was probably as old as my mother, even older. Just how old are you? My eyes narrowed as I stared into the violet abyss of her irises. Stop that. It's rude to ask a lady her age, you know. Yet, another cute side of the elf appeared. Her pout made my heart nearly jump out, causing me to clutch my chest tightly. I was in my youth. It was the normal reaction for a hopeless virgin like me. Yes, I was a dense idiot who only pursued magic. However, it was only when I was with Amelia that I began to feel something else lurking within me. Something that was beginning to grow at an alarming rate. Amelia found a way around the subject, plus I also had so much to learn about the elves and magic, so we eventually forgot about the age issue. By the way, I was 29 at the time. The next day, we met again. Then, the day after that. We only talked about magic. The wonders of elf culture, their relationship with mana, and the concept of spirits. I had never had such a fulfilling conversation with a woman before. I had quite a handsome face, so oftentimes when I talked to ladies, they would be more interested in fields outside my area of interest. The rate of those useless conversations was growing at a rapid rate as I was getting older. Yet, with Amelia, it was different. I truly felt at ease with her, and I could tell she was the same. Unfortunately, nothing in this world lasts forever. Even though I was having the time of my life, the reality of the situation was that we needed the alliance of the elves. And so, after a week elapsed, our group was called back to have an audience with the Queen. The alliance proposal was rejected. We weren't able to secure them as allies. Not only did we fail our mission, but during the week we were away, the demon onslaught had gotten increasingly severe. The elves we were counting on as potential allies had rejected us. When I asked for their reasons, the Queen said this. I can see through you all. Do not bother our kind with your selfish interests. It was at that moment that I realized the error we had committed. The week given to us was a test phase. In essence, they observed all our actions. Even though we had spent so long among the elves, none of us actually cared for them. Gawain was busy with training. Ford was busy with his personal growth. I was also busy with something, or rather, someone. You humans are always the same. Ultimately, you desire only for yourselves. The queen wasn't wrong. We were inherently selfish creatures. I was the very same. The reason we sought an alliance with the elves was simply for our merit. Humans weren't as strong as the demons. There was no way we could win against them. And, with the passing of each day, they were growing stronger. Our kingdom, as well as our only allies, the Northern Kingdom, were the ones suffering the brunt of the demonic assault. Both kingdoms were predominantly comprised of humans, the self-proclaimed dominant race of the world. But, with the assault of our nemesis, we realized just how weak and small we were. That was the sole reason we reached out to our other neighbors. We didn't want to die. We wanted to survive. Even if it meant shamelessly asking for the aid of others. The elves saw right through that, and so they rejected our proposal. You will be leaving this place tomorrow. There is no room for negotiation. I didn't even have the strength to argue. Every word the queen spoke was spot on. Trying to wiggle my way out of this would only lead to more misfortune. Besides, I silently glanced in the direction of Emilia. She was standing beside her mother, along with her little sister Aurora. Despite the despair and fear that coursed through my body, the expression on Emilia's face was a pure and gentle smile. She was looking at me. Her violet eyes lacked any malice. I could tell that she understood just the kind of tough spot I was in. I wanted to plead with her to help me help us. It was shameless, but that was the only path I knew to take. If I wanted something, I had to get it no matter the cost. Even if I had to use someone who had done nothing but show me goodwill. In the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't ask her for assistance. Emilia just kept smiling at me. Her expression didn't change in the slightest. It was the innocence in her eyes that caused me to look away in self-loathing. This is it, I resigned myself to the consequences of my selfishness. We paid our respects to the queen and returned to our residence. The mood was heavy, but there was nothing to be done. We equally shared the blame for our choices, so we simply had to accept what had happened, hoping we had better luck with the next kingdom we visited. However, the very next day, I have changed my mind after further thought. As we were supposed to bid the elf queen farewell. The matter of your alliance has been reconsidered. Everything completely changed. We will ally ourselves with the Eastern Kingdom. Chapter 388. I had no idea why, but the queen rescinded her earlier decision. All of a sudden, we became the allies of the elves. Leave one member of your party here to serve as an ambassador, while the rest may return to your kingdom. It was a miracle. Tell your king to set an appropriate meeting date, so we can directly converse. It was completely unprecedented. You may leave. And it was all because of someone. My eyes darted in her direction, and I saw Emilia smile the same way she always did. However, this time, the elf gave me a conspirational wink. And no way, it was you? How did you do it? I didn't even ask. To be honest, I had thought I would never see or talk to her after that day. Since she never even came to visit or bid farewell, I really thought we had already broken ties. My idiot mind had no idea that she had been tirelessly working to ensure that our alliance succeeded. I had no idea how she achieved it, but... Thank you. Thank you so much. It meant the world to me. Louis, you'll be the one acting as ambassador. As expected, I was the one left behind. The rest of my comrades returned to the Eastern Kingdom that very day. I saw them off, watching as their magic carriage sped away. Surprisingly, I wasn't the only one. Someone else was beside me. Looks like everything worked out well in the end. Yes, it was none other than the strange elf. Gah! You scared me. How long have you been standing there? Haha. Who knows? Since you can't sense mana, you can't even detect my wavelength at all. Ouch! Ha 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 ha. Just like that, the link that I thought was broken, was bound once more. As I stared at her fluttering white hair and her alluring face, the feelings within me grew even more. Thanks, Amelia. For what? You know, for the whole thing with the decision of the Queen. Oh? Who says that has anything to do with me? Come on, Amelia. Do I really look like an idiot? Yeah. You do. Okay. Fair enough. The conversation was a back and forth, but she eventually admitted she had a role to play in the Queen's decision. Why? I didn't know when the question popped out of my lips, but my curiosity and also the inner emotions within me forced those words out. Why? She repeated. Why did you help us? The Queen was right. We only need your assistance for our selfishness. Well, maybe that's true. Amelia smiled at me with a hidden truth in her eyes. I couldn't decipher it. But, is it so wrong to desire to protect that which you cherish? The elves simply have a different philosophy from humans, so we might not adopt the same method. However, I believe striving hard, no matter the cost of one's pride and ego, to reach that which is precious to them is admirable. I had no idea at the time, but Amelia meant two things when she said that. One was about the general idea behind our offer for an alliance. The second was about me. She had been watching as I shamelessly asked her fellow elves for their help in my magic research. According to her words, she became interested in me from that point on. I thought of it as silly at the time. However, that was because I was stupid. Besides, when you stared at me back then, I knew you wanted my help. Amelia told me as we walked. She was referring to how I had curtailed my desperation despite how badly I wanted to beg her for help. Is that why you helped? I asked her. No. If you had begged me, I wouldn't have assisted you. But, even in that moment of desperation, you didn't take advantage of my kindness. I didn't quite understand her reasoning. Selfishness only becomes evil or despicable when you manipulate others and try to take advantage of them to satisfy yourself. It's especially disgusting when you do it to someone who cares about you. My eyes widened as I stared at her. Ignoring the fact that she practically professed her care for me, I was more astounded by her peculiar rationale. You could have begged me, but didn't. That shows you're not as selfish as you think, Louis. It's just the right amount, and there's nothing wrong with that. My heart fluttered as she stared at me with sincerity. In fact, I quite like that. Amelia's lips parted as she drew closer to me. I hadn't realized, but our walk had led us to the palace's courtyard, and we were alone. I have to say, Louis, for a human, you're very appealing. At this point, her hand was on my chest, and her face was close to mine. My back was pushed against the wall, and I was completely helpless. When it came to magic or physical abilities, Amelia had me beat. She was vastly superior, and I felt like a child being harassed by an older, more experienced woman. I could only watch as she licked her lips and stared at me intensely. I really like you, Louis. My eyes widened when I heard this. It was a confession. A literal one. I was frozen. I had gotten so many confessions in the past as well, but none shook me as this did. My heart was racing now as I watched her face draw closer to mine. This doesn't make sense. Why me? I don't get it. Is this another test? Will I be taking advantage of her? I don't understand. I panicked, but I could feel desire rise within my heart, and also in between my legs. I was only human, after all. And so, as the atmosphere was alit with passion, I let myself go with the flow. Amelia, what are you doing? But, everything was ruined by yet another royal elf. You should get away from that human. I recognized the incoming elf. Her white hair flowed as she approached us. Even though she had an impudent attitude, she looked younger than Amelia, closer to a child than an adult. I didn't know it back then, but that was my first direct encounter with Amelia's little sister Aurora Vindil. Chapter 389. Amelia did the opposite of what she was told despite the impudent elf's harsh tone. Drawing closer to me until her chest touched mine, and her lips were close to my ear, the elf princess uttered words to me. Looks like we were interrupted. Another time, then. I gulped, feeling awfully excited and fearful at the same time. With a sigh, Amelia began to pull away. She turned in the direction of the seething midget. You should stop this, Amelia. Someone like him dares to. The newcomer eyed me with disgust. I didn't even do anything wrong, yet I was the one being discriminated against. Please, Aurora. Your attitude is not befitting of royalty, you know? You should comport yourself more. And you should stop talking to him. Yet. Now that you're here, I might as well introduce the both of you. I already heard his introduction before. So you know his name. Why would I remember the name of an insignificant human? He doesn't even have any mana, so he's basically worse than the average one. Doesn't make him less than an insect. Yes, the girl was very mean enough to break a grown man like me. Be nice, Aurora. Now, just introduce yourself. Come on. Grudgingly, the white-haired elf stood a distance from me, folded her hands, and spoke with childish authority. My name is Aurora Vindil, second princess of this kingdom. The spirits have nothing to do with this, but you better remember my name. She had an extremely cute appearance. It was a shame that her imposing attitude ruined her childlike allure. My name is Louis Griffith, and... Ah, I remember now. You were that guy who was shaking and groveling when Mother first granted you audience. It. Ha 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 ha. What a funny sight that was. I thought you were going to soil yourself. At least you were aware of our superiority, so I had no real problem with you then. Her words were so hurtful, but I kept my shattered pride to myself. I had lived a life of shamelessness, so this much had to be tolerated. That's a relief then. But, you're overstepping your boundaries now, human. You better stay away from my sister. Humph. With that, she dragged more like she tried to drag Amelia away. Her small stature made her efforts to pull her sister away meaningless. Well, I have to go now, Louis. We'll meet later, right? The only silver lining in the thick dark clouds looming over me gave a brilliant smile. It was enough to mend my broken heart and crushed spirit. Why yet? Well, bye then. Bye, Amelia. Bye, Oro. One deadly look from the elf princess told me never to attempt that. Even though she was small, I could tell. She can easily kill me without batting an eye. Princess Aurora was dangerous. Afterward, Aurora and I kept hanging out. We grew closer and closer. Our relationship evolved beyond the topic of magic, and we truly enjoyed one another's comedy. It was as though the genre of my life had completely switched. I was in a new world entirely, much like the storybooks I used to read when I was younger. I, the male lead, and Amelia, the female lead, were bound by fate. Of course, there was also the villain, or rather the villainess of the story. It was none other than Princess Aurora. Ultimately, I deduced two things from the girl. The first was that she didn't like me. The second was that she didn't like the fact that Amelia liked me. I struggled to understand why she was so annoyed at me. I tried everything I could to convince her I meant well. It wasn't until a fateful day when I grew tired of her incessant bullying and verbal assault that I finally asked. I know you don't despise all humans. You just don't like me. Why? What have I ever done to you? My tone was rude, but I didn't care any longer. My desire to be with Amelia without getting interrupted by Aurora was too much. It was enough to cloud my common sense. Who do you think you're talking to? Her pressure alone forced me to kneel before her, cowering like a shivering dog. I could sense a cold gaze in her eyes. She truly despised me. It's all your fault. I don't understand, What did I do? Silence. My lips were instantly shut out of fear. Don't you know it's because of her that your alliance proposal was accepted? Why yeah, of course, I know that. Even though Amelia had been coy about it, she eventually revealed that she had a part to play in the whole thing. Did you even bother asking how she was able to do it? You think it's so simple to change my mother's mind? Don't be ridiculous. Yeah. I didn't fully understand politics, so it was difficult to grasp what Aurora was talking about. Apparently, the situation wasn't as easy as a child begging her mother to change her mind. That idiot didn't tell you, did she? At this moment, I was confounded with various thoughts. Doubts and a hint of fear. What did she do? How was she able to? You think I'd tell you? Why don't you ask her since you're so close? With those words ringing in my ears, Aurora left me and stormed off. What did you do? Amelia. I muttered to myself, still kneeling on the grass. I never found out what she had to pay in exchange for the alliance. Don't worry about it, Louis. It's all in the past. Even when I tried to press her on the issue. Stop it, Louis. I said you should let it go. No matter how hard I tried to let her divulge the details, she never did. And so, I only wondered and wondered. For Amelia's sake, I stopped asking about it, and so our relationship progressed as usual. However, from that moment on, I decided to give more consideration to Amelia. Slowly, our relationship progressed from that of mere friends, to something a little bit more. Then, we eventually shared our first kiss. Chapter 390. Was this your intention from the start? Making me stay behind while my comrades returned to the Eastern Kingdom. Amelia and I were walking together one fateful day, so I asked. It had been almost 2 weeks since my allies left for the Eastern Kingdom, and we got news that they would be arriving today. That was the reason I even remembered how we separated, in the first place. Maybe, Amelia smiled, and then licked her lips in a dangerously seductive way. My crotch tingled, and the memory of the kiss we shared the previous night appeared in my head. NNGH. I fought to regain control. Amelia was a great manipulator of emotions, far more skilled than me. I wasn't even in her league. We kept discussing as we awaited the arrival of our comrades, holding hands every step of the way. Fun, casual moments like these soon became a rarity as time went on. After all, thanks to being sheltered by the Elf Kingdom, I was able to escape all the horrid hardships of war. And so, while I was basking in love and desire, demons had advanced to a terrifying degree. The king of the Eastern Empire arrived with his entourage. Thanks to the pride of the elves, it couldn't have gone any other way. As a result, a diplomatic conference was held, and we successfully formed an alliance. I, as well as my comrades, were present. After the whole treaty was over, I took some time to catch up with my friends. They told me of the horrors that were occurring beyond the borders of the Eastern Kingdom. We need to act fast. Gawain even murmured with a stern face. I understood that the situation was deadly, but that was all the more reason why we couldn't act rashly. And so, I proposed a two-pronged plan. Firstly, our joint forces with the elves would form a resistance against the demon forces. But, seeing as they were growing at an uncontrollable rate, it was best to increase our manpower quickly. Which was when my second plan, World Alliance, came into play. We had to seek the aid of the other races. Since I was the instigator of this plan, I needed to execute it. And so, the time finally came to leave the Elf Kingdom. For the future of the world, I was to journey to the other kingdoms and secure their aid. But you're leaving, Louis? I had my hesitations. Come with me. My words were selfish, but I had gotten too attached to the point of letting Amelia out of my sight. She was slowly becoming my everything. Of course, she readily agreed. And so, I came up with a strategy that involved an elf representative coming with us. Since Amelia was the oldest and most mature, it was certain that she would be the one chosen. Fortunately, the plan worked, and Amelia joined us much to the dissatisfaction of Aurora, her sister. Even though she never became an integral part of our hero party, Amelia journeyed with us as a representative of the elves. You know, I've never left the elf kingdom before. She told me as we prepared to leave. Really? Why? Well, as a royal, you end up being confined to your duties. Most elves also prefer to remain within the bounds of the kingdom. Amelia even went on to say that my group was the first set of humans she had ever seen. It was a new experience for her, which was why she grew curious. She wanted to know more about us. After observing the three members of the hero party, the one who seemed the most approachable was the man shaking in his boots. Amy. Well, I've been traveling for some time. So I can always show you the ropes. My confident grin was a sharp contrast to the first impression the elves had of me. But, humans are creatures of habit. As I slowly became accustomed to the elves, I began to see them for who they were. And they also slowly began to view me differently too. At least, they didn't hate me. Well, almost all of them didn't. We traversed the elf kingdom and approached the land of the fairies. We passed the mountains and harsh seas until we came upon the kingdom of the Therianthropes. Crossing their borders, we soon encountered the nation of dwarves. In a span of a few months, while the war ensued with the elves and humans forming an alliance, our party successfully allied itself with the members of the other races. The Fairy King had been bought over by some innovations I developed thanks to merging my knowledge of the human and elf kingdom. It was a technology the fairies didn't possess, so he coveted it. As a result, he offered his assistance in exchange for even more innovations. Since we would be allies anyway, I readily agreed. The beast folk valued strength above all else. As a result, Gawain had to fight with their best warrior, the leader. It was a pretty much even match, but Gawain was slightly on the losing end. In terms of raw power, the beast folk reigned supreme. The only reason Gawain had an advantage to even the odds was because of his martial arts techniques. As a result, it ended in a stalemate. As a bonus for joining our alliance, we offered the beast folk access to martial arts techniques. The leader, who was impressed by how a weaker Gawain was able to win thanks to martial arts, readily accepted. And so, we won them over. As for the dwarves, I simply offered them some blueprints of certain innovations like a special golem, as well as a spell-casting sensory device. Dwarves were obsessed with creating new technology, so they soon succumbed to the temptation of my ideas. I had help along the way. If not for the aid of Ford Zeschi, Jane Ursula, as well as Amelia, I wouldn't have been able to figure out even a quarter of what I did. They helped a blind man like me to see the wonders of mana and its mechanics. It was thanks to our joint efforts that we were able to achieve alliance treaties with every major race. And so, the perfect front was formed in history. We all rallied against the enemies that threatened our existence. Chapter 391. Gawain Leonard the Sword God. Jane Ursula the Mad Witch. Ford Zeschi the Grand Mage. Raphael Noel of the Thousand Songs. The Indestructible Immortal, DOM. These were my allies, as well as the members of the hero party. Gawain and Ford were friends of mine from the Eastern Kingdom. We attended Inslark Academy together as well. Jane Ursula was a fairy, and extremely crazy one at that. Her specialty cut across magic mechanics and soul magic. Still, Jane's knowledge of mana was deep, and she sought even more knowledge to the point of obsession. To be honest, I felt a strong sense of comradeship with her because of our joint interests. It was too bad that Amelia often stared daggers at me whenever she found me talking with Jane for too long. Still, as friends, we certainly had fun moments. Raphael Noel was a member of the dwarven race. His nickname was due to the multiple sounds he made whenever he built something. Clang! She cry ee. From hammering, to drilling, to sawing. His hands were extremely gifted, and his works were immensely valuable. I was happy to have him as an ally since he brought many of my theoretical innovations to life. He once brought up the issue of automatons golems that could function independently. At that point in time, it was impossible, but, with the way automatons had already become so widespread among everyone in the Eastern Kingdom, I was certain Raphael was able to achieve his goals. Amelia Vindeel was not a member of our team, as she soon returned to the elf capital once our assignments as delegates ended. I also had the pleasure of making 3 other close friends who weren't members of the hero party. If it hadn't been for them, I would not have reached the heights I did. That, though, would be a story for another day. The battle against the demons was fierce. Even with the joint forces of all our kingdoms, we were at a stalemate. And that was simply because of one critical factor. Miasma. It was a unique kind of mana the demons possessed. Since demons had not been very active before the war, we had very little information on them. Demonic energy was a new phenomenon, so it took us some time to figure it out. Miasma corrupted everything that had mana. It devastated the lands, killed a good number of our allies, and it didn't stop spreading. It was at that point that we came to the realization. If we don't find a way around this, it could truly mean the end. As a result, we began pooling our heads together to figure out the solution. However, no matter how hard we tried, it was a tightly shut door. Even I couldn't figure the concept out completely. But, was that really surprising? I was merely an inept individual who was gifted with an amazing intellect and a strong interest in magic. Even with elven magic, as well as the other kinds, I had to study them carefully and learn how they worked. Miasma was a different ball game altogether. There was indeed no way I could figure out its mysteries. And so, the problem festered. With every second wasted, more of our forces died. If nothing was done, the war would drag on for much longer, causing more despair. I have to do something. The thought of watching Amelia writhe in pain as miasma consumed her body sprang up in my head. My parents were already dead, but I still had family in the Eastern Kingdom. I also had allies, close friends. We had already come this far. There was no way I was going to let everything go up in smoke. Which was why I made a bold step. It was one of the most reckless moves I ever made, but desperation drove me crazy. So crazy, in fact, that I ventured into the heart of our misfortune. The nation of demons. There were 2 reasons for my decision to venture in alone. One was the fact that I was inept, so exposure to miasma had no reaction on my bodily system. While it gave me a terribly intense feeling of fear, I could manage it. The second reason was that my allies were all vulnerable to the effects of miasma. They also wouldn't let me go on my own. So, I secretly stole away into the night, and invaded the settlement of demons all by myself. I wasn't terribly strong, but Gawain taught me some martial arts, and I picked a few things along the way. Plus, I had a few items that I could utilize, though most would be nearly useless before demonic energy. Still, I believed that if I could get closer to the source and observe the demons, I could find the solution to everyone's problems. How foolish I was! You're a pretty dumb human, you know. Not long after I arrived in the land infested by demons, I was caught by a crimson demon. It was a monster above monsters, and from its grin, I could sense my end. I shivered in my boots. All my martial arts were rendered useless in an instant, and I was completely at the monster's mercy. Well, I suppose having a pet like you will be somewhat fun. 2 years. I spent 2 years with the Crimson Demon. Was it hell? Did I suffer? Did I regret every moment of my stay there? The answer was, no. Carla, the Crimson Demon, was a succubus. She belonged to the minority race of Crimson Demons, but she actually despised violence. It was one of the reasons why she lived on the outskirts of the demon settlement. Her black hair and purple eyes echoed forbidden pleasure, and this demoness was quite the seductress. She had a unique ability, her original magic, that allowed her to increase the natural abilities of both herself and anyone she had sexual relations with. In essence, some form of dual cultivation. She had quite a number of visitors, even though she lived away from everyone else. Many would come to have their abilities enhanced by her, in exchange for a fee. To be honest, I felt she was ripping them off, since she was enjoying both the sex and money. Her abilities also increased, as a result, basically causing her to profit in more ways than one. I served as a caretaker under her for those 2 years. As a result, I was able to learn all about miasma. Chapter 392. Ang. 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 I often stayed in my room whenever these moaning sounds reached my ears. Harder. Faster. Deeper. Those words weren't directed at me, but the customer. Yesh. Ah. Every night. Every morning. I heard the sounds of moanings and groans. That was my punishment for deciding to come to the demon settlement on my own. It was a kind of hell, especially for a virgin like me. But, that didn't last long. Why don't I try it on you, my original magic? Carla, the succubus spoke on a fateful day. It had been a few months since I was being held captive by this crimson demon. Though I wasn't exactly treated as a prisoner, more like a housekeeper, it was a strict rule that I couldn't leave her abode. As such, it was clear that I was a captive. What? I bellowed in surprise. It was a natural reaction for a virgin like myself. Come on, aren't you curious? Whether it'll work for you or not. I had to agree with her words. Carla had been teaching me about magic and miasma for the few months I had been with her. She initially didn't say anything, but after I asked, the succubus answered my questions. It seemed she was also kind of lonely, due to the kind of life she lived, so Carla always enjoyed my company. As we talked about demons and miasma along with their connection to miasma, I was making theories and also rating various hypotheses. Surely, the copulation between a human and a succubus had to have been one of the things I wondered about. You're inept, so miasma doesn't have any negative effect on you. It's just foreign energy, same as mana. At least, strictly speaking. I knew what she meant by that. It wasn't as though miasma wasn't deadly to me. Since my soul still considered miasma as a foreign entity, it would be dangerous to expose such a core of myself to such energy. Still, my physical body wasn't exactly rejecting the energy since I had no mana particles. So, it stood to test, that inept individuals could actually have relations with demons. My stay with Carla proved that. The major issue was, just how far could we go? We're not sure if your magic will work on me. I'm inept, remember? There's nothing to raise there. I used my crafty words to escape the frightening reality before me. Is that so? She grinned. It wasn't that I was scared of Carla, neither was she a non-ideal choice. The crimson succubus was an extreme beauty. Her body was captivating beyond description. Besides her red skin, the retractable wings behind her, and the tail that dangled above her buttocks, Carla could pass for the most attractive human I could ever see. He had a foxy grin and a devilish charm to her, so I doubted any man would find her repulsive. However, Amelia. I have Amelia. I didn't want to lose my chastity to another woman besides the one I loved. I see. It's a shame, then. And so, I refused her offer. The hell continued after that. Day after day. Night after night. Sexual tension was building up within me, but I fought it with every ounce of my being. The fading image of Amelia kept my will from breaking. Ever since that day, Carla never mentioned the topic of the both of us having sex again, but I couldn't stop imagining it. Still, I endured with all my might. I really did. That was probably why I was able to last 8 months without doing anything. But, Every man had a breaking point. I was no exception. Carla, remember that one conversation we had? My crotch was bulging, and my body fidgeted as I spoke to her. What conversation? We've had many. It was obvious that she was teasing me. Carla was an expert at reading people, especially simple-minded men. When it came to the topic of arousal, she could sense it a mile away. The succubus knew what I wanted, yet she wanted me to spill it myself. It's for research. I want to know the results. It wasn't completely a lie. Magic research was important, and it would really help with the work I was doing in compiling all the information I could concerning the demons. But, who was I kidding? I also wanted to have a taste of Carla's enthralling body. I see. This guy, you just can't be honest, can you? I gulped and steeled my resolve, the resolve of a virgin. I'm also curious as to what kind of power I'll obtain after having sex with you. And so, Carla drew close to my trembling body. I gulped several times. The image of Amelia was banished from my guilty mind. I had replayed the scenario in my head over and over again. My thoughts were an immoral wasteland that someone as pure as Amelia couldn't dwell in. Very well. Carla grinned, pulling down my pants in a flash. It revealed my bulging appendage underneath. Oh? Is this the usual size of humans? I am not sure. It's quite small. NGH. I definitely felt that one. Looks like I'll have to restructure my body a bit. Carla smiled, touching my throbbing lump of meat with her bare hands. Succubuses had a special trait that allowed them to alter the shape of their bodies to a limited extent. It wasn't exactly shape-shifting. Their technique was more akin to muscle augmentation involving enlargement or retraction. That way, they were able to take in huge tools, as well as smaller sizes. It only took a moment for Carla to adjust her body to the size of my equipment, and so she rubbed it even more. I see. I see. All right then. Looks like we're good to go. At this point, I was aroused beyond any form of reason. Come, now, Louis. Let's do research with our bodies. Indeed. I wholeheartedly agreed. And so, I lunged at Carla and we both crashed into the bed. Her body was soft and completely captivating. She was gentle, guiding me every step of the way. It was difficult at first. The hole I was plunging into was too tight to casually insert myself into. And so, utilizing every ounce of force in my body, I went into the forbidden cave. Once I did, I realized two things. 1. This research was the best I had ever engaged in. 2. My hell had suddenly turned into absolute bliss. And so, I never wanted to come out of the cave. Chapter 393. The night I spent with Carla was one of the most memorable of my life. It was amazing beyond description. All my pent-up tension was released, and I became a brand new man once everything was over. According to her, I passed out after doing it 4 times. Is that a lot? I asked her. No. Pretty average. As someone who had spent so much time with many men, Carla probably thought I wasn't anything special. It hurt my pride a little, but I had gotten what I wanted. The research ended with the results I already expected. Her original magic didn't work on me. She said it was the same for her. Neither of us became stronger thanks to the sex. With that out of the way, there was no longer any need for sexual relations. The problem with memorable incidents, though, is that one often tended to think about them a lot. And so, barely a week after my first time with Carla or with anyone for that matter, I was back in her room. What is it now, Louis? It was shameless of me, but I was beyond redemption at that point. My thoughts and body had sunk into depravity. Was it love? Not really. It was simply uncontrollable lust. This immense emotion forced me to go further into something I had initially wholeheartedly avoided. We can't be sure it's a failure. What? Your original magic. Let's try it again. It's too early to judge its effects. Lewis, my original magic's effects are instant. NGH. She wasn't wrong. However, I couldn't accept that at this point. Just cause it hasn't happened before doesn't make it less of a possibility. Lewis. I'm an inept, right? An exception. Maybe it takes longer. Who knows if? If you want to FVCK me, just say it straight. I instantly fell silent. Geez, her exasperated voice was filled with disinterest as she looked away. Her words surprised me, making my timid self realize just how roundabout and selfish I had been. No, I probably realized that a while back. I just didn't have the resolve to go beyond what was convenient for me. Based on her stance, Carla wasn't going to budge unless I fulfilled her condition. She was right, though. I truly wanted to FVCK her. FFVCK. What was that? Her voice echoed in my ears as I stuttered with my speech. Everything was at stake. And, even though I had thrown away my pride many times to get what I wanted, doing this was extremely difficult. However, no pain, no gain. Please let me FVCK you. I was surprised by my earnest and desperate words. They were loud, and echoed throughout the room. Silence filled the area and I returned to my senses. Shit, what did I just say? My body shivered even more as I felt the uncomfortable decorum reach a climax. However, Kikik. I found out my worries were not necessary. Finally. You've finally said it, haven't you? Carla looked happy, and then she stared at me with her seductive eyes, stripping me down with every gaze. Very well, then. Let's do it again. And so, we did it once more. It initially started as something I would do once in a few days as a means of releasing my sexual tension. However, it soon became a daily routine. Every day, I would go into Carla's room, and we would have sex. Day after day, I became one of her customers. But, unlike those suckers, I was getting everything free of charge. Carla taught me many things. Magic. Demon culture. Miasma. Sex. We tried various positions, and she showed me a new world I never knew existed in the realm of intercourse. No moment was boring, and I found myself learning new things as the times progressed. It didn't take long for my memories of Amelia to start eroding. I hadn't forgotten her entirely, but it was simply easier to let her go. Maybe it was cowardice that caused me to so easily abandon the memories I had with her, or perhaps they were simply overwritten by more exciting ones with Carla. Either way, it happened. Slowly, my feelings began aligning with Carla, until I was certain it became love. I found it a bit difficult to believe, but before I knew it, I had fallen in love with the succubus. A human and a demon, who would have thought? I never told her this, of course. Knowing someone of her caliber, she must have noticed it. Thankfully, she never mentioned anything about intimate feelings or love. And so, time elapsed, and 2 years went by since I first met the succubus, Carla. I got used to my life there. And, to be honest, I had completely given up on returning home. My life of magic research and blissful companionship was the pinnacle of fulfillment. Each moment, as Carla got new abilities from new customers, she would show me. We would study it together, and explore the possibilities. There were some days when business was slow, but I didn't mind. That only meant I would have Carla all to myself. Many would feel uncomfortable with the idea of having to share the one they loved with others, but I actually didn't mind. I would be a hypocrite if I did. It was business. Besides, her interactions with other demons brought me information concerning the ongoing war, as well as more intel on magic. The latter was more important, as I had given up on ever returning. According to what I heard, the battle was still at a stalemate. Usually, demons gain sustenance by feeding on the corrupted souls of other races. Their habitat had grown desolate with the absence of sources of food, so they turned their gazes on the other races. That was what caused the war. Unlike them, Carla could simply gain sustenance by having intercourse with the demons who patronized her, so she never lacked her meals. Since it was necessary, I couldn't exactly complain about her relations with other people. Chapter 394. Maybe the demons aren't so bad, after all. At some point, I had this thought. They were simply another race who were trying their hardest to survive. I learned the demon culture, their language, and their values. They were also living beings who felt and bled like all of us. If only there was a solution to their problems, the war wouldn't be necessary. And so, I worked towards that goal. I hadn't forgotten about my comrades, neither did I wish them evil. But, as one who had seen both worlds, I couldn't take a side. If I solve the problem of sustenance, there will be peace. Humans can even form an alliance with the demon race. That was my thought. Carla supported my cause, and so she diligently taught me more about what she knew. It was a fun and exciting moment in my life. Since Carla was paid in several kinds of items like magic tools or rare gems, I never had any shortage of resources for my experiments. I developed technologies for demons, using miasma as a base. I went into further research, all amid my pleasurable times with the succubus. Unfortunately, fate couldn't allow such moments to last. Everything comes to an end sooner or later. It was the same for our relationship. I was careless. Carla spoke to me with dismay on her face. I had never seen her so worried or flustered. The confident and sultry grin of the seductress was nowhere to be seen. They're coming. The demon lords are coming here. Her words landed as a bombshell. Demon lords were at the very top of the hierarchy with the exception of the demon king. What were they looking for with someone like Carla? One of my customers figured out your existence thanks to his extremely high sensory abilities. He works as a direct subordinate of Khan, a demon lord. I remembered the demon she was referring to. His name was Kiran, and he had been especially rough on Carla. He was one of the only few people I detested to see going into her room. Perhaps I had been too fixated on my anger that he noticed negative emotions being directed at him. He's a demon general at the front lines. He must have somehow sensed your unique trait. It's bad, Louis. Apparently, by the time Carla was speaking, we were already being encompassed. The demons would most likely kill me or use me as some form of bargaining chip. Either way, the end that awaited me wasn't a good one. See, can we talk to them? Maybe if we showed them what I have been developing, then. No. But if we. You don't know them as I do, Louis. They will kill you. That sent shivers down my body. I was forced to accept the ugly truth. The demons were still enemies of humans. It would be the same if a demon was caught in human territory. They would most likely be killed. I had been too naive. So, what now? What do we do? I was ready to do as Carla asked. She was far wiser and more experienced than I was with demons, after all. We flee. That is the only way. But, you can't survive outside the demon world for long. How will you? I'm sure you'll figure that out once we leave. Besides, with your inventions, I can at least survive for a few months. If you develop a solution before those months are over, then we won't need to worry. I was sure Carla didn't mean to put any pressure on me, but she simply wanted to let me know our only viable means of survival. She was doing this out of consideration for me. I bit my lip upon realizing she was right, as always. I was already 32 years old, but Carla was far older and more experienced. The only way out was for me to trust her judgment. We escaped as fast as we could. Carla carried me and lunged into the darkened sky as we moved at an immensely fast pace. She could have gone faster, but if she did, I would die. Unlike a powerful succubus like her, I was simply a regular inept human. As a result, our enemies eventually caught up with us. They surrounded us with their large forces. I trembled at every moment, feeling the gathering of powerful people that could kill me many times over. But, I soon realized that my fear was unwarranted. And that was because of one hard truth. Carla was overwhelmingly powerful. She single-handedly defeated all the demons that surrounded us. Even though she hated violence and was not very skilled in the art of combat, she decimated her opponents with ease, all while protecting me. All the years of her stockpiling abilities had made her into a monster above the realm of demons. The only limiting factor was her consideration of me. Louis, it pains me to say this, but you're in the way. She was holding back, suffering recoils and counters, thanks to me being with her. Escape without me. I'll catch up soon. I bit my lip powerlessly upon hearing those words. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was the most efficient method. After all, I was weak. Never had I wished to be capable of using magic in my whole life. Go now. And so, I ran off, skittering away like a powerless rat. The enemies that tried to assault me were all blown away by Carla's power, and she was able to successfully guarantee my escape. I went further and further away from her. Looking back would only slow me down. It would be terrible if I wasn't fast enough to escape on my own. Then just as I reached a good distance from the battle that raged on, I climbed a high mountain and used a specially enchanted pair of binoculars to see the ongoing battle. This item could see a distance of at least a mile. If I had magic, I would probably be able to see even more. Since I didn't, my limit was only the minimum distance. Still, it was enough for me to get a good grasp of the fight. Carla was easily dominating everyone. She was outnumbered, hundreds of thousands to one, yet she defeated all of them. That was the strength of the succubus I had spent 2 years with. Chapter 395. She's crazy strong. I don't think I've met anyone more powerful. My old comrades couldn't hold a candle to Carla. It made me realize just how small I was, and how fortunate my life had been to have someone like her by my side. Then, just as I was basking in silent victory, the tide of the battle completely changed. Why? It was because they appeared. The demon lords. All 6 of them assembled, floating in the air as they stared down at Carla. As I watched their multiple colors in a blur, my body trembled. I was shaking violently, feeling their power from the distance I was in. No. Run, Carla. Run. I wanted to hurry back, but my actions would be completely useless. As I was still contemplating this, I felt the gaze of one of them shift. It was the one who was colored black, the demon lord of Noir. He glanced in my direction, and for a moment, I felt my insides tingle. He saw through me in an instant. At that moment, I knew it was over. However, just as the demon lord was about to lunge at me, Carla intercepted him and took the brunt of his hit. I saw her cough out in shock, but she still managed to push him away. Quickly, she turned to me. Even with our distance, I knew she could see me. Our eyes locked, and she spoke some words to me. I didn't hear them, but I could read every single syllable loud and clear. Those words made my heart ache, especially because I felt the same way. I love you too. My lips moved of their own accord, and I silently wished she would be able to hear me. Then, Carla smiled. Her expression turned dark a moment after, and then she nodded in my direction. Run. Those were her next words. She told me to run. And so, I did. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. Even when I felt the earth rumble. Even when I heard mountains crumble. Even when blinding sparks of light flew in the sky. I didn't stop running. My breath was heavy, but I made sure to keep moving. It was hard. My heart was heavy, and my lips were quivering. I neared exhaustion several times over, especially due to the bag behind my back. It contained the most valuable of my research. I couldn't abandon them after dedicating so much of my time working on them. Besides, they were vessels that held the memories of the time I spent with Carla. They were the product of both our efforts. There was no way I would leave them behind. And so, with utter devastation occurring behind me, I successfully escaped the Demon Nation. What happened afterward was a blur. I had kept running despite my consciousness being hazy. It wasn't until I saw the clear skies and oddly familiar landscape of the humans that I was able to peacefully pass out. My strength was used up, and I was probably going to die from exhaustion eventually. But, I didn't. Thankfully, some patrolling members of the Alliance's forces saw me. I was taken to the battle camp, along with my luggage. That was how I was saved. And also how I reunited with the ones I never thought I'd see again. You are stirring on my bed. I opened my eyes and found myself in a different place than I last remembered. The white ceiling was completely different from what I had been used to for 2 years. My surroundings felt strange. The energy in the air, mana, rather than my asthma, felt foreign. Hold on. I can feel it. How was it possible that I could feel mana? That thought was enough to rouse me from the bed. I winced when I sharply rose. My body was still exhausted, after all. Still, I fought to sit upright and collect my thoughts. It took a while, since my mind was still hazy, but I eventually realized what happened. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't. I nearly broke down, remembering the last expression Carla made before our farewell. I shivered, overcome with emotion. But, before I could fully delve into those feelings, the white fabric that served as the door to the tent was removed and a group of people entered. Why, you guys? With widened eyes, I saw people I hadn't laid eyes on in 2 years, comrades I left so abruptly. My close friends and members of the hero party. And so, despite my sense of loss for Carla, a new emotion formed as I stared at the unruly bunch who were all looking at me with various expressions. Tears fell from my eyes. Louis, you bastard! It's been a while. Where have you been, you dolt? I actually thought you were dead. You reek of my asthma. You actually went there. Idiot, idiot. I'm so glad you're back, you big idiot. Tears fell from my eyes as I watched them speak. You guys! My aching heart raced, and then, just as I was about to calm myself, one final person entered the tent. Is he awake already? Let me in. As the sound rang in my ears, a face I had long relegated popped into my head. And no way. The tent door opened, and the last person I was expecting to see appeared. Louis, you're awake. You're alive, you're here. The whimpering voice came from a white-haired elf. Her ears shook and her face turned red. Uncontrollable tears fell from her eyes as she stared at me. Emmy. My lips couldn't utter her name. Even though she was looking at me with such love, devotion, and utter relief, I couldn't call out to her. Guilt. Immense guilt came over me. Then regret. Then anger. Then loathing. I hated myself. I couldn't bring myself to look at her, or any one of my comrades. Thanks to my foolish recklessness, I left everyone on a quest to be the savior. Yet, I had returned, after so long, an utterly broken man. I was going to wallow in this abyss forever, or so I thought. Louis. My body jumped once I heard the loud voice of an elf I loved. Look at me, Louis. Her words were met with no resistance. Hesitantly, I raised my face. I don't deserve to look at you. It's all my fault. I betrayed you. I'm despicable. I'm horrible. I'm useless. Those thoughts swirled around my heart as my weary eyes looked at her. But the moment I stared at her completely clear face, Louis, The very second my eyes gazed upon her. I'm so glad. Every single one of my doubts and grief dissipated. That you're back. Her warmth encapsulated my horrid self, and I found myself deeply wrapped in Amelia's love. Once again, the light within me bloomed once more. Amelia, for the first time in years, her name came out of my lips. More tears fell as I stared at her. My comrades smiled. Some cried. It's good, so good to be back. The emotions displayed in that tent were enough to last a lifetime for me. Chapter 396. War is a terrifying occurrence. Sorrow and misery seep through the body and soul of those that experience it. Countless innocents become victims and needless sacrifices are made. No one desires war, but it cannot simply be avoided. As a result of two clashing interests, for the noble cause of both sides, war becomes inevitable. Such was the nature of the conflict that drowned the entire world and destabilized all our affairs. Countless victims on both ends weighed on our hearts as the terrible stench of blood and corpses lingered in the air. It was a hellish landscape filled with nothing but broken hopes and despondency. However, even in such a hopeless and despairing world, something beautiful formed. Love. And with that emotion came hope. It took some time for me to embrace my new reality, but I did. Carla was most likely dead, sacrificed in order to save me. That was the only conclusion I could arrive at after waiting for so long, yet seeing no signs of her return. You don't know them as I do. They will kill you. Those words of hers rang deeply in my heart. Since I couldn't wallow in pain and regret forever, I decided to bury the past and move with the future. Still, I did not despair. Why? It was because I had her by my side. Every step of the way, she helped me, and while I often felt pangs of guilt for what I did with Carla, those emotions faded away with time. A year passed after I returned to my comrades, and the war intensified beyond normal. The demons were growing more desperate due to the absence of resources for sustenance. They pushed our forces to their limits, and even the demon lords began directly engaging in battles. Fortunately, thanks to my research on their kind, we were able to counter their assaults with ours. Defensive magic specifically geared against miasma was developed, and several tools were created with demonic energy resistance in mind. It was especially good to have an alliance comprising various races, so we could all rely on one another. Magic developed a great deal during this period, and new technologies were developed to combat our common enemy. I served as the military advisor and grand strategist in battle, successfully cornering and countering every action made by the demons. Soon, it only became a matter of time before their kind was eradicated. However, for some reason, I can't do it. I hesitated. It was certain that if we were willing to sacrifice a little bit more, the war would soon meet a decisive end. After spending a total of 7 years facing the demons, the long and weary year was finally going to come to an end. We would take a major hit, but I was sure victory could be achieved. Despite that, I couldn't push through with my plans. What happened to our plans? Thoughts of the times I spent with Carla would often surface. Was it all for nothing? Not all demons were bad. No, it was probably fair to say that none were inherently evil. Just as humans, elves, fairies, and the other races had their flaws and values, the demonic race was no different. My time with Carla had taught me that it was indeed possible for our kind to coexist. I had even spent 2 years of my life devising methods and theories to solve the problem the demons were facing, thus creating a strong basis for ending the war. Those moments, were they for nothing? I couldn't accept it. Carla made the ultimate sacrifice for my sake. Certainly, it wasn't so I could utterly annihilate her people. I couldn't, in good conscience, do that. There had to be another way to finish the long-held conflict between the two opposing forces. And so, I ventured deep into my journals and old research materials. The device I was developing back then, it was close to perfection. Spending my time sourcing through the project I had abandoned, as well as cross-referencing everything with the new information I currently had, a new path opened up. That's it. My project was dubbed the Miasma Generator. It was supposed to pump out and disperse demonic energy over a wide area, ensuring everyone under the cloud was constantly receiving a constant infusion of miasma. Just as people naturally breathed air, it would work with miasma. The demons, in their allocated patch of land, would be able to survive as long as they were pervaded by the effects of the device. It was the perfect solution. Unfortunately, there was a major problem. Fuel. We needed a strong power source to generate, process, and disperse the miasma. However, no such thing existed. Or, did it? As a result of my desperation, I resorted to the last straw that seemed like nothing but a fairy tale. That was the beginning of my journey. No, our search for the most powerful objects in the world. Arcanas. No. Surely, you don't believe that story. We have a chance to end things decisively. Let's do it and out a close to this terrible war. Louis, why are you hesitating now? Those bastards don't deserve understanding or mercy. They just need to die. I have to say, I'm quite interested. As expected, I was faced with resistance. None of my comrades or the leaders of the respective races wanted to give my suggestion a try. They had lost too much to the demons. The sacrifices were too extreme. Even if they would have to lose even more, everyone was determined to see things through to the bitter end. Ultimately, the demons would be entirely destroyed. I can't allow that. Only I was obstinate about this. After spending so many years watching both sides slaughter each other, I couldn't take any more. Carla's sacrifice and our moments together couldn't have been an illusion. I truly believed that. I will search for another way. That's the decision I have made. As expected, many turned against me. But, one person never doubted the choice I made, even when my friends were hesitant about it. If that's what you believe, then I'll trust you. Amelia, my wife at that time, supported me with all she had. I was already 35 years old. During the chaos and amid the calamity, we had been bonded in matrimony. Even as I fought well on the front lines, Amelia supported me every step of the way. And even as I made my decision to honor the moments I spent with my previous lover, she sided with me as well. As a result, I had enough confidence and resolve to tread down that path. Eventually, my comrades did as well. Together, we began our search for the Arcanas. Chapter 397. The Alliance never stopped their efforts to end the demons. However, with the hero party absent, both sides eventually drew a stalemate. As a result, it bought us enough time to traverse the world. How and when we discovered the Arcanas is a tale for another time, but our party ventured into the most amazing and deadly of places in our search for an alternate. As a result, after a year elapsed, we were able to find 3. And, of those 3, I was able to obtain the perfect catalyst for my miasma generator. The Devil. An ominous arcana that only I could wield without being absolutely corrupted thanks to my inept status. Also, while I didn't discover it until a pivotal point in my life, Carla's original magic dual cultivation actually had an effect on me. My body's physiology had been slowly altered thanks to copulation between myself and a demon such as her. We did it so many times, so the change ran deep until it became irreversible. As a result, my body became extremely resistant to mana. Not only could I somewhat sense it, but the positive force was also repelled by my body. As a result, magic cast using mana, below the advanced level, had no effects on me whatsoever. Even advanced level spells had only minimal effects. That was Carla's final gift to me. It served as both a blessing and a curse. Most offensive magic would leave no scratch on me considering the fact that most mages could use beyond advanced level spells at that time. I was somewhat invincible. The disadvantage was that healing magic was also rejected by my body, so unless countless advanced healing spells were performed or a peak spell was used, I couldn't magically recover from even the slightest injuries. Miasma-based magic could also affect me, so it wasn't a total buff. Still, I was able to survive many things thanks to this ability. In addition to my mana rejection, I had martial arts, magic technology, and unmatched intelligence. That allowed me not to fall behind my other powerful comrades. As a result, during our adventures, my inability to use magic never bothered my friends. It was something I intentionally made sure of. After all, Louis, it pains me to say this, but you're in the way. Those were words I never wanted to hear again. Let us make a truce. After gathering the appropriate materials to make my project a success, we returned home to the ensuing chaos. Due to the current state of the war as well as the clear stance I and my comrades took in opposition to further conflict, the higher UPS had no choice but to agree. Since we realized that they would change their minds if they knew of our possession of the other arcanas, every member of our team swore not to mention it to anyone else. As a result, their existence was kept a secret. After settling matters with everyone on our end, the next step was to deal with our adversaries, the demons. Somehow, we managed to do that. I personally sought an audience with the Demon King. I and my comrades appeared before the noble ruler of the demons. As I thought, he wasn't the villain everyone painted him to be. He was the same as any leader. The Demon King simply wanted the best for his people. Once we revealed the cards up our sleeves, including the arcanas in our possession, and our plans to settle things peacefully, he had no choice but to accept our plans. I do not want to see any more of my people perish. And so, the war came to a conclusion. All thanks to the resolve of one man, and the aid of many, we were able to prevent the extinction of a whole race as well as any further sacrifices of our people. It truly was the happy ending I desired. Amelia and I moved to the Eastern Empire, and I planned on us spending the rest of our lives there. But, strictly speaking, only my life would be expended. I noticed something after spending much time with Amelia. Even though vestiges of wrinkles had slowly begun to form on my face, normal and symbols of advancing age, her skin remained smooth and fair. She never aged in the slightest. Amelia would go on to live for a few hundred years, even after I died. It made certain dark thoughts linger in my mind. However, even before those thoughts fully manifested, our life together was interrupted by the most unexpected incident. I was already 37-year-old. The Celestial War was over, Amelia and I had just moved into our home. The affairs with the demons had completely stabilized, and the machine was working perfectly. My comrades returned to their respective homes to spend time with their families and loved ones. We were happy. I was happy. Until an explosion occurred within the massive courtyard that surrounded the large mansion where Amelia and I resided. It was in the middle of the day, and I had been taking a stroll in my compound when the explosion occurred right in front of me, a small distance from me. It was as if something heavy and powerful had just descended from the sky. No, that was actually what happened. The quaking ground forced me to fall to the ground, and I groaned as my buttocks hit the smooth surface of the floor. Even though the area before me was partially destroyed, whatever fell made sure to have enough consideration of me and my immediate vicinity. But, much to my error, it wasn't a thing that fell. From the thick smoke and likes of dust that gathered around, I could decipher the form of a being within. It didn't look like a regular human, but it was definitely a person. Who's that? My body instantly took an offensive form and I drew the sheathed sword strapped by my waist. I felt no bloodlust, but, certainly, an intruder who so rudely charged into my territory didn't deserve a warm welcome. As I focused my gaze, a voice emerged from the smoke. "Geez, that's awfully cold, Louis." My heart nearly stopped when I heard it. Instantly, my eyes widened, and I shook. The voice that echoed in my ears was something I couldn't forget no matter how hard I tried. Could it be? And no, that's not possible. Just as my mind struggled to comprehend what could or could not be, the figure completely emerged from the pillars of smoke and revealed herself to me. And no, it can't be, my whisper contained so much emotion that it almost felt like I would break apart. The red-skinned, exquisitely dressed, and inhuman-looking being smiled at me. Her wings flapped behind her, and her tail danced in the air. The curved horns on her face and her black hair added even more to her allure. Yes, this most certainly wasn't a human. However, she had touched a deep spot within me that no member of my race had ever arrived at. Carla. Chapter 398. I thought she was dead. Before then, I had spent months waiting, hoping for even the littlest signs of her existence, to no avail. Those were one of the most miserable moments of my life. I caused pain, not only to myself, but also to Amelia and my comrades. They couldn't understand my obsessive fixations, but they couldn't bear it either. Eventually, for their sakes and mine, I had to let go, and accept Carla's fate. It had been years since I accepted her death. So, why? Did you really think I died? Ha ha ha, you know nothing. The succubus was laughing at me like everything was perfectly normal. It would have been easier to believe if I was hallucinating or having a dream, but neither seemed to be the case. Everything I was seeing and experienced was real. How did you? They didn't kill you. When you say it like that, it almost sounds like you wish I was dead. And no, that's not. I'm just messing with you. No need to be so tense. Ha ha ha. And so, Carla narrated her ordeal to me. It turns out they didn't kill her. No, it was more like she was too valuable to be disposed of too easily. As a result, she was forcefully trapped and imprisoned using magic. Using the influence of drugs and magic, they forcefully made her have constant sexual relations with several demons. Every day, even more than the amount she had been used to, demons flooded her room and she had to service them. That was how they bred soldiers for the war. Even demon beasts were forced upon her, and she was in no position to refuse both physically and mentally. This continued for years, until the war finally ended. After it was over, she was released from her compulsory mating duties, and was freed. Having her mind and body broken over and over again, there was only one reason left for her existence. Me. My lone existence was enough to bring her out of the abyss that she had been plunged into. And so, after recovering her mind and body, Carla only had one place to go, one person to see. She left the previous demon settlement where she was held prisoner and journeyed to the human world. But, your constitution. How did you get sustenance? Don't tell me you. I had been initially worried that she was forced to take the souls of humans as sustenance. However. Hey! Carla gave a cute pout, then sighed in disbelief. What do you take me for? Those words crushed my heart. I am sorry. Humph. As long as you understand. Her cherry personality never broke. Despite the horrors she narrated to me, Carla never changed who she was. Unlike someone so weak-willed as me, she was a true gem who only glowed brighter under pressure. As for how a demon like her was able to freely interact with me even with mana pervading everywhere, it was the same reason behind my mana-resistant body. Our multiple sexual escapades caused a new surge of abilities that went both ways. As a result, Carla was completely immune to mana poisoning for some reason. Her body was completely halted from deteriorating. The mana that came into contact with her instantly transformed into miasma and was processed. As a result, she never really lacked sustenance and was always being fed by the surrounding mana. It was absurd, but I had no choice but to believe it. After all, here she was, standing right in front of me. The one I had loved with all my heart. The very person I cherished so much that I chose the most difficult, seemingly impossible path, so I could save her kind. So, here I am, Louis. Sorry I'm late, but... Carla approached me slowly. Her seductive body swayed casually as she drew closer to me. I knew what she wanted. That was because I wanted the same thing. However, Carla, wait. It was already too late. What is it, Louis? Are you mad at me for arriving so late? Please understand. I had no choice. But, I'm here now. As she approached me, I moved backward. The distance between us never closed. Louis, why are you being like this? Even after everything. My heart ached beyond description. Still, I couldn't make the same mistakes. As much as I loved Carla, it simply wasn't. What's the problem, Louis? I am here now. Won't you even look at me? Won't you embrace me as you did in the past? Have I become so disgusting and unsightly to you? Is it because of what they did to me? Are you repulsed by that? You never had a problem with it before. Besides, I don't have to do that stuff again. As long as we're together. Remember our promise? Hey, Louis, look at me. Louis? Louis. I bit my lip and couldn't even utter a single word. Why was I a coward when it counted the most? If you want to FVCK me, just say it straight. Weirdly enough, those words of hers popped into my head at that point. It gave me the resolve I needed. Even as she was about to break down before me. Even as she fought back tears and looked at me desperately. Even as she yearned for me. I determined within my heart to be completely honest with her. Unfortunately, before I could say anything. Louis, what's going on here? Are you all right? Yet another complication occurred. Amelia glided to my side in a flash, traversing the long distance she had been previously the moment she spotted Carla in front of me as well as the massive hole in our compound. Who is this? Amelia asked, readying her magic. Even if we were currently at peace with the demons, having one invade our compound and looking at me with such emotion wasn't a good sign for my wife. Besides, even though I didn't notice it until she stared at my hand, I was still tightly gripping my sword. Who is she? Amelia asked once more, staring at Carla with hostility. The Crimson Succubus and the Elf Princess stared at each other with both surprise and a sudden sense of enmity. At that point, it felt like all hell would break loose. And, the worst part was, I was at the center of everything. Chapter 399. Who is she? I was utterly speechless. Louis, who is this? At this point, even Carla was asking me. Both women sharply stared at me, demanding an explanation. But, what could I say? This was not at all what I had imagined my newly established peaceful life to turn out. Their stares turned into glares, and my heart squeezed in response. What should I do? What do I say? My brain was in overdrive, wondering how to handle the situation. As the algorithms ran in my head, the only paths I saw in front of me were incredibly bleak. All routes literally led to doom. Fortunately or, rather, unfortunately I never got to answer that question. I am Louis' wife. Who are you? Amelia took the lead instead, stepping forward to challenge the equally attractive, but more seductive succubus. I could only watch in timidity. What? Is that true? It's not true, right? Right. Carla looked at me with disbelief. My heart nearly crumbled from her gaze. I truly wished I didn't exist as her eyes begged me to deny the truth. It's true, I was forced to admit. Those words of mine seemed to break Carla. For someone who had endured unimaginable pain horrors I could not even begin to fathom and who only had me as her tether. Hearing me affirm that I was no longer hers was something that would ruin her. And no, it can't be. You're lying, you're lying. Watching such a beautiful and perfect woman break down before me was something that only brought more sorrow to my heart. And so, I could only watch, and endure. Louis, you're lying, aren't you? She's lying. You're not hers. You're mine. You said so, remember. Those moments we spent together, those years. I endured everything for you. You. At this point, Amelia was already casting glances at me. I knew I was in serious trouble, but the most important matter to deal with couldn't allow any more distractions from me. Carla, calm yourself. The truth is, you two-timer. Cheat. Traitor. Liar. Bastard. You. The atmosphere grew intense, and even Amelia was pushed back by the pressure being emitted by Carla. The compound trembled, and the surging power coming from the enraged succubus only increased. Cook. My wife bitterly groaned as the wild energy pushed her further back. For some reason, I felt none of the lashes caused by Carla's outburst. Was it an intentional effort on her part? Or perhaps it was subconscious? Either way, everything else was devastated except for me. You're mine, Louis, you said so. We promised. We bonded. I love you, Louis. You said you love me too. Her overflowing emotions were getting too dangerous. If I didn't do anything, it was going to escalate beyond my control. I did. I truly loved you, Carla. But, I fought with all my energy to shout, straining my voice despite the strong howling of the heavy wind. But what? You love me, Louis, right? That means I'm yours and you're mine. Hey, let's get out of here. Let's leave and do what we've always done, what we wanted to do. Carla began saying so many things that I had told her in the past. Even conversations that I hardly remembered were brought up by her. I never forgot any of them. We are meant for each other, Louis. You think so too, right? Amelia was already feeling suppressed by the level of miasma Carla was releasing, but none of that bothered the succubus in the slightest. Her attention was on me and nothing else. Ugh! Louis, stop her, she's out of control. Amelia whispered as she fell weakly to her knees. Elves were extremely weak to miasma, and Amelia was no exception. My wife was powerless before Carla, and if this went on, she would most likely die. Perhaps that was even what my previous lover wanted. Still, I couldn't have that. It became a decisive moment in my life, and I had to choose once and for all whose side I was on. Carla, stop it. I don't love you anymore. I love Amelia. She's my one and only wife. Stop hurting her. With trembling in my voice, I raised my blade and pointed it at the woman I loved with everything I had. No matter how much I loved Amelia, I couldn't deny the throbbing in my heart as I stared at Carla as well. However, no matter how one tried, they couldn't possess everything. There was no way fate would allow me to have the two of them. As such, I was forced to choose. Rather than stretching my hand for something, it was better I kept holding on to what I already had. I made my choice as a result of this rationale. And no. Louis. You don't mean that. You don't. I do. Rushing to Amelia's side, I embraced the coughing elf tightly, burying her in my arms. My blade was still pointed at Carla as I comforted the wife I had. I see. The look Carla had on her face. I could never forget it. A cold gaze, filled with an immense pressure I couldn't fathom, suddenly took over. So, you chose her. It felt like I would die, as though it was truly the end. You don't love me anymore. I tightly embraced Amelia, awaiting whatever justified action Carla would mete out on me. However, the attack never came. Whoosh! The succubus wings flapped as she took to the sky. Farewell, Louis, I lifted my face to the sky as she said those final words. After that, she flew beyond the blue and white expanse above me, disappearing from sight. I never saw her again after that day. I never heard of her as well. Not until the final moments of my life. And, even if the pangs of my heart didn't cease as I watched Carla go, my wife was the top priority. Her shivering stopped, but I never let her go as she crumbled into my arms. I'm sorry, Amelia. I'm so sorry. With trembling emotions, and tearful eyes, I sat there with the love of my life. Tightly locked in an embrace with Amelia, I never let go, even until I passed out. Chapter 400. I'm sorry, Amelia. The next time I saw Amelia after that incident, I bowed my head and apologized to her. The guilt plaguing my heart finally surfaced, and I felt like shit for not telling her of Carla and my experiences with her. Louis, it's all right. I was just confused, she said with a soft smile. Clearly, she wasn't entirely fine. She was worried. I could tell from her slightly pale face that she wasn't completely fine. I owe it to her. I'll explain everything. And so, I did just that. I told Amelia about my relationship with Carla. Explaining, without excluding some questionable details, I revealed how I enjoyed my time with my succubus lover. How we talked and enjoyed each other's company. How we fucked like rabbits. How we built magic items and technology together. I told Amelia everything. That's a lot to hear. I always thought you suffered during those 2 years. Apparently, she never brought it up because I was in so much pain for quite some months after my return. Anytime my disappearance for 2 years was mentioned, I always gave a pained expression or a sad smile. As a result, even Amelia thought it was something rather left unsaid. But, hearing everything now, she was shell-shocked beyond measure. So, that's how you got your body's special constitution. I could only nod as her violet eyes probed me. I need some time to think about this. I knew her decision was warranted. To be honest, I had known for some time now, how oddly fit together we were. I was growing older and older, becoming less attractive and less fun as I used to be, but Amelia never changed. The creeping fear within my heart manifested once more, and it soon turned into more self-loathing and an immense inferiority complex. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve this. As a result, even the love that I had tightly clutched, slowly began loosening from my grasp. To distract myself from the constant pangs of my heart, I returned to the embrace of magic, burying myself into learning more about it. I found comfort in it, and began spending more and more time studying and writing. Even though I was meant to draw Amelia closer during this period, I didn't. She had said she wanted some time to process all I told her, but I simply used that as an opportunity to distance myself. Eventually, the love we both enjoyed turned sour. The home was nothing but an empty shell of forlorn lovers. Silence filled out days. I studied earnestly, experimenting in my special room, completely distanced from Amelia. I hardly saw her during those days. I couldn't even look at her. Then, time passed, and I turned 38 years old. Even though I had only advanced a bit in age, the constant load of work I often had, as well as the countless sleepless nights, made me look ragged and miserable. I was thinner than before, having a rough appearance and the very look of a destitute. Being drunk on magic research had morphed me into something ugly. I looked at myself in the mirror, and hated the man I saw. Then, Amelia passed me just at that moment. And then, for the first time in a long time, I glanced at her. She was still the same. As beautiful and lovely as ever. Not a speck of flaw could be seen on her. That was the last straw. I couldn't contain my insecurities, fear, self-loathing, inferiority, and slight jealousy. So, I made the worst mistake of my life. Amelia, let's go our separate ways. As usual, she gave me her smile. It was a bit different from the previous times. It had hints of pain hidden within, but perhaps I was too absorbed in myself that I failed to notice. Have I become a burden to you? My heart bled profusely. I knew those words were supposed to be said by me. Amelia was still beautiful, charming in every way. Her face was paler than usual, but it never took away her perfect form. Unlike her, I just don't see this working out any longer. So, please. I probably thought she would argue things with me, like how Carla had. If she had fought till the very end, I would most likely have rescinded my decision. I didn't have that strong a will to reject a woman I loved twice. Okay, then. I understand. She didn't argue. I was more surprised at the fact that she so easily let go. Somewhere in my heart, I thought she probably felt the same all these years. That I was only being a shackle holding her down. And so, with my twisted sense of love, I drove Amelia away. She left the very next day. The faint smile she had on her face remains with me to this very day. After all, that was the very last time I saw Amelia. I was able to return to my magic research uninterrupted. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. The grief I had was channeled into more productive work, and it turned out to be a very good motivation. I started developing spellcraft and quite a few other lovely innovations during this period. Wasn't this what I wanted? A deep exploration into the world of magic. This was the pinnacle of my existence, right? I was finally living the dream, right? Magic was all I needed, right? Wrong. Eventually, burnout soon caught up with me and everything I did seemed so meaningless, like garbage. The higher one is, the harder they fall. My despair and misery were terribly immense once I came to myself. Just what had I done? I wept for many nights. I felt utter misery every single time. For a great deal of time, I didn't do anything but mope around in my home. It would have probably been like that for a few more years, perhaps even forever. But what the heck, Louis? Get up, man. Don't waste away like this. We decide to visit you for a reunion and you end up like this? Crazy bastard. How the mighty has fallen. Get over yourself, retard. We need your help. My comrades saved me from that darkness. Perhaps the idea of being needed by someone once again moved my heart. And so, my useless body stirred to their words. What do you want? As we sat at a round table, I stared at all of them. I hadn't seen them in so long, yet, they all looked the same, at least almost the same. Even Gawain never lost his youthful glow. I was the only one different. Why? We discovered the existence of another arcana. But, everything is still scrambled, so we need your help in piecing together the records and discovering where it is. Think you're up to it? Arcanas were objects of transcendental power. Perhaps, they could hold the answer to my constant grief. If arcanas could do anything, alter the very principle of the world, then maybe one could restore my youth. Maybe one could permit me to travel back to the past and fix my mistakes. If that was possible, then I would be able to return to her. What do you take me for? Show me what you've found out. I grinned with determination. The arcanas became my hope at that time, and my friends were my support. I was 39 years old at that time. Together, we later went on adventures to discover 3 more of those transcendental objects. For 3 years, we journeyed together, until I turned 42. That was when we built our base, hiding each of our various treasures like a time capsule and hoping the future generations who were worthy enough would find them. Afterward, we went our separate ways once more. That was the end of an adventure, and the start of a new one. The journey where I met the 2 other individuals who changed my life as well as my view on magic completely. Unfortunately, I never found the arcana I was looking for. I never corrected any mistake, neither could I restore my youth. And so, I wasn't able to return to Amelia. A/N. This journey gives an exposition into Jared's past. I'm sure some would hate him, while others would learn to appreciate him more. For me, I just kind of felt bad for him. Also, you're in for a shocker as we return to the present. I hope you enjoyed the chapters. End of the mini arc, Sages Past PT1.